Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 6 of the series. Chapter 296 Invitation. Sage Lin Feng of the League of Guardians. Bai Jing blinked. She knew about Lin Feng. After all, there was overwhelming publicity. She just didn't expect Zhang Qiji and Lin Feng to know each other. That's right. You've met him before, too. The last time your Bai family was in danger, I invited Lin Feng. Bai Jing remembered. Actually, she hadn't paid much mind to that matter. After all, Sage Lin Feng was highly prestigious. Even if she knew about the media's publicity, she probably wouldn't connect it to Zhang Qiji's friends. After all, the difference was just too great. At this thought, Bai Jing couldn't help but feel excited. Qiji, hurry up and invite Sage Lin Feng. If he's willing to come, the rumors would definitely come to an end. The Bai family and the Zhang family will probably support us wholeheartedly. Zhang Qiji shrugged and said helplessly, ever since Lin Feng left, I haven't contacted him. Now that he's a sage, I don't even know how to face him. He's a sage. Will he come if I invite him? Zhang Qiji was a little conflicted. He had never dared to imagine that in the blink of an eye, the Lin Feng from back then had actually become a highly prestigious sage now. This was too fantastical. Qiji, do you think Sage Lin Feng will come if he's not a sage now? Will he come? Zhang Qiji thought for a moment, then said firmly, he'll definitely come. Bai Jing smiled. That's enough. Whether he's a sage or not, you just have to invite him. Isn't our wedding next month? Invite him to the wedding. Zhang Qiji's eyes lit up. Indeed, if he's getting married, he should naturally invite good friends in the past to his wedding. And Lin Feng was among them. Hence, Zhang Qiji picked up his communicator and found Lin Feng's name. However, he did not call. Instead, he sent a short invitation message. So popular. Lin Feng looked at the forum on the Martial Domain Network. It was almost filled with posts about the League of Guardians and the body strengthening technique. Countless people were discussing and even arguing intensely. There were comments from official members of the League of Guardians among them. Lin Feng did not stop them. This was quite good. It allowed the martial artists of the Martial Domain Network to know the effects of the body strengthening technique. Being able to break the astral power limit was also very beneficial to the League of Guardians. At least, they would not have to worry about competing with the 5 major factions for metamorphic realm martial artists in the future. Apart from the body strengthening technique, Lin Feng was also paying attention to the situation with the energy weapons. As soon as the energy weapons were put online, hundreds of martial artists bought them. It had to be known that even the most basic energy gun cost at least 100 merit value. How expensive was that? Moreover, there was energy, which also required a large amount of merit value. It was even more expensive than an energy gun. But this could not stop the enthusiasm of those martial artists. Possessing an energy weapon could injure and kill those dire beasts and demons. On occasion, it could even save one's life. So it was desirable no matter the price. Just the market for energy weapon alone could earn the League of Guardians a huge amount of merit value. Lin Feng could also use these merit value to purchase a large amount of resources for the martial artists of the League of Guardians. This way, a positive cycle could gradually be formed. However, Lin Feng had a deeper motive for doing this. It was to show goodwill. He would not keep some of the technology he had obtained from the ruins of the 3rd civilization to himself. Since he was already the 10th sage of humanity, he would take on the responsibility of a sage. The energy weapon was a sign of goodwill that Lin Feng had taken the initiative to release. He believed that Sage Kang and the invincible Fist Sage could understand. The matter of the League of Guardians headquarters could be considered to have come to an end for the time being. The rest could be done step by step. In the future, as time passed slowly, the League of Guardians would naturally grow stronger. As for the unofficial members of the League of Guardians, it was indeed a troublesome matter. However, Lin Feng had already gotten the robots to rebuild the Brimstone base. With these robots, Lin Feng could build massive and magnificent buildings in just a few days. Lin Feng temporarily selected 30 metamorphic realm martial artists out of the 63 martial artists to make proper arrangements for those unofficial members. The 30 martial artists would be rewarded with merit value. This could also be considered their first mission. However, a complete management system was also necessary for unofficial members. This was only a temporary solution now. Lin Feng had to find someone who could help him manage the unofficial members of the League of Guardians, and it had to be someone trustworthy. Else, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, Lin Feng's communicator rang. Whose message is it? Lin Feng picked up his communicator and saw that someone had sent a message. Yang Qiji is getting married on the 8th of next month. Lin Feng was a little stunned. Of course he remembered Yang Qiji. Back when he took the initiative to apply to go to the Dragon Mountain base, Zhang Qiji had helped him. Lin Feng still owed Zhang Qiji a favor. Seeing that Zhang Qiji was marrying Bai Jing, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Back then, Zhang Qiji was a playboy and a profligate son. However, meeting Bai Jing made Zhang Qiji behave. Initially, Lin Feng thought that Zhang Qiji was just having a short fling. He didn't expect Zhang Qiji to persist for such a long time and really succeed in pursuing Bai Jing. Lin Feng had been to the Bai family and met Bai Jing before. She was an intelligent, introverted and well-educated girl. That Zhang Qiji would marry Bai Jing was really somewhat unexpected to him. Now that Zhang Qiji and Bai Jing were getting together, Lin Feng sincerely wished Zhang Qiji and Bai Jing all the best. Perhaps it was a shock. Or perhaps it was a sudden impulse. But Lin Feng suddenly had a strong desire to see Chen. It had been a long time since he had last seen Chen at the global martial arts competition. He had not even contacted Chen for such a long time because he was too busy. Chen had already expressed her feelings to Lin Feng when she was in Central Sea University. A few years had already passed. These few years might be the best time for a girl who had yet to break the genetic lock. Lin Feng knew what Chen had always been looking forward to. In the past, he had always been afraid and had never been too confident. But now, he had already become a sage. He had established the League of Guardians with the original intention of protecting his loved ones. Without a doubt, Chen was the person Lin Feng loved the most. I can take this opportunity to bring Chen to Delta to relax. Lin Feng also relaxed. After being busy for so long, it was time to accompany Chen properly. Hence, Lin Feng gave a simple explanation to the martial artists of the League of Guardians. Moreover, Lin Feng was not worried about the safety of the League of Guardians at all, with the Guardians overseeing it. Unless it was a sage or a demon emperor, nothing could pose a threat to the League of Guardians headquarters at all. After making arrangements for everything, Lin Feng boarded the airship and quickly flew towards the Polar City. Chapter 297 Visiting the Polar Academy Again. Chapter 297 Visiting the Polar Academy Again. In the Polar Academy, Chen had been a little melancholic in the past few days. Her companions in the dormitory all knew about her relationship with Lin Feng. In the past, they might not have been able to resist teasing her. But now, Lin Feng had already become a sage. A highly prestigious sage. Who would still dare to joke about Chen so? Lately, Chen even felt that some of her companions in the dormitory were overly respectful towards her. She was not quite used to such an atmosphere. This applied to not just her ordinary roommates, but also the other students. In the past, there used to be seniors who could not help but pursue her, although she rejected them all brusquely. But now, even the academy leaders were polite when speaking to her. And even a little cautious. The atmosphere had already changed. Chen felt that her usual good friends all became somewhat distant. She knew that this was because of a change in identity. Everyone in the entire Polar Academy knew about her relationship with Lin Feng. Now, if Lin Feng were a metamorphic realm martial artist, or even a divine realm martial artist, they would not be so cautious. However, now that Lin Feng was the 10th sage of humanity, things were completely different. Who would dare to provoke the girlfriend of a sage? If they offended her, they would be in big trouble. Chen could overcome these aspects. She was a person who enjoyed quiet environments by nature. Even if she was alone, she'd have no issue staying in the Polar Academy. However, deep down, she was a little worried. Lin Feng was too dazzling and outstanding. Now that he was already a prestigious sage, she felt as if she was in a dream. The person she had always loved had actually become a sage. This might be something she had never even dreamed of. In particular, Lin Feng had not contacted her for so many days. This made her a little anxious. Shenchen, what's wrong? Why do you feel uneasy? Nothing. I just don't have much of a clue about breaking the genetic lock. Chen shook her head. Her heart was already in turmoil. Breaking the genetic lock was very difficult at her current level. She knew that. If she did not calm her mind, it would be impossible for her to break the genetic lock. There was not even a trace of hope. However, if she could not even break the genetic lock, how could she accompany Lin Feng in the future? Shenchen, it's because of that. Right. Chen's best friend also sensed Chen's worries. Now, she did not even dare to mention Lin Feng's name directly. A sage was just that noble. Actually, Shenchen, you can take the initiative to contact him. After all, he must be very busy now. I heard that he founded the League of Guardians, which is known as the 6th major faction. He probably doesn't have time to visit you. Buzz. Before she could finish speaking, a very dazzling airship actually flew right over from the distant sky. The private airship flew above the academy, and happened to be near the girls' dormitory, before slowly descending. Swoosh! Swoosh! A few inhuman experts from the academy rushed over from afar. Their faces were a little dark as they shouted, "Private airships are not allowed to enter the Polar Academy at will. Please leave, or we have the right to banish you." The rules of the Polar Academy were very strict. It was very rare for an airship to barge directly into the Polar Academy. However, the airship still stopped. The cabin door of the airship opened, and a figure flew out. "I'm sorry. I'm not too familiar with the Polar Academy. I came to see my girlfriend and forgot to inform Dean Bingyu." Looking at the figure that flew out of the airship, the martial artist who was furious and wanted the owner of the airship to understand the rules of the Polar Academy only moments ago suddenly stopped in their tracks. The expression on their faces froze instantly. It's fine. Welcome, Sage." The surrounding people originally wanted to see the identity of the owner of the airship, but when they saw Lin Feng fly out of the airship, their expressions all became fanatical. A sage. The 10th sage of humanity, Sage Lin Feng, had arrived at the Polar Academy. Moreover, he was here to see his girlfriend. This was explosive news. Actually, many people in the Polar Academy knew that Sage Lin Feng's girlfriend was Chen, but they had never seen her with their own eyes after all. Some people still did not quite believe that the girlfriend of a sage would be in the Polar Academy. However, Lin Feng's rise was too fast. The time taken was too short, and he was just too young. It was not impossible. It lasted until today, when Lin Feng actually came to the Polar Academy in person and personally admitted that he was here to see his girlfriend. For a moment, all the students of the Polar Academy were excited. One by one, the news spread like wildfire, and people rushed over to spectate. However, as soon as the Polar Academy learned of the news, they immediately sent many security personnel to protect the girls' dormitory. The upper echelons of the Polar Academy originally wanted to come too, but Lin Feng stopped them. He was only here to find Chen. Swoosh! Lin Feng flew straight to the 6th floor of the girls' dormitory and saw Chen at a glance. Their eyes met. All Chen's previous worries dissipated. Lin Feng was here. "Let's go on the airship." Lin Feng carried Chen into the airship before everyone's eyes. Some female students who liked to fantasize were all extremely envious of Chen. Unfortunately, there was only one Chen, and only one Sage Lin Feng. The airship slowly rose into the air and disappeared into the horizon. After the airship left, the commotion in the Polar Academy did not subside. This scene would probably be the talk of the Polar Academy for a long time to come. In the airship, Chen looked at everything in the airship curiously. Last time, Lin Feng was only the first place in the global martial arts competition. Although he was also famous, he did not have the ability to purchase such a luxurious airship. This was an airship that only top-notch tycoons and martial artists could buy. Lin Feng, have you really become a sage? After curiously circling the airship, Chen sat down. Their eyes met, and she could not help but ask the question she wanted to ask the most. After all, Lin Feng was only a metamorphic realm martial artist last time. How did he suddenly become a sage? Lin Feng took a deep breath and said with a smile, Chen, I've only undergone a second life transition. Do you believe me? Of course I believe you, Chen replied firmly and without hesitation. It's true that I only had a second life transition, but for some special reasons. I have the combat power of a sage, therefore. The 9 sages held a meeting and made me the 10th sage. Lin Feng explained everything in detail. This was actually what all the 9 sages knew, but it was only limited to the 9 sages. It could be considered top secret information. Chen was very surprised. She also knew that this should be very confidential information, but Lin Feng was confessing to her without reservations. She also felt a trace of happiness. The combat power of a sage. Then you must have obtained an impressive ancient civilization legacy. You know about the legacies of ancient civilizations too. That's not quite the case, though. You will know in the future. Lin Feng did not elaborate. Chen had not even broken the genetic lock yet. Knowing these secrets was pointless, and would instead affect Chen's future martial path. By the way, where are we going? Looking outside the airship, the lands were already barren. They had clearly arrived in the outland. Chen did not know where Lin Feng was taking her, and was somewhat puzzled. Chapter 298 Chen dropped out. Chapter 298 Chen dropped out. This is the place. The airship gradually stopped and floated in the air. Below was a boundless wilderness. But amidst the wilderness, there were blooming flowers. Flowers covered the ground, looking like a sea of flowers. What a beautiful place. Chen was also excited. It was not easy to find such a beautiful place in the wilderness of the outland. They'll take you down. Lin Feng smiled and carried Chen in his arms again before stepping out of the airship. The breeze blew, and the fragrance of pollen was mixed in the air. Chen had never felt so romantic, especially when Lin Feng's face was so close to her. It felt like she had not looked at Lin Feng so carefully before. GRR. However, there were still some dire beasts in the sea of flowers that seemed to have sensed Lin Feng and Chen. They growled, but, since they could not fly, they could only watch Lin Feng while unable to do anything. Chen was shocked. She was originally a little afraid. This was the wilderness of the outland, filled with savage dire beasts. However, seeing how calm Lin Feng was, she also relaxed. The Lin Feng beside her was now a sage. An unprecedented sense of security filled Chen's heart. At this moment, she was really willing to be immersed in such a beautiful and warm atmosphere forever. I happened to see this beautiful sea of flowers when the airship flew past it. It would be a pity not to come and take a look at such a beautiful scenery. That's right. It's really beautiful. Chen also praised from the bottom of her heart. Not only was the scenery beautiful, there were also those savage dire beasts. Wasn't it particularly interesting to quietly admire the beautiful scenery while surrounded by so many dire beasts? Chen had already melted into the beautiful scenery and Lin Feng's sudden romance. However, this was not the end. Lin Feng suddenly said, Shenshen, let's get married. What did you say? Get married? Lin Feng took out a dazzling gem. It was not big, but it was very exquisite and emitted a gentle light. It appeared as if it could intoxicate anyone. At this moment, Chen's mind went blank. It was not because of this gem, but because of Lin Feng's words. Married Lin Feng was going to marry her. Shenshen, leave the Polar Academy. My League of Guardians needs you. It's not inferior to the Polar Academy. Moreover, we can still be together. Chen's mind was in a mess. She did not even know how to answer. Initially, she was a little worried that there would be some changes after Lin Feng became a sage. However, from the looks of it now, she was overthinking things. The Lin Feng before her was still the same Lin Feng from before, completely unchanged. After returning to the Polar Academy, Chen bade farewell to some of her best friends in the dormitory. She was going to drop out of school. In reality, considering her relationship with Lin Feng, it was indeed inappropriate for her to stay in the Polar Academy anymore. Could Lin Feng's League of Guardians not provide the resources that the Polar Academy could? Hence, Chen dropping out of school and following Lin Feng to the League of Guardians was the most suitable choice. With Lin Feng's representation, it was naturally very convenient for Chen to settle the withdrawal procedures. After settling the withdrawal procedures, Chen packed her things and entered the airship with Lin Feng, flying towards the League of Guardians headquarters. In the airship, Lin Feng asked Chen about the genetic lock. According to Chen, she had not reached the level of breaking the genetic lock yet. The main reason was that Chen's physique was still a little lacking. If she stayed in the Polar Academy and practiced martial arts step by step, she would probably have to wait for 2 or 3 years before she could break the genetic lock. However, after returning to the League of Guardians, with Lin Feng's help, it would not be a problem at all for her physique to increase to the critical point where she could break the genetic lock. Soon, the airship landed in the League of Guardians. There were already martial artists coming to welcome them. Lin Feng held Chen's hand and left the airship. The martial artists who came to welcome them were all dazed. Chen, this is the League of Guardians headquarters. They are the first official members of the League of Guardians. Chen looked at the beautiful, Sifa-like building and found it incredible. Apart from these martial artists, there was also the robot over 100 meters tall. It was also extremely stunning. Is this robot the one that had a great battle with you? Chen asked curiously. That's right. It's an ancient civilization's war machine. After I defeated it, I've already regained control of its core. Hence, it's under my command now. I've given it a new name, the Guardian, and it's presiding over the League of Guardians headquarters. Guardian, what a good name. Chen was also a smart woman. The meaning of the League of Guardians was to protect loved ones, lovers, and all of humanity. Wasn't Lin Feng's establishment of the League of Guardians a clear indication of his intentions? In the League of Guardians, it'll give you some authority. You can take a look around. By the way, you can't neglect your martial arts either. It'll let you use the body's strengthening technique to allow your physique to reach a certain level in a short period of time. Then, you can try to break the genetic lock. Chen nodded. Although she did not know what the body strengthening technique was, she felt very at ease with Lin Feng's arrangements. Lin Feng bringing Chen back also caused a commotion in the League of Guardians. However, on careful thought, Lin Feng was only in his 20s. He was even younger than most of the martial artists. It was normal for him to have a girlfriend and a fiancé. Hence, Chen's status in the League of Guardians had imperceptibly become the missus. Every martial artist was very respectful to Chen. Even though Chen had not even broken the genetic lock, for the next period of time, Lin Feng did his best to help Chen improve her physique. He meticulously chose 2 types of dire beast genes, both of which were especially suitable for Chen. Then, Chen fused with them. In just half a month, Chen's physique had improved substantially, even several times compared to before. In addition, Lin Feng guided Chen on some martial arts, allowing Chen to have a deep understanding of martial arts, martial techniques, and the relationship between the body and the genetic lock. Lin Feng did not conceal things from Chen. He explained the theory of the genetic lock in detail to Chen, as well as knowledge of astral power. In fact, it allowed Chen to no longer have any questions on the theory. Lin Feng had helped Chen avoid many pitfalls. But that was all he did. Whether she could break the genetic lock ultimately depended on Chen herself. Even Lin Feng could do nothing about it. However, Chen was still very young and was not in a hurry. She was also very confident that she would definitely be able to break the genetic lock at some point in the future. Time passed in a flash. A month quickly went by. Lin Feng and Chen were inseparable. Their relationship was already very stable. Lin Feng even planned to find a time to get engaged first, and then hold a grand wedding. However, Chen said that there was no hurry. She wanted Lin Feng to settle the League of Guardians first. It wouldn't be too late to hold the engagement ceremony after everything was on track. So, Lin Feng followed Chen's suggestion. After a month, the date of Zhang Qiji's wedding arrived. Lin Feng naturally did not forget. After preparing the gifts, he and Chen boarded the airship and left the League of Guardians headquarters. Chapter 299 Wedding Crisis. Chapter 299 Wedding Crisis. Delta City, Huaishan Hotel. Today was a big day. The eldest son of the Zhang family, Zhang Qiji, was going to marry the daughter of the Bai family, Bai Jing. The Zhang family and the Bai family could both be considered prestigious families in Delta. The Zhang family was not only a business family, but also a martial family. However, in recent years, the descendants of the family did not have much talent in martial arts, so the family put more emphasis on business. However, relying on some surviving inhuman experts of the Zhang family, the Zhang family's status in Delta City was still significant. The Bai family, on the other hand, was a little special. Although the Bai family was not a martial family, and there were no powerful martial artists in the family, the Bai family had a close relationship with the military and had many business dealings with them. Even those families with inhuman experts would never dare to underestimate the Bai family. However, although the two major families seemed to have joined forces to make a good story, in reality, both the Bai family and the Zhang family were full of complaints about this marriage alliance. Only Old Master Bai and Old Master Zhang's swift and decisive action prevented the Bai and Zhang families from humiliating themselves. The wedding was held as agreed. However, undercurrents were surging in the Bai and Zhang families, and many family members were not satisfied. At this moment, at a table, a young man who looked somewhat similar to Zhang Qiji was drinking red wine by himself. However, his gaze was slightly cold as he looked at Zhang Qiji. Third young master. Zhang Qiji is in big trouble this time. His insistence on marrying Bai Jing has already displeased some elders in the family. A middle-aged man in a suit beside a young man said sinisterly. So what? Zhang Qiji is still the young master of the Zhang family. He's still the next president of the corporation, and in charge of the Zhang family. He won't be smug for much longer. His insistence on marrying Bai Jing has made even many people in the Bai family unhappy with him now. Only his father supports him, but the Zhang family doesn't belong to only him and his father. I heard that after the wedding, the Zhang family is preparing to hold a conference to elect the president of the corporation. At that time, third young master's chance will come. At this point, a smile appeared on third young master's cold face. He watched as Zhang Qiji was filled with happiness and contentment on the stage. However, this might also be Zhang Qiji's last moment of joy. Before long, he and his father would both pay the price. Third young master was certain of it. He had already received the news that the Zhang family had decided to make a move on Zhang Qiji and his father. Zhang Qiji and his father had disregarded the interests of the Zhang family by insisting on the marriage with Bai Jing. Even if that legate was magnanimous and did not blame the Zhang family, the entire Delta City knew about this matter. There were some things that could have an impact without words or obvious actions. The Zhang family could have avoided such a risk. But because Zhang Qiji and his father insisted on marriage with the Bai family, the Zhang family was placed in an awkward situation. Besides the Zhang family, the Bai family was also very displeased. Why did Bai Jing fall for a profligate playboy like Zhang Qiji compared to the legate? Zhang Qiji is nothing. He's just a profligate son, who relies on his parents and his family. Alas, I really don't understand why old master is so stubborn. What's so good about this Zhang Qiji? That's right. Zhang Qiji may be able to charm Bai Jing, but old master Zhang is a shrewd man. He couldn't have been fooled by Zhang Qiji too. Right? Why is old master Zhang so protective of Zhang Qiji too? I think Old Master is getting on in years and has gotten confused. Although Old Master built the Bai family from nothing, it's such a huge business. Even if the rest of us in the family can't claim the credit, we still did our share of hard work. Old Master can't be so willful. That's right. Originally, our Bai family could have advanced in social standing through the legate. But because of the Old Master and Bai Jing's stubbornness, we missed this opportunity. There won't be a next time. Moreover, the Bai family has become a laughingstock in Delta. The Bai family did not like Zhang Qiji, and was full of complaints about the Old Master. However, unlike the Zhang family, the Bai family was built from scratch by Old Master Bai, step by step. Hence, Old Master Bai had the topmost authority in the Bai family. The Bai family only complained a little in private, but could not change Old Master Bai's decision. Old Master Bai was laughing with Zhang Qiji's father. They seemed to be chatting about something and were very happy. However, the atmosphere at the other tables in the hotel was a little strange, no matter how one looked at it. This was especially the case for the Bai family and the Zhang family. They could not stand each other, and all of them had gloomy expressions. The entire wedding atmosphere was really a little awkward. Zhang Qiji and Bai Jing had yet to attend the wedding. Both of them were outside welcoming guests, and occasionally checking the situation in the hotel. The two of them could naturally sense that the atmosphere in the hotel was a little off, but there was nothing they could do. Qiji, will that person come today? Bai Jing asked Zhang Qiji softly. Of course Zhang Qiji knew who Bai Jing was referring to. He shook his head and said, I'm not sure either. Maybe he's very busy. Zhang Qiji was not confident either. He was just an ordinary student of the Myriad Academy. Even if he had any friendship with Lin Feng in the past, it was just a wedding. Would Lin Feng, a prestigious sage, personally attend it? More and more guests headed to the hotel. Suddenly, a luxurious convoy appeared in front of the hotel. Zhang Qiji and Bai Jing's expressions changed slightly when they saw a man get out of the car. Why is he here? Zhang Qiji clenched his fists tightly, his expression somewhat dark. Bai Jing had no idea why the legate was here. The Bai family didn't invite the legate, did they? Zhang Qiji, Bai Jing, congratulations. The legate did not feel awkward at all. He handed over the gift and congratulated the two of them, no matter how displeased they were. Zhang Qiji and Bai Jing could only smile and return the greeting. At this moment, the third young master of the Zhang family walked out of the hall. When he saw the legate, he said with a smile, Lord, legate is here. Please come in. The legate nodded and walked into the hall. Third cousin. What's going on? Zhang Qiji asked with a cold expression. The corners of third young master's lips curled into a smile. He said casually, Oh, I forgot to tell you. I was the one who invited the legate in the name of the Zhang family. The Zhang family can be considered a prestigious family in Delta. How can we not invite the legate? Where would that put the Zhang family? You. Zhang Qiji's face was flushed, but third young master did not bother to argue with him at all. He turned around and walked into the hotel. Third cousin must have done it on purpose. Zhang Qiji was not stupid. He knew that his third cousin must have done it intentionally. In fact, this was not just his third cousin's intention, but also the intention of certain people in the Zhang family. This wedding was destined to be a fuse in the Zhang family's internal power struggle. Bai Jing, I'm really sorry. What should have been a proper wedding turned out like this because of me. Zhang Qiji felt very guilty. It's okay. This is our wedding. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Bai Jing was very understanding towards Zhang Qiji. This was how big families were. They competed for power internally, even in the Bai family. While old Master Bai's words carried the most weight, he couldn't suppress the dissatisfaction of others. As the legate entered the hotel, the atmosphere in the entire hotel suddenly became extremely strange. Old Master Bai and Zhang Qiji's father's expressions were a little dark, especially Zhang Qiji's father. Seeing that the person behind the legate was the third young master of the Zhang family, he immediately understood what was going on. Old Master, I'm really sorry. Some internal matters in the Zhang family have not been handled properly. And it ended up like this. Zhang Qiji's father apologized to Old Master Bai. Old Master Bai said calmly, "It's fine. If some people want to jump around, let them. Moreover, the Zhang and Bai families have extraordinary status in Delta. The legate should come too, but no matter what, it was the Zhang family's fault this time." Casting a shadow over this wedding, the atmosphere in the hotel was a little strange with the arrival of the legate. Some people were already murmuring. The matter between the legate and Bai Jing had already spread like wildfire. Initially, some people did not believe it, but now that the legate had arrived, they had no choice but to believe it. Such gossip was already a form of harm to the Zhang family and the Bai family. Zhang Qiji and his father, in particular, felt even more humiliated. However, since the legate was already here, it's not like they could just kick him out. For a moment, Zhang Qiji and his father were furious, but had nowhere to express it. The third young master of the Zhang family watched apathetically from the sidelines. He looked at the strange atmosphere in the hotel, and knew that this was the right move, even if the legate did not say anything. As long as the legate came, after this wedding, Zhang Qiji and his father would definitely become the laughingstock of the entire Delta City. At that time, what right would Zhang Qiji and his father have to take charge of the Zhang Corporation? Zhang Qiji, oh Zhang Qiji, you've always been a profligate heir. You relied on your father to marry the daughter of the Bai family. Do you really think you can hold on to your position? How naive. Let's see what you can do this time. After the wedding, you'll be the laughingstock of the entire Delta City. How can the Zhang family dare to hand the corporation over to you? The third young master of the Zhang family had planned for so long just to embarrass Zhang Qiji and his son today. From the looks of it, everything was going smoothly. Zhang Qiji and his father would not be pleased for long. At this moment, no matter what method they used, no matter who came, it would be useless. Zhang Qiji and his son were fated to become the laughingstock of the entire city. Those who supported the third young master of the Zhang family were naturally very excited. After today, the Zhang family would undergo a major upheaval. This is Huaishan Hotel. In the airship, Lin Feng could already see the Huaishan Hotel in the distance. There was even a couple welcoming the guests below. It's really Zhang Qiji. He's changed quite a bit. He's much more mature now. Lin Feng also saw Zhang Qiji. He had changed greatly from his juvenile demeanor back then. In terms of change, who can change as much as you? Chen held Lin Feng's hand and said with a smile. In terms of change, no one had changed as much as Lin Feng. It had only been a year or two since he's gone from an ordinary martial artist to a sage. This was simply a legend. Swoosh! The airship stopped steadily in the sky above the Huaishan Hotel and slowly landed on the ground in front of the hotel. Immediately, everyone was attracted by the dazzling private airship. Chapter 300 The Shock of the Guests. Chapter 300 The Shock of the Guests. Who's here to congratulate us? A distinguished guest of the Zhang family or the Bai family? All the distinguished guests of the Zhang family are already here. On the other hand, I heard that the Bai family has close ties to the military. Could they be from the military? Such a private airship appears to be the latest model of deep blue. Ordinary people can't buy it at all. The person who came must be of a distinguished status. As the airship gradually landed in front of the hotel, everyone's gaze was focused on it. Bai Jing and Zhang Qiji were also curious. Who could it be? Crunch. The cabin door of the airship opened, and two figures flew out of it. Chen held Lin Feng's hand and slowly landed on the ground. Zhang Qiji, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Lin Feng looked at Zhang Qiji's dumbfounded expression and smiled. He was the first to greet Zhang Qiji. How could Zhang Qiji not know Lin Feng? He was all too familiar with him. Not only Zhang Qiji, but some of the other guests at the entrance of the hotel also had their mouths agape, looking stunned. Why would Lin Feng, the 10th sage of humanity, appear here? Sage Lin Feng. Zhang Qiji went forward excitedly to welcome Lin Feng, but Lin Feng shook his head and said, Qiji, that's not how you called me in the past. Bro brother Feng. Zhang Qiji's face was flushed. In the past, When he was in the Myriad Academy, he had always called him Brother Feng, but now, Brother Feng's status and identity were completely different. He was the 10th sage of humanity. The moment he opened his mouth, his mere form of address made everyone gasp. Brother Feng. So Zhang Qiji had such a close relationship with Sage Lin Feng, and they had wanted to see Zhang Qiji and his son make a fool of themselves previously. They must have lost their minds. Hence, many people felt that something was amiss and hurriedly ran into the hotel. What a joke! A renowned sage had arrived. Were they supposed to just wait inside without regard? Lin Feng led Chen step by step to Zhang Qiji and Beijing. Chen was also dressed to the nines today. She did not want to embarrass Lin Feng. Hence, in her luxurious attire and with Chen's beautiful appearance, she surpassed Beijing in terms of both bearing and beauty. However, Beijing wasn't displeased at all. From the looks of it, Lin Feng and Chen must have a close relationship. She might even be Lin Feng's wife, the wife of a sage. Just this title alone made her lose all desire for comparison. Brother Feng, you really came? Why didn't you inform me? Zhang Qiji was so excited that he was incoherent. At this moment, he did not even need to look at the expressions of the others to know what they were thinking. All his previous aggravation, grievance, and anger were swept away. Compared to Lin Feng, these were nothing. Qiji, I didn't expect you to be so fast. You really married Miss Beijing. Miss Beijing, you'll have to discipline Qiji properly in the future. I reckon only you can handle Qiji, Lin Feng said jokingly. In the past, in Myriad Academy, Zhang Qiji followed Lin Feng around every day like a lackey. Hence, Lin Feng also knew Zhang Qiji's personality. He was pretty much a playboy who'd feel like something was lacking if he did not go out to have fun for a day. He didn't expect Zhang Qiji to be able to succeed in pursuing Beijing. From the looks of it, Beijing had also subdued Zhang Qiji. Lin Feng was genuinely happy for them. Brother Feng, please come in. Zhang Qiji scratched his head. He realized that apart from the fact that Lin Feng's gaze was deeper and his aura was different, he was still the same Brother Feng from before. By the way, I still haven't passed you your gift. Lin Feng glanced at Chen, who took out an exquisite box. She smiled at Beijing and said, we wish you a happy marriage. This is a small token from Lin Feng and me. Beijing hurriedly took the box. When she opened it, there was an emerald gem inside. However, it looked a little different from ordinary gems. There was a hint of warmth in her hand. Lin Feng smiled and said, if you wear this gem over time, it can slowly improve your physique and protect you from many ailments. Zhang Qiji and Beijing loved it. Although they didn't know the price, they knew that it was too valuable. This gem was indeed very valuable. Lin Feng had bought it from the Martial Domain Network's online shop. It was discovered in the body of a demon general killed by a divine realm martial artist. The cost was as high as 50 merit value. Although this gem was somewhat miraculous and could slowly improve one's physique, its efficiency was too slow. Moreover, it could only improve one's physique. Many martial artists above the metamorphic realm were unwilling to pay such a huge price to purchase it. Lin Feng felt that this gem was very beautiful and suitable for ordinary people. Hence, he bought it as a wedding gift for Zhang Qiji and Beijing. It's for you. So just take it. A few dozen merit value was nothing much to Lin Feng. Hence, Zhang Qiji personally led the way and brought Lin Feng and Chen into the hotel. At this moment, the third young master of the Zhang family was tasting red wine with a satisfied expression on his face. He was chatting and laughing with the legate in a low voice. There was also a wave of compliments around. Everyone knew that Zhang Qiji and his father were finished. In the future, the ones in charge of the Zhang family would definitely be the third young master and his father. At this moment, there was a commotion outside, accompanied by faint exclamations. What happened? The third young master of the Zhang family's expression darkened. Third young master. A distinguished guest seems to have arrived. Distinguished guest, are they from the Bai family or the Zhang family? I'm not sure. But Zhang Qiji's father has already stood up to welcome him. He should be a distinguished guest of the Zhang family. All the distinguished guests of the Zhang family have arrived. How can there be any distinguished guests of the Zhang family that I don't know about? Could they be a distinguished guest from the Zhang family's business world? The third young master of the Zhang family racked his brains. But he could not think of any other distinguished guests for the Zhang family who could make even Zhang Qiji's father stand up to personally welcome. HMPH. They are just pretending to be mysterious. All the distinguished guests of the Zhang family are already here. I don't believe that Zhang Qiji and his father can invite any other important distinguished guest. The third young master of the Zhang family sneered. He did not believe that Zhang Qiji and his father could have any other distinguished guest at all. Even if there were another distinguished guest, could it possibly allow Zhang Qiji and his father to turn the situation around? That was completely impossible. As long as he had the legate, no matter how Zhang Qiji and his father struggled, it would be useless. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Zhang Qiji personally led the way. Behind him was a man and a woman. They were both dressed in formal clothes and had extraordinary bearing. As the lights in the hotel were a little dim, and the environment was rather noisy, the third young master of the Zhang family could not see the appearance of the honored guest for a moment. But he felt that he looked very familiar. Who is it? The third young master of the Zhang family frowned. Swoosh! Suddenly, the legate, who had been silent and indifferent beside the third young master of the Zhang family, had a look of shock on his face. He stood up almost immediately and walked straight towards the distinguished guest. I am Legate Mo Lai of Delta City, from Myriad Academy. Greetings, Sage Lin Feng. Legate Mo Lai bowed respectfully to Lin Feng, his entire being filled with excitement. Sage Lin Feng. Hearing Legate Mo Lai's voice, the expression of the third young master of the Zhang family suddenly froze. The red wine glass in his hand immediately slipped to the ground and shattered. Chapter 301 The Influence of a Sage. Chapter 301 The Influence of a Sage. Swoosh! Everyone was shocked. Even the atmosphere in the entire hotel became heated. It's a sage. Why would a sage come? However, when they saw the young distinguished guest led by Zhang Qiji, they all simmered with excitement. It's Sage Lin Feng, the 10th sage of humanity. There had been overwhelming publicity about Lin Feng's deeds only some time ago. Almost everyone knew about it. Hence, when they saw Lin Feng arrive, they were certain that a sage had really arrived. Were Sage Lin Feng and Zhang Qiji so close? Seeing Zhang Qiji call him Brother Feng, everyone was dumbfounded. Some mindful people even knew that Zhang Qiji and the Zhang family were going to rise to the top. There was no need for Lin Feng to say anything. Just Lin Feng's act of personally attending Zhang Qiji's wedding was enough. The Zhang and Bai families looked at each other in dismay. Those who had opposed the marriage between Zhang Qiji and Bai Jing were all dumbfounded. But soon, they became excited. That was Sage Lin Feng, a great sage who stood at the peak of humanity. Moreover, he was related to their Zhang family. Even a little relation was nothing to sneeze at. How formidable was the influence of a sage? Who'd have thought that Zhang Qiji could be so close to Sage Lin Feng? Lin Feng even specially came to congratulate Zhang Qiji. This is simply a blessing for our Zhang family. I've long heard that Sage Lin Feng came from the Myriad Academy. Didn't it happen around the same time Zhang Qiji entered the Myriad Academy? It's really possible that they met inside and became friends. Alas, Qiji is really something. He's so close to Sage Lin Feng. Why didn't he say anything if we had known about this relationship sooner? So what if we offended the legate? The Zhang family has nothing to fear. That's not what you said previously. If Zhang Qiji takes the initiative to say that he's related to Sage Lin Feng, you'd probably think that Zhang Qiji is crazy. Right. The Zhang family was a little embarrassed. But this did not affect their excitement. No matter how disappointed they were with Zhang Qiji before, Zhang Qiji was still a member of the Zhang family. Moreover, it was very likely that he would take over the entire Zhang family. With this relationship with Sage Lin Feng on top, wouldn't the Zhang family rise rapidly in Delta and directly become one of the top wealthy families? Everyone in the Zhang family could benefit from this. Why would they not be supportive? I think the third young master of the Zhang family is very hostile towards Zhang Qiji. He should be transferred out of Delta City as soon as possible. That's right. I also think that we can't allow the family to turn against each other. We have to take precautions. We have to make a trade-off. The third young master of the Zhang family is so vile despite his youth. We can't allow the unity of our Zhang family to be destroyed for only his sake. Seeing the people who had supported the third young master of the Zhang family turn their backs on him one after another, the third young master's face was ashen. But there was not a single trace of anger. He knew that as soon as Sage Lin Feng arrived today, he had lost. He had lost completely, without any capability to resist. Even the legate he had invited had already taken the initiative to welcome Sage Lin Feng. And with such a humble attitude too. This was not just the case for the Zhang family, but also the Bai family. Previously, they had thought that old Master Bai was too stubborn, and Bai Jing was too foolish. But now that they saw Zhang Qiji leading Sage Lin Feng into the hotel in high spirits, their attitudes immediately made a turnabout. Old Master is the one with good judgment. The older, the wiser. Of course. Otherwise, how could Old Master build such a huge business from scratch? Bai Jing has acute judgment too. Zhang Qiji is a talented man, and the redemption of a prodigal son is invaluable. Moreover, Zhang Qiji has such a relationship with Sage Lin Feng. As long as Zhang Qiji is still alive, the Zhang family will be one of the top families in Delta. In the future, even if our Bai family doesn't work with the military anymore, we can still live affluently. We were really too foolish. We actually urged Bai Jing to break up with Zhang Qiji. That was really luckily. Bai Jing persevered. Compared to Zhang Qiji, even the legate is nothing. When these words of the Bai family reached Old Master Bai's ears, he could only shake his head helplessly. How could he expect these people to take over the Bai family's assets? Had rather donate all of Bai family's assets. However, Old Master Bai was also very gratified. The reason he agreed to Zhang Qiji being with Bai Jing was that he was touched by Zhang Qiji's sincerity. He was very good at reading people. Zhang Qiji had really turned over a new leaf. As for the objections of the others, he paid no heed to them at all. As an ambitious and driven person who had built his business empire from scratch, Old Master Bai hardly lacked the decisiveness for it. However, Old Master Bai had indeed been under a lot of pressure previously. Now that Zhang Qiji was able to counterattack in silence those who had made thoughtless remarks before, Old Master Bai was very gratified as well. Lin Feng came to Old Master Bai's table. There were originally others, but they all left of their own initiative, leaving only Old Master Bai and Zhang Qiji's father. Old Master Bai, do you still remember me? Lin Feng asked with a smile. I do. Sage Lin Feng. Back then, you accepted the Academy's mission to protect the Bai family. In the end, it was you who killed Long, wiping and saved the Bai family. Old Master has a good memory. Zhang Qiji's father did not know that Lin Feng had such a relationship with the Bai family. However, compared to Old Master Bai, he was much more nervous in front of Lin Feng. After all, the Lin Feng in front of him was already a sage. He knew better than anyone the weight of a prestigious sage. Apart from people who were especially familiar with Lin Feng, or true ambitious and powerful people like Old Master Bai, who could talk and laugh with Lin Feng so casually. Sage Lin Feng, you've really given Qiji and Bai Jing a lot of face by coming all the way here to attend Zhang Qiji and Bai Jing's wedding. Old Master Bai's tone was a little emotional. Although he had also thought that Lin Feng was quite impressive back then, the most he had thought was that Lin Feng could break the genetic lock. Who knew that Lin Feng could reach his current level in just a year or two? Old Master. Speaking of which, I still owe Qiji a favor. He'll naturally come for a major event like his wedding. Lin Feng looked around. Actually, he had felt that the atmosphere in the hotel was a little off just now. However, he did not ask Zhang Qiji, because it was meaningless. The moment he came here and expressed his closeness to Zhang Qiji, Whatever trouble Zhang Qiji had faced would likely be resolved. This was the influence of a sage. Since he owed Zhang Qiji a favor back then, Lin Feng did not mind helping Zhang Qiji out. Moreover, doing this favor was very easy for Lin Feng. Chapter 302 Opportunity. Chapter 302 Opportunity. The wedding was very lively. The guests and hosts were all happy, especially with Lin Feng around. The wedding could be said to be an unprecedented success. During this period, some of the upper echelons of Delta City and even the upper echelons of the Myriad Academy also arrived, even though they had not received invitations from the Zhang and Bai families. They all offered generous gifts. The most important reason was that they were here to visit Lin Feng. After all, the arrival of a sage was a major event. If they did not come, it would be impolite. After the wedding, Lin Feng also stayed in the Zhang family and caught up with Zhang Qiji. Qiji, I heard that you've already dropped out of the Myriad Academy. Lin Feng and Chen came to Zhang Qiji's garden and chatted with Zhang Qiji and Bai Jing like old friends. Previously, Zhang Qiji was still a little nervous, but now, he had completely relaxed. Brother Feng, you also know that I don't have much talent. If I continue to stay in the Myriad Academy, it'd just be for the sake of a graduation certificate. What's the point of that? I might as well drop out of school early and come back to help my father manage the corporation. Lin Feng glanced at Bai Jing and teased. It's for Bai Jing. Right, I know you well. It's rare for you to be so responsible. Heh. Brother Feng knows me best. In the past, I was unrestrained and did whatever I wanted. Even my father couldn't control me. However, since I've decided to be with Jingjing, I naturally have to make plans for Jingjing's future. I'm just a profligate who only runs the entire family corporation thanks to my family and father. So this is all I can do. Zhang Qiji and Bai Jing looked at each other and smiled. They were both content, but also a little helpless. What else could Zhang Qiji do if he didn't take over the family business? Qiji, have you ever thought of leaving? It's very easy to take over the family business, but there are also many restrictions at the same time. At least today, I could sense that your family isn't exactly harmonious. Lin Feng had attended today's wedding. How could anything be hidden from him? I can't hide anything from Brother Feng. I'm just an ignorant and incompetent profligate son, who has no talent in martial arts either. What else can I do besides taking over the family business? Zhang Qiji also laughed self-deprecatingly, sounding very helpless. No, Qiji, I have an opportunity here. You might be profligate and lacked talent in martial arts in the past, but things are different now. Back then, I said that I owed you a favor. Today, I'll give you an opportunity. Join the League of Guardians and help me manage the hundreds of thousands of members of the League of Guardians. You and Bai Jing can come together. Once you achieve results in the future, this will be much more promising for you than the business in your Zhang family. Originally, Lin Feng had not intended to ask Zhang Qiji to manage the League of Guardians' unofficial members. After all, although they were unofficial members, there were many of them, including some very outstanding martial artists or other elites. If Zhang Qiji was still the same profligate playboy from before, Lin Feng would not have considered it at all. However, after meeting Zhang Qiji in person, he realized that Zhang Qiji had changed. He was no longer the playboy from before. Instead, he had become more mature and responsible. Lin Feng could not help but sigh. Love could really change a person, and change them so completely. Hence, Lin Feng decided to give Zhang Qiji a chance. It could also be considered repayment for the favor back then. Compared to the Zhang family's family business, even if the Zhang family's family business was 100 times larger, it would definitely be far inferior to managing the unofficial members of the League of Guardians. If the League of Guardians continued to develop in the future, the scale of the 5 major factions was a good indicator. All those people who managed the unofficial members of the 5 major factions had a status comparable to the head of a government. Their sublime status was comparable to 5-star generals in the military. This was both an opportunity and a challenge. I do it? Zhang Qiji's eyes also widened in excitement. How could he not know that the League of Guardians, after its recent extensive publicity, this was a faction established by Lin Feng? Some people even said that it was the sixth major faction. Considering the 5 major factions at the height of their power, if the League of Guardians grew stronger in the future and truly became the 6th major faction, how illustrious would it be to be able to manage its unofficial members? Yang Qiji had never expected that Lin Feng would be willing to give him such a chance. Of course you can, even if you can't do it now. You can do it in the future. Moreover, although your talent in martial arts is lacking, it's still possible to make up for it. If you're lucky, you can still break the genetic lock. You can consider things carefully and answer me after thinking it through. There's no need to consider it. We're willing to go. Bai Jing couldn't wait any longer and spoke first. That's right. We're willing to go. Yang Qiji grimaced as Bai Jing gave him a pinch. However, he also knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and hurriedly nodded. Of course Bai Jing knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The family business was nothing much. Moreover, even if he took over the family business, he could only do so within the family's framework. No matter how well it developed, it still belonged to the family. However, if they could join the League of Guardians, they would be able to make their own outstanding achievements in the future. The two were not comparable at all. Moreover, she believed that both the Zhang family and the Bai family would definitely support them in joining the League of Guardians. All right, it's settled then. You can make arrangements at home first. You'll leave tomorrow. When the time comes, you can take the airship to the League of Guardians headquarters directly. I'll arrange for someone to receive you. You're leaving so soon? Yang Qiji was slightly stunned. That's right. I have to visit home sometime. Chen and I should settle down too. Lin Feng glanced at Chen beside him, and a smile appeared on his lips as well. Brother Feng, sister-in-law, congratulations. Yang Qiji was not an idiot. He naturally knew what was going on, so he smiled and congratulated Lin Feng. The next day, Lin Feng bade farewell to Yang Qiji and took the airship to Central Sea City. Although a sage had appeared in the Lin family of Central Sea City, the Lin family still lived in their original villa area. Due to the Lin family, the security measures in the villa area were greatly enhanced. The law enforcement team of Central Sea City had specially arranged a few metamorphic realm martial artists to protect them in secret. After all, nothing must happen to the Lin family. Otherwise, if an accident befell the family of a distinguished sage, the entire law enforcement team in Central Sea City would be accountable. However, even the Lin family themselves did not know about this. Buzz! Suddenly, an airship flew over from the distant horizon and headed straight for the depths of the villa. An airship is breaking into the villa. The metamorphic realm martial artists protecting the Lin family in secret immediately became nervous. Don't worry. If I saw right, Sage Lin Feng has returned. One of the law enforcement team members had seen Lin Feng's airship last time, so he recognized it at a glance. Sage Lin Feng is back. Let's inform Lord Legate. The few metamorphic realm martial artists slowly concealed themselves again. Chapter 303 Chen returned home. Chapter 303 Chen returned home. Crunch. The cabin door in the airship opened. Lin Feng held Chen and slowly flew to the ground. However, his gave a seemingly inadvertent glance in the direction of the few hidden metamorphic realm martial artists nearby just now. Members of the law enforcement team, how thoughtful. Lin Feng nodded with inward approval. Now that he had the combat power of a sage, his own safety was already guaranteed. What he was most worried about was the safety of his family. The law enforcement team of Central Sea City had taken the initiative to send people to protect his family. Lin Feng would remember this. The commotion of the airship was huge. Mr. and Mrs. Lin both noticed it. Lin Qian also hurriedly ran out. When she saw Lin Feng and Chen, Lin Qian's eyes widened. Third brother. Sister Chen. You guys. Chen's face was slightly red, but she still said generously, Uncle. Auntie. Good. Good. You're Chen. Right, I've heard King Qian mention you before. You're a nice girl. I had thought that you might not have chance to get together despite your mutual feelings. But I didn't expect you to get together again. Come in quickly, Mrs. Lin said kindly. She grabbed Chen's hand and left Lin Feng aside. Lin Feng shook his head and followed after into the mansion. Dad. Mom. I'd like to get engaged to Chen first. Lin Feng also stated his decision. Mr. and Mrs. Lin looked at each other. Their eyes filled with joy. They were quite happy with Chen. She was gentle, virtuous, and had a nice personality. In addition, she had known Lin Feng for a long time. As for her family background, the Lin family actually did not think much of it. How could any background surpass Lin Feng, who was a sage? Hence, no matter how powerful their background was, it was pointless for Lin Feng. Then, their personality would be very important. As long as Lin Feng was happy, they would fully support him. Mrs. Lin asked Chen about her well-being as if she was looking at her daughter. She also asked about Chen's family situation. Indirectly, Lin Qian chatted with Chen in a low voice. From time to time, she would steal a glance at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, on the other hand, discussed some family matters with his father. Dad, is everything going well in the Lin Corporation? It's doing fine. Ever since you became a sage, the Lin Corporation didn't even need to work hard to operate anymore. All the financial groups and companies are eager to offer benefits. Your big brother complains every day about how he has no sense of accomplishment. Now, although Mr. Lin kept shaking his head, he still sounded very happy. After all, no one was a masochist. If the company were to develop, normally, a lot more effort would be necessary. This situation was naturally ideal. You've already decided to be with this girl. I've decided. I'm going to hold an engagement ceremony first. That's fine. Although your status is very prestigious now, don't let the girl down. I heard from Lin Qian that the girl has been in love with you for many years. Lin Feng was a little embarrassed. Lin Qian was such a tattletale. They took a meal at home. The family got on harmoniously. Chen also behaved very well. And Mrs. Lin took a great liking to her. During this period, Lin Feng mentioned the safety issue again. Originally, he wanted his family to move to the League of Guardians. Sooner or later, a prosperous urban agglomeration would form around the League of Guardians headquarters. However, Mr. and Mrs. Lin rejected him without even thinking. Central Sea was their origin, and it was also the place they had fought all their lives. Even if Lin Feng had become a sage and they no longer had worries, they did not want to give up on their origin. Seeing that his parents were very persistent, Lin Feng did not bring up the matter of relocating parents again. However, safety was a very important issue. Later, Lin Feng planned to send some armed robots over to protect his family. He could not just rely on those members of the law enforcement team. Uncle, Auntie, I'd like to return home to discuss the engagement with my parents first. In the afternoon, Chen bade farewell to the Lin family. Mr. Lin nodded and said, "This is a major matter, and you should indeed inform your parents first." Fenger, send Chen off. Lin Feng sent Chen off. Lin Feng originally wanted to accompany Chen back personally, but Chen refused. "He'll go back today. You can come back tomorrow after I've discussed things with my parents." With that, Chen insisted on leaving in the car alone. Lin Feng was a little stunned, but then he remembered that he would be proposing marriage to her tomorrow. He had to maintain the etiquette. Chen still had to discuss things with her parents when she got home. Hence, Lin Feng turned around and discussed with his parents about what gift he should bring to the family tomorrow. Chen's home was located in a small district at the east gate of Central Sea City. When she returned home, she saw her parents watching television. When they saw Chen, they were slightly stunned. "Shenchen, why are you back?" Mrs. Curly let Chen enter the house and observed her. "Shenchen, did something happen?" Mr. also frowned slightly. He valued his daughter very much. Chen had always been the pride of the family. "Dad, Mom, where's Big Brother?" "Your big brother is busy with the company matters." "Of course. Company." Chen was a little curious. The family only managed 3 or 4 factories. Although they had no worries for material needs, they were not extremely wealthy. As Chen's brother grew up and familiarized with the business of the factories, Chen's father simply handed over the family's factories to Chen's brother. However, the family only had factories. When was there a company? Chen, you might not know this, but in the past year, your brother has developed the factories very well. He has already opened 3 more factories in succession, and the scale has doubled. He has already established a company. Big brother is really quite capable. Chen smiled. In the family, be it her eldest brother or her parents, they all doted on her. By the way, Chen, you haven't told me what happened. You were doing well in the Polar Academy. Why did you suddenly come back? Chen shook her head and said, Dad, Mom, don't worry. Nothing happened to me. Let's ask Big Brother to come back. I have something to tell you. Something major, all right. He'll get Fan to come back first. About an hour later, a young man returned. He had a somewhat similar appearance to Mr. Chen. Why didn't you inform us in advance that you're coming back? Big Brother, you're so busy. I didn't want to distract you. What are you talking about? Your big brother. It's just as well that you're back. I was about to inform you to come back too. This is good timing. Fan's words puzzled Chen. Big Brother, why are you looking for me? There's good news. Wonderful news. You haven't got a boyfriend in the Polar Academy yet. Have you? Let me tell you. I know a very outstanding young man called Lei Shang. He's 2 years older than you, but he's already a student of the Sanctuary Academy at a young age. Moreover, he just broke the genetic lock. The Lei family has 2 metamorphic realm martial artists, and one of them is said to be not far from the divine realm. I was lucky enough to get acquainted with Lei Shang by chance. Originally, with his qualifications, he could pursue any girl in the Sanctuary Academy. However, after he saw your photo, he developed quite a lot of interest in you. Therefore, I wanted to ask you to come back and meet young Master Lei this time. You're both martial artists, so you should have a lot of common interests. Seeing how excited her big brother was, Chen waved her hand and shook her head. Wait, Big Brother, why didn't you ask me beforehand? I already have someone I like. Chapter 304 The Family's Decision. Chapter 304 The Family's Decision. You have someone you like. Fan and his parents looked at each other. Chen, when did you find someone you like? I asked you some time ago, but you said there's no one. Fan wondered if his sister was just being perfunctory. I have someone I like. That's what I wanted to tell you guys about when I came back this time. I'm going to get engaged to him. What engagement? Isn't it too fast? Chen, who is it? Don't let someone cheat you. Chen's parents immediately panicked. In their eyes, Chen was like their treasure. Ever since Chen entered the Polar Academy, the entire family was proud of her. Why was Chen suddenly going to get engaged to someone? Fan took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression, Chen, we're not forcing you to be with young Master Lei. Have we ever forced you to do anything since you were young? But aren't you being too willful by wanting to get engaged to someone without informing us? At least let us know something about him. That's right. Chen, when did you meet him? Mrs. gasped anxiously. Dad. Mom. I've known him for a long time. Back at Central C University. You've known him since Central C University. He's a classmate of yours from Central C University. Not Polar Academy. Yes. We've known each other since Central C University. It's just that some things happened later. I lost contact with him after I went to the Polar Academy. We only got back in touch some time ago. Fan continued to ask. Then he's about your age. A year older than me. What does his family do? They have a company in Central C City. Are there any inhuman experts among the elders of the family? Chen thought for a moment and replied, I don't think any of his elders are inhuman experts. His parents are only businessmen, and not martial artists. Fan understood now. The male classmate she met in Central C University was probably Chen's first love. Later, for some reason, they got back in touch. Fan had also experienced the beauty of first love. It was really unforgettable. However, how could someone from an ordinary family of merchants be worthy of Chen? In his opinion, or even the entire family's opinion, Chen would break the genetic lock sooner or later, and become an inhuman expert. He would never allow his sister to be held back by someone like this. However, he also knew that he could not force this matter. Otherwise, with his sister's temper, she might very well do something irrational. Chen, I know that you can't bear to part with that relationship, but feelings are feelings, and marriage is marriage. There's a difference between the two. I think you should calm down for a while, and find a time to ask that person to come over. You'll talk with him properly. I won't interfere with your relationship, but you are both young. Some things aren't as simple as they seem. Big brother, you want to talk with him? Chen's expression became a little strange. Why can't I as your big brother? Can't I talk to him? Not to mention that he hasn't become the son-in-law of our family yet. Even if the two of you get married in the future, he still has to call me big brother. Seeing Fan's confident and determined expression, Chen really did not know how to bring up certain things. If she said that the person she was engaged to was a sage, her family would probably think that she had gone crazy, or was looking for an excuse to brush them off. Seeing that Chen's attitude seemed to have softened, Fan struck while the iron was hot and continued. Chen, how can big brother possibly harm you? Why don't you meet young Master Lei tomorrow? I won't lie to you. Young Master Lei is gentlemanly, polite, and easygoing. Even if you don't get together, you can still be friends. Young Master Lei will never force you to do anything, even if he wants to. Our family won't let him. That's right. That's right. Chen, why don't you meet young Master Lei first? I've also heard from your big brother that young Master Lei has a very easygoing personality. Unlike those profligate heirs of large families, he's completely different. You're both martial artists. In the future, when you marry, he can also help you advance further in martial arts. Mr. also persuaded. Dad, Mom, I have someone I like. I want meet young Master Lei. There's no need to talk about this anymore. You'll go and rest first. With that, Chen turned around and returned to her room. In the hall, Mr. and Mrs. were both a little worried. They really could not bear to see their daughter upset. Fan, Chen is so determined. You also know Chen's temper. She won't change her mind after she's decided on something. I think we should forget it. No matter how outstanding young Master Lei is, if Chen doesn't like him, there's no helping it. That's right. That's right. We can't upset Chen. Although our family isn't very wealthy, we don't need to rely on our daughter to earn a fortune. Seeing that Mr. and Mrs. Qu's attitudes were somewhat swayed, Fan hurriedly said, Dad, Mom, what are you thinking? Am I someone who relies on my sister to earn a fortune? I'm doing this for her own good. She only remembers the beauty of her first love. But marriage is a different matter. I just want her to make a comparison and have a clear understanding. You'll get young Master Lei to meet Chen and chat with her tomorrow. With young Master Lei's demeanor and outstanding talent, I don't believe my sister won't like him. I've seen only too many descendants of big families, but I've never seen anyone as outstanding as young Master Lei. I think young Master Lei can really be considered outstanding among the younger generation. In the Sanctuary Academy, there are countless girls who are secretly fond of him, but they only have feelings for our Chen. This also proves that our Chen is an outstanding girl. If such an outstanding and good girl marries into a family of businessmen, even if they have some money, what can it do? Wouldn't that drag down Chen's future prospects? Chen's parents were also convinced. That's right. Businessmen were rich. But no matter how rich they were, what did it have to do with Chen's martial arts? The Lei family was a martial family. The elders in the family were martial arts experts. Even Lei Sheng himself was very outstanding and had broken the genetic lock. He was also so gentle and had a very humble personality. Where else could one find such an outstanding man? If the family really married the Lei family, It would actually be considered a social climb. If Chen could be with young Master Lei, the help she would receive in martial arts would far exceed that of any ordinary businessman. Although Fan had some selfish motives, he was still considering things for Chen overall. Alright, you can ask young Master Lei to come tomorrow. If Chen really doesn't like him, don't force things. Mr. K made the final decision. Alright, he'll contact young Master Lei now, Dad. Mom, don't worry. Young Master Lei is gentlemanly and is outstanding among the youths. I think few youths are as outstanding as young Master Lei in the entire Central Sea City. As long as sister has a good impression of him, it'll be fine. Relationships have to be nurtured slowly. Fan immediately got up to contact young Master Lei. He believed that as long as Chen saw young Master Lei, she would definitely have a good impression of him. As for the first love Chen wanted to be engaged to, he was not even interested in asking. Chapter 305 I'm not late. I'm I. Chapter 305 I'm not late. I'm I. Chen returned to her room and dialed Lin Feng's communicator immediately. Chen, how's the discussion going? Lin Feng asked eagerly on the other end of the communicator. Chen opened her mouth. She did not know what to say. In the end, she sighed and told him everything. However, Lin Feng did not show any displeasure like she had imagined. Instead, he laughed out loud. Lin Feng, aren't you upset my family insisted on making me meet that young Master Lei? How can you still laugh? Chen, I'm not upset. What's wrong with that? According to what your brother had said, that young Master Lei should be a very outstanding and talented young man. If he's interested in you just by looking at your photo, I'd be glad. It means I have good taste. You. Chen smiled as well, but she could also tell that the reason Lin Feng did not mind it was that he had a lot of confidence. And strong reasons for his confidence. Fighting for a woman with a sage. Even Chen felt pity for that young Master Lei. Alright, Chen, I won't make jokes anymore. I'll go to your place tomorrow, since it's not convenient for you to tell them. I'll tell them, on your behalf. As for that young Master Lei, let's give him some surprises too, Lin Feng said with a smile. He did not have any thoughts of flying into a rage. Chen was a genius student of the Polar Academy. It was very normal for her family to arrange an outstanding martial artist for her. Unfortunately, he had met Lin Feng. This young Master Lei was destined to suffer some shock. It might also be considered a small lesson. The next day, the family got up early in the morning. Fan did not even go to the company. Fan's parents were all dressed to the nines in order to welcome young Master Lei. They did not want to leave a bad impression on young Master Lei, who came from a prestigious family. After all, this was for Chen's future happiness. They could not afford to be careless. Dad, Mom, he might come today. Chen informed her parents and big brother early in the morning. Of course, Fan knew who he was referring to. An odd glint flashed across his eyes, but he did not stop her. Instead, he nodded and said, "It's good to let him come and take a look. We'll take the opportunity to take a look as well. However, Chen, since we've agreed to let him come, you also have to promise that when young Master Lei comes later, you won't lose your temper and won't deliberately embarrass young Master Lei. What, you asked Lei Sheng to come too? Didn't I tell you that I won't meet him? No, I won't meet him." Chen was very shocked. She had already found it strange that her parents woke up so early in the morning and her big brother did not even go to the company. It turned out that they were here to welcome young Master Lei. She did not want Lin Feng to meet Lei Sheng. Perhaps Lin Feng would not mind, but she would feel bad about it. Chen, it's decided. Young Master Lei is almost here. We won't embarrass the person you mentioned. And we hope you won't embarrass our family either. At least be courteous. We promise you that we won't force you. With that, Fan stood up and looked out the window. He's here. Young Master Lei is here. Everyone hurriedly came to the window and realized that a row of luxurious cars had already stopped in the district downstairs. A handsome young man with a sunny bearing walked out. He was Lei Sheng, the eldest son of the Lei family. At this moment, the eldest son of the Lei family also lifted his head and glanced upstairs. There was always a faint smile on his face like a spring breeze, and he appeared very amiable. As the eldest son of the Lei family, he had never been overbearing, nor did he put on airs. He did not even look like a profligate son of a wealthy family at all. Instead, he was very hardworking. After entering the Sanctuary Academy, he had broken the genetic lock in just a few years and was currently undergoing metamorphosis. In the Sanctuary Academy, countless girls liked him, but he dismissed them. His standards were very high. The partner he wanted must be as outstanding as himself. However, when he saw Kfan's photo of Chen, he felt as if his heart was touched for a moment. He asked Kfan carefully about Chen's situation, and his heart palpitated with want. Chen had actually passed the Polar Academy's assessment herself and become a student of the Polar Academy. The Polar Academy was very strict. Even though Lei Sheng had very high standards, he still admired geniuses with ordinary statuses who could pass the Polar Academy's assessment. Those were true geniuses. If nothing unexpected happened, such a genius would definitely be able to break the genetic lock. Hence, Lei Sheng did not hesitate to come personally. If the girls in the Sanctuary Academy knew about this, they would probably find it unbelievable. How could there be a girl who could attract young Master Lei so much? Kfan rushed downstairs to welcome Lei Sheng. Young Master Lei, please go up. My sister Chen is at home. However, there's a new situation. When my sister was in Central C University, she once fell in love with a classmate. Young Master Lei should know that this kind of relationship between students is very troublesome. Shenzhen is very stubborn and wants to get engaged to that man. And today, that man will come too. With that, Kfan glanced cautiously at Lei Sheng. Young Master Lei's expression remained unchanged. He only nodded slightly and said, "That's just as well. If he can come, we'll meet each other too." I believe Hell back off after realizing his disadvantage. Young Master Lei was brimming with confidence. He believed that no one his age could compare to him. Hence, Kfan went upstairs with Lei Sheng. The first thing young Master Lei saw when he entered the family was Chen. His eyes lit up. There was no one else around. Chen was even more beautiful than in the photo he had seen, and had an elegant aura on top of it. "Uncle, Auntie, hello, I'm Lei Sheng. Sorry for disturbing you." Lei Sheng was polite, but his gaze was fixed on Chen from time to time. His attitude was quite obvious. Kfan was overjoyed. It seemed like young Master Lei did have a good impression of his sister. Then, things would be easier from now on. "Chen, this is Lei Sheng. He's a genius from the Sanctuary Academy who just broke the genetic lock." Chen glanced at Lei Sheng. It had to be said that Lei Sheng's appearance was indeed very sunny. He had an amiable air and was also courteous. He was also a truly outstanding young man. However, there was no fluctuation in her heart. She only nodded slightly to pass as a greeting. Lei Sheng did not get mad. He smiled and said, "Sorry for disturbing you today. Chen, how far have you progressed in martial arts in the Polar Academy? I just broke the genetic lock. I should have some experience. Perhaps it will be of some use to you." Seeing that Chen was silent, Lei Sheng continued, "Actually, it's not difficult to break the genetic lock. I just broke the genetic lock as expected. Once I break the genetic lock, my physique will undergo a rapid metamorphosis. At this time, the faction that needs to be chosen is very important. This concerns the future cultivation of martial artists. After some thought, I think we should choose the League of Guardians, which has been in the limelight recently. Although it's a newly established faction, I think highly of its development potential. If we can join sooner, we might even be valued by Sage Linfeng." Hearing this, Chen's gaze became a little odd. "You want to join the League of Guardians?" Chen asked. "That's right. Is there a problem? You might not know much about the League of Guardians, but it's definitely the faction with the greatest potential for development. Sage Linfeng especially is really a legendary expert." Lei Sheng started talking incessantly about the advantages of the League of Guardians again. Seeing that Chen and Lei Sheng had a common topic of conversation and were getting along well, Fan nodded to himself. He had always believed that no one would dislike outstanding people. For an outstanding young man like young Master Lei, even if his sister had someone else in her heart, she would definitely have some feelings for him. If they nurtured it over time, the two of them would definitely get together. Lei Sheng was also very confident. He had profound knowledge and had considerable achievements in martial arts. When he joined the League of Guardians in the future, he believed that he could take another step forward. It was not impossible for him to become a divine realm martial artist in the future. How could he not be able to handle a woman then? Lei Sheng believed that no one would surpass him among his peers. Knock. Knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the family's door. He's here. Chen immediately stood up, her face filled with surprise and happiness. At that moment, even young Master Lei was slightly stunned by her appearance. It turned out that Chen was even more beautiful when she was smiling. Chen hurriedly went to open the door. As expected, Lin Feng was already standing outside. Chen, I'm not late. Am I? A strange half-smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Chapter 306 Engagement. Chapter 306 Engagement. Chen, who is it? Fan had already begun urging her in the room. Actually, he knew who it was. And so did young Master Lei. Young Master Lei also smiled. His expression did not change at all, as if he did not care who it was. Come in. Chen's expression was a little unnatural, but she finally heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, she really did not know how to face such a scene. Was she really going to fight with her parents? That was not the outcome Chen wanted to see either. Lin Feng walked in. He came alone. Initially, Mr. and Mrs. Lin wanted to come over, but Lin Feng stopped them. He did not mind the scene today, but it did not mean that his parents would not. This would avoid things being awkward when they met again. Seeing Chen bring Lin Feng in, Fan sized Lin Feng up a little. He found him a little familiar, but he did not think much of it. He just felt that Lin Feng's demeanor was decent, and his looks were quite compatible with his sister. Unfortunately, his family background was still slightly inferior to young Master Lei's. Moreover, he was not as outstanding as young Master Lei himself. Sister, aren't you going to introduce us? Fan said indifferently, without much hospitality towards Lin Feng. Swoosh! Young Master Lei had always been very calm and graceful, and almost had the air of someone who would remain calm even if a mountain collapsed before him. But now, young Master Lei suddenly stood up, his eyes wide in disbelief. His voice trembled as he said, Sage Lin Feng, you must be Lei Sheng, right? A genius from the Sanctuary Academy who just broke the genetic lock. Not bad. Lin Feng was like an elder giving guidance to a junior. But young Master Lei almost felt like crying. What was this? Chen's boyfriend was Sage Lin Feng. What was he actually doing? Confidently competing for a woman with a sage. At this thought, young Master Lei opened his mouth, but could not say anything. It's a sage. An actual sage. He had just fought with a sage for a woman. If news of this got out, he would have a hard time doing anything. In the Sanctuary Academy, if Lin Feng's temper was slightly worse, no one would say anything even if Lin Feng killed him directly. Seeing young Master Lei's dejected look, Fan was also stunned. Lin Feng, sage. Fan heard young Master Lei's words clearly. Looking at young Master Lei's dejected expression, he suddenly recalled the explosive news recently. It was about the deeds of the 10th sage of humanity, Lin Feng. He was just a minor businessman and did not pay much attention to it in the first place. He only remembered that the 10th sage seemed to be from Central Sea, and was relatively young. He did not pay much attention to the rest. Now that he thought about it, could the young man from Central Sea be the one in front of him? Was he his sister's boyfriend? Or even the son-in-law of the family in the future? For a moment, Fan was dumbfounded. Regret, excitement, and fear churned in his mind. What had he done? He had said so confidently that Lin Feng had no achievements and was not as outstanding as young Master Lei. It's really put him into a tough spot. At this thought, he looked at his sister. Chen, who had a blissful and shy expression, he regretted it from the bottom of his heart. Couldn't his sister have reminded him in advance what was the meaning of this setting her big brother up? Of course, Fan did not dare to blame his sister. He was the one who caused this matter. He had to explain it even if he must bite the bullet. Sage Lin Feng. Oui. Fan was eloquent in the business world and had a silver tongue. How else could he have gotten acquainted with young Master Lei? But now, he felt that he could not get a single sentence out. Young Master Lei hurriedly said, Sage Lin Feng, I'll take my leave first. At this point, Lei Sheng was simply asking for humiliation by staying here. Just as he was about to leave in a hurry, Lin Feng's voice came from behind. Just now, you said that you want to join the League of Guardians. That's good. If you are still interested in joining the League of Guardians, I'll approve it. Report to the League of Guardians headquarters at your convenience. Yes. Thank you. Lord Sage. Lei Sheng's entire body shook. But he was immediately overjoyed. He had originally planned to join the League of Guardians. Now that Sage Lin Feng had personally agreed, it will definitely be approved. However, he never expected that he would meet Sage Lin Feng, whom he had always viewed as his idol and goal, in such an awkward manner. After Lei Sheng left, the family also caught on to the situation. Mr. and Mrs. were both a little dumbfounded. Of course they knew what the status of sages was. There was no one among humanity who did not know. In the past, the 9 sages were the topmost authority, even more exalted than the leader of a country. If one had to make an analogy, the 9 sages would be the highest leaders in the world, whereas Lin Feng was the 10th sage. In their eyes, Lei Sheng was already out of their league, let alone a sage. They were also a little embarrassed by what had happened previously, but Sage Lin Feng clearly did not blame them, so they slowly relaxed. As for the matter between Lin Feng and Chen, they naturally agreed completely. Things proceeded logically after. The two parties agreed on the date of the engagement. According to Lin Feng, the engagement only had to be witnessed by the families of both parties. There was no need to make it too grand. They would only hold a grand wedding when they got married. Considering Lin Feng's identity, the family agreed. Hence, Lin Feng returned to Central Sea. The next day, the family personally came to visit and let Lin Feng and Chen hold the engagement ceremony, witnessed by their families. They agreed to hold the wedding in a year. Naturally, both parties were happy. After the engagement, Lin Feng was not in a hurry to return to the League of Guardians. Instead, he took the time to accompany his fiancée and family. Otherwise, when he returned to the League of Guardians and got busy, it might be very difficult for him to spend much time with his family. In the desolate outland, an oval-shaped region filled with strange rocks radiated outwards for hundreds of kilometers. This was one of the 4 forbidden places in the outland. The 18 grottos of Dragonhead. A huge rock towered over the ground, looking like a huge dragon's head, mysterious and ancient. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire ground seemed to be shaking. The huge rock that looked like a dragon's head was shaking violently, as if it was about to come alive. It's happening again. From afar, a figure suddenly flew over and looked down at the 18 grottos of Dragonhead. It was one of the 10 sages of humanity, the Invincible Fist Sage, Dean of the Myriad Academy. The Invincible Fist Sage's gaze was solemn. He guarded the outland for the main purpose of keeping an eye on the 18 grottos of Dragonhead. However, the tremors of the 18 grottos of Dragonhead had become more and more intense recently, giving him an ominous feeling. There are 2 demon emperors in the 18 grottos of Dragonhead. I can only deal with one at most. I can't let them charge out, or the consequences will be unthinkable. However, the forbidden places guarded by Sage Kang, Sage Yuan, and the others all seem to be showing signs of instability. No one can spare the time to help me. The Invincible Fist Sage frowned. If there were 2 sages, he could even try to enter the 18 grottos of Dragonhead to investigate. That's right. How could I have forgotten about him? Suddenly, the Invincible Fist Sage's brows relaxed. He seemed to have thought of something and looked enlightened. Chapter 307 The Invincible Fist Sage's Request for Aid. Chapter 307 The Invincible Fist Sage's Request for Aid. Lin Feng accompanied his fiancée and family at home. He lived very comfortably every day, and even put aside his cultivation. It was not that Lin Feng had really become lazy, or that he was beguiled by love, but that Lin Feng's mental guidance technique had already reached the 3rd level and met the requirements for 3 life transitions. However, Lin Feng had no clue at all about the 3rd life transition now. This was not something that could be attained just by cultivating diligently. According to Lombitham, no one could help with life transitions. He could only rely on himself. Lin Feng's natural talent was only average. He was able to undergo a 2nd life transition so quickly because of various opportunities and coincidences. His experience was even richer than that of some martial artists over hundreds of years, which was why he could undergo a 2nd life transition. As for the 3rd life transition, Lin Feng also did not know when he would be able to undergo the 3rd life transition if he cultivated step by step. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, Lin Feng's communicator rang. Lin Feng picked up his communicator and realized that it was the Invincible Fist Sage. This was really novel. Normally, sages would not contact each other unless there was something important. Dean, what's the matter? Lin Feng, he'll have to trouble you with something. I need your help regarding the 18 Grottos of Dragonhead. The 18 Grottos of Dragonhead is one of the 4 forbidden places. What's going on? Lin Feng had a shock. As a sage, he naturally knew many secrets. For example, the 4 forbidden places were places that even sages were fearful of. Demon emperors and other strange powers that threatened sages lay within. In fact, the 9 sages guarded the 4 forbidden places respectively. Something is indeed going on, so I need your help. You'll know the details when you come to the 18 Grottos of Dragonhead. Alright, you'll come as soon as possible. Lin Feng hung up. Something was going on at the 18 Grottos of Dragonhead. As a sage, he naturally had the duty to go. Moreover, the Invincible Fist Sage had personally contacted him. Lin Feng would not refuse. It seemed like his leisurely days were about to end. Chen, I have to deal with something. It might take a while. Are you staying in Central Sea or returning to the League of Guardians? Chen did not ask about the details. She knew that Lin Feng was a sage, and shoulders all the matters of humanity. Hence, she said, gently, he'll return to the League of Guardians and help you manage the matters in the League of Guardians. That's just as well. Zhang Qiji will be going to the League of Guardians soon. You can also help him. Hence, Lin Feng bade farewell to his family and took the airship. He first sent Chen back to the League of Guardians, and asked the Guardian to pay attention to protecting Chen and the League of Guardians headquarters. Then, Lin Feng boarded the airship and headed straight for the 18 Grottos of Dragonhead. Lin Feng's airship flew at the fastest speed possible to the coordinates of the Invincible Fist Sage, flying over barren expanses of the Outland. Although this place was very barren, it was actually the world of dire beasts. There were even flying dire beasts. A group of flying dire beasts attempted to intercept Lin Feng's airship, but they were all blasted apart by Lin Feng's tied combat body. Even so, Lin Feng encountered at least 10 waves of flying dire beasts along the way, and this was while flying in an airship. If he were using ground transportation tools, he would probably encounter more than merely 10 waves of dire beasts. Even hundreds of waves would come as no surprise. Only the 18 Grottos of Dragonhead could be considered the depths of the Outland. This was also Lin Feng's first time venturing so deep into the Outland. The dire beasts he saw were simply innumerable, dense, and infinite. Only then did he realize that this world was not actually the world of humans, but the world of dire beasts. How many dire beasts could he kill alone? 10,000 or 100,000? So what if they could kill millions or tens of millions of dire beasts? There were at least trillions of dire beasts in the entire Outland. They were innumerable, and impossible to annihilate completely. No wonder the 9 sages of humanity were all worried and not as optimistic as ordinary people. That was because the sages stood in high positions and saw afar. They naturally knew how fearsome the dire beasts were. Soon, Lin Feng saw a base up ahead. It was a magnificent base. Back then, it must have taken countless manpower and resources to build it in the depths of the outland. Even so, it was only due to a sage overseeing this base that it could survive. The grotto base. Lin Feng knew that this was the grotto base, guarded by the invincible fist sage. Its main goal was to keep an eye on the 18 grottos of Dragonhead. As the airship slowly descended, many martial artists came to welcome him. There were almost no metamorphic realm martial artists in the grotto base. They were all divine realm martial artists at the very least. All of them were elites among elites. In other places among humanity, they could all dominate an area each. They were all at least legates. Not to mention that there were meta-divine martial artists, and the invincible fist sage. Almost all the elites of the Myriad Academy were here. It was enough to show how much importance the invincible fist sage attached to the 18 grottos of Dragonhead. The airship landed, and the invincible fist sage personally came out to welcome him. Thud! The cabin door opened, and Lin Feng flew out. It's Sage Lin Feng. He's really so young. I've long heard that Sage Lin Feng is the most outstanding genius in the history of our Myriad Academy. The rumors are true. He's so young, only in his 20s. Back then, I thought that Dongfeng Sheng was the most outstanding genius. Now, it seems like Sage Lin Feng simply surpasses all geniuses. All the divine realm and meta-divine realm martial artists in the grotto base were very envious of Lin Feng. They had guarded the grotto base for so many years, but none of the meta-divine realm martial artists could undergo 4 life transitions to become a sage. Unexpectedly, their junior who had only stayed in the Myriad Academy for a short period of time became a sage at one go. However, no matter what, the martial artists in the grotto base felt natural affinity towards Lin Feng. The reason was very simple. Everyone knew that Lin Feng was from the Myriad Academy. Even if Lin Feng had established the League of Guardians, he definitely had close attachments to the Myriad Academy. Sage Lin Feng, you're finally here. The invincible fist sage came forward personally with a broad smile on his face. Dean, just call me Lin Feng. How dare I call myself a sage in front of you? Lin Feng was also very respectful towards the invincible fist sage. Haha, although I don't care about unnecessary etiquette, you're a sage. This is an indisputable fact. The invincible fist sage led Lin Feng into the reception hall of the base. Only the invincible fist sage and Lin Feng remained inside. Dean, you said that something is going on in the 18 grottos of Dragonhead. What exactly is it? Lin Feng did not beat around the bush and asked directly. There's indeed a problem. The 18 grottos of Dragonhead were quaking non-stop a few days ago, and the quaking became more and more frequent and intense. I have an ominous feeling about it. Hence, I plan to enter the 18 grottos of Dragonhead, personally to investigate the matter. In fact, if we join forces, we may be able to resolve the problem of the 18 grottos of Dragonhead once and for all. Chapter 308 A Huge Hole in One Punch. Chapter 308 A Huge Hole in One Punch. Odin wants to resolve the problem of the 18 grottos of Dragonhead once and for all. Lin Feng was a little surprised. He did not know much about the 4 forbidden places, but he knew that they had always existed, and the 9 sages of humanity could not do anything about them. Sage Lin Feng, out of the 4 forbidden places, the 18 grottos of Dragonhead is actually the weakest. There are at least 2 demon emperors in the 18 grottos of Dragonhead that we know of. I usually keep these 2 demon emperors occupied. They are indeed very strong when they join forces, but they prefer to stay in the 18 grottos of Dragonhead. When they occasionally leave the grottos, I would always impede them. Other than the 2 demon emperors, this 18 grottos of Dragonhead is also a very mysterious place. In the past, I had ventured deep into it alone, but after I sensed a strong threat and was harassed by the 2 demon emperors, I had no choice but to retreat. This time, things are different with you around. If we join forces, we might be able to kill the 2 demon emperors. Then, we can explore the 18 grottos of Dragonhead and resolve this forbidden place once and for all, eliminating it from the forbidden places. The more the invincible fist sage spoke, the more excited he became. It seemed like he had been waiting for this day for a long time. It was definitely not a spur-of-the-moment idea, but a plan. It was just that he was not strong enough, and the other 8 sages could not leave, so he could only delay it until now. Once the problem of the 18 grottos of Dragonhead was resolved, not only would it mean the removal of a forbidden place, it would also allow the invincible fist sage to spare the time to reinforce the other sages. Perhaps then, the stalemate of the outland the sages were guarding could be broken. At that time, humanity's situation would be much better than it was now. Dean, do you have a plan? Of course I do. I'm just waiting for your answer. All right. Ever since I've become a sage, I've enjoyed a lot of benefits, but I haven't made any contributions. This time, I'll accompany Dean to challenge the 18 grottos of Dragonhead. Lin Feng had nothing to hesitate about. He had not been a sage for long, so Sage Kang and the others were also deliberately giving Lin Feng some time to accompany his family. In reality, the 9 sages all had their own missions, and were all overseeing the outland. It was impossible for Lin Feng to keep enjoying such benefits without making any contributions. Sooner or later, Lin Feng would help the other sages and guard the outland together. He might as well help the invincible fist sage resolve the 18 grottos of Dragonhead first. Then, the situation for the entire human race would be greatly different. Perhaps in the future, if the sages worked together, they could resolve the problems of the other 3 forbidden places one by one. Dean, when are we leaving? I'll make some arrangements for the grotto base. We leave in an hour. Hence, Lin Feng waited quietly in the base, and learned some information about the 18 grottos of Dragonhead in the meantime. About an hour later, the invincible fist sage found Lin Feng. The arrangements are done. Sage Lin Feng, I have to make things clear first. A forbidden place is dangerous. Even I'm not too confident. It's filled with too many unknowns. Do you want to contact your family first? The invincible fist sage's expression was very solemn. Although sages were already the top experts among humans and were almost invincible, the true rulers of the vast world were dire beasts. Moreover, there were some ancient and mysterious civilizations that might very well contain some terrible methods that could kill sages. For example, the 4 forbidden places were places that the sages believed might threaten sages. The invincible fist sage's warning was not unnecessary. No need. I've already made arrangements before coming. Moreover, even if there's really danger, it won't be that easy to kill me. Although the forbidden place was very dangerous, Lin Feng was still very confident. Haha. That's right. As sages, we shouldn't be so reluctant to act. Sage Kang didn't want me to take the risk in the past because he was worried that I'm alone. However, we are respected sages. If we are so reluctant to act, how can we improve our martial arts? Let's go. We'll go to the 18 grottos of Dragonhead right now. The invincible fist sage flew out of the base directly, and Lin Feng followed closely behind. About an hour later, Lin Feng saw that the ground ahead of him was filled with strange rocks. The surroundings were barren, and there was nothing but rocks. Moreover, the ground seemed to be shaking slightly, as if there was an earthquake. Further away, there was a huge rock that looked like a huge dragon's head. This is the 18 grottos of Dragonhead. Not bad, but this is only the surface of the 18 grottos of Dragonhead. The real grottos are underground. Underground. Lin Feng thought for a moment. That made sense. The ground was bare. How could there be grottos hence? The grottos could only be underground. What's with the earthquake here? This isn't an earthquake. In fact, I have no idea why this place is often quaking either. However, according to my speculation, the source of the quakes is in the depths of the grottos. It's even very likely that it's due to the terrifying demon emperors. Demon emperor, how massive would that be? Lin Feng took a look. The area within a radius of 50 kilometers was shaking. If one considered what's underground, The range might be even greater. What kind of demon emperor had such daunting power? Haha, that's just my speculation. Alright, get ready. Let's get down. Get down how? Lin Feng looked at the ground. There were no entrances or anything like that. How could they go underground? Haha. Like this. Of course. The invincible fist sage laughed aloud. At the same time, raging flames erupted from his entire body, as if the entire sky was set on fire. Behind him, a huge flaming giant vaguely appeared. Its appearance was not clearly visible, but it emitted a terrifying aura. This was worlds apart from when the invincible fist sage had descended at Dragonlith City. This was the true strength of the invincible fist sage as a sage. In the battle in Dragonlith City, the invincible fist sage might not even have used a tenth of his strength. Boom! The invincible fist sage suddenly threw a punch. His fist was like a heavy hammer, burning with terrifying flames. It transformed into a huge flaming hand that smashed into the ground. Rumble! The ground shook wildly, like a magnitude 10 earthquake. The trembling became more and more intense. A devastating shockwave spread in all directions, raising everything within 1,000 meters to the ground. Crunch! Finally, cracks appeared on the ground spiderwebs. Then, the ground collapsed violently and rapidly, revealing huge holes. These huge holes continued to collapse, and finally, all of them collapsed, forming a gigantic hole with a radius of 100 meters on the ground. It was deep and dark inside, and there was even the whistling of wind, giving off a mysterious and eerie air. Chapter 309, 18 Grottos of Dragonhead. Chapter 309, 18 Grottos of Dragonhead. Let's go. The invincible fist sage retracted the flames on his body. He looked ordinary. Who would have thought that the terrifying and deity-like phantom of a flaming giant just now was the power unleashed by the invincible fist sage? Every sage was extraordinary, far surpassing meta-divine martial artists. Originally, when Lin Feng had the title combat body and even fought with the Guardian, he had felt that the combat power of a sage was only so-so. However, that was only the combat power of a sage, and not a true sage. Lin Feng had never actually seen a true sage unleash his full strength. And now, the power unleashed by the invincible fist sage was simply earth-shattering, shocking even Lin Feng deeply. To be able to create such a huge hole at once, in terms of strength alone, Lin Feng would have to at least deploy a combat body of over 200 meters. Hence, Lin Feng also put away his underestimation of sages. Perhaps the sages did not have a cosmic cultivation system or a combat body, but the martial arts system that sages cultivated was revised extensively by humans, having gone through continuous improvement from generation to generation. The cultivation method that was more suitable for humans had its unique advantages. Go! The invincible fist sage led Lin Feng and jumped straight into the deep and pitch-black hole. A cold wind blew inside, and it was vaguely cold. Moreover, it was very dark and visibility was very poor. However, both Lin Feng and the invincible fist sage had night vision. This pitch-black hole did not affect them much. The huge hole seemed to extend straight down, like an abyss. The two of them did not know how long they had been falling for. Slowly, they sensed that there was some humidity below, but it came from the ground. After Lin Feng landed at the bottom of the cave, he looked up. He could only vaguely see a beam of light, like a star, but he could not see the cave entrance at all. It was enough to show how deep this huge cave was. Be careful. This is probably the 6th grotto. The 6th grotto. Didn't we enter from the 1st grotto? Lin Feng was a little surprised. Heh. There are 18 grottos underground. After so many years, the markings have all disappeared. Who can remember the order of all these grottos? Every time I want to enter the 18 grottos of Dragonhead, I smash a huge hole and jump right in. Naturally, there would be some deviations. Fortunately, it's only the 6th grotto. The deviations are not too large. Lin Feng was a little speechless. This was a forbidden place. The invincible fist sage seemed to be a little too imprudent. Regardless, they had already entered the grottos. The grotto was bare and full of collapsed rocks. However, there were some murals on the walls. Even though they were very ancient and looked very modeled, one could vaguely see part of them. There were no words on these murals. They were all strange paintings. For example, there were some terrifying behemoths with 6 heads and 12 arms. There were also human-headed centipedes and some seductive goddesses. These murals were full of a mythological aura. Isn't this a religious site of ancient humanity? Lin Feng was a little surprised. These murals must have been painted by people, and they had such a strong mythological sense. No, when I entered the grotto previously, I had also seen these murals. I even took some photos for some historians to study after. Getting back, they unanimously agreed that these are definitely not religious murals from ancient humanity. Moreover, some of the rock elements on the mural were appraised. The results of age appraisal may surprise you. These rocks are probably more than 300 million years old. Lin Feng was shocked. Humanity had not yet appeared 300 million years ago. After all, the human civilization had only existed for a few thousand years. Even counting the time humanity appeared, it had only been a few million years. It was impossible for them to have a history of 300 million years. No matter what, unless this was left behind by an ancient civilization. An ancient civilization. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He had already seen the 3rd and 7th civilizations. Both technological civilizations. As for other civilizations, he had really never seen them before. That's right. According to our analysis, this should be a ruin left behind by an ancient civilization. Moreover, there are no traces of technology in the grotto at all. This means that this is not a technological civilization. Civilizations which are not technological civilizations are often more dangerous. We have to be careful. The invincible fist sage appeared very cautious. The two of them slowly walked deeper into the grotto. The inside of the grotto was very humid. For some reason, not only was it humid, it was also very stuffy. Following the murals in the grotto, Lin Feng and the invincible fist sage slowly walked forward. Suddenly, the space ahead opened up, and a huge hall appeared. There was an altar in the hall, as well as thick stone pillars. There were also some stone chairs below, but they had all disappeared due to weathering. The entire hall had an ancient and desolate feeling. Rumble. Suddenly, the grotto shook violently again. The ground shook, and the inside of the grotto seemed to almost about to collapse. The source of the quaking is still down there. The invincible fist sage immediately sensed it. The source of the quaking should not be in the 6th grotto, but further down. It was still some distance away from the 6th grotto. However, the shaking became more and more intense. Suddenly, a strange stone sculpture on the altar collapsed. Bang! The stone sculpture shattered, and black beetles crawled out of it. What was even stranger was that there were blood-red patterns on the black beetles. Whoa! These black beetles practically grew upon contact with air. In a few breaths, they had already grown to the size of babies 1 or 2 years old. They looked very sinister and terrifying. Be careful. Don't let them touch you. These black beetles flew directly towards Lin Feng and the invincible fist sage. The invincible fist sage extended his hand, and a ball of flames flew out, enveloping dozens of beetles and igniting them. Squeak, squeak, squeak. They can't be burned to death. The invincible fist sage was a little surprised. These beetles actually charged out of the encirclement of flames and flew towards the invincible fist sage in a frenzy, as if they were not afraid of the flames. However, how could the invincible fist sage only have flames at his disposal? He extended his hand, and boundless astral power quickly gathered before he struck hard. Boom! The ground shook, and a huge pit was formed on the ground. The black beetles that were struck had already turned into a puddle of flesh and blood. Lin Feng did not kill these beetles. His body suddenly expanded, instantly growing to more than 10 meters tall. Then, he grabbed with his hand and caught all these beetles. They are corrosive and highly toxic. Lin Feng sensed that his combat body had been damaged. Although it was very, very little, it was indeed damaged. These beetles were highly toxic. He did not hold back anymore. With a casual squeeze, he easily crushed these beetles. Rumble. At the same time, an even more shocking scene appeared. The tall and strange sculptures around the altar seemed to have been triggered. One by one, they began to emit a green light, as if they had come alive. Rapidly, they transformed into ferocious monsters, glaring menacingly at Lin Feng and the invincible fist sage. Chapter 310 Life Core. Chapter 310 Life Core. HMPH. Heady tricks. The invincible fist sage snorted coldly. As a distinguished sage, how could he take these tricks seriously? He opened his hand, and flames erupted from his body. An invisible fluctuation suddenly enveloped the entire hall. Boom! Flames. There were flames everywhere. This was simply a world of flames, akin to a purgatory. The raging flames would even transform into flaming giants that quickly envelop those monsters and burn them in a frenzy. Lin Feng's expression also changed slightly. He actually could not sense any astral power fluctuations in this flaming world. To put it simply, he could not sense that this was a special force field. He knew that this must be the divine kingdom. The divine kingdom of the invincible fist sage. Lin Feng had already seen a divine kingdom. In reality, meta-divine martial artists already had divine kingdoms. However, the divine kingdoms of those meta-divine martial artists could still be detected by Lin Feng. At least he knew that they were special force fields. And he could target and destroy them. But what about the divine kingdom of a sage? The divine kingdom of sages could already become invisible. Or rather, it could completely conceal the fluctuations of astral power, and even make it impossible to detect that this was a special force field. At least Lin Feng could not sense it now. It was as if the divine kingdom of fire had become a real world, filled with flames everywhere. If Lin Feng was an opponent fighting against the invincible fist sage at this moment, faced with this divine kingdom, he only had one method, and that was to destroy this divine kingdom by force. However, a divine kingdom with such a range was probably not so easy to destroy. Lin Feng truly put away the arrogance in his heart. After all, he's still someone with the combat power of sage, rather than a true sage. As the flames blazed, the monsters were all burned to ashes. Just as the invincible fist sage was about to put away his divine kingdom, the monsters that were originally burned to ashes suddenly appeared again. Huh! The invincible fist sage's expression changed slightly as he used the power of the divine kingdom to destroy these monsters again. However, just like before, the destroyed monsters reappeared. Let me try. Lin Feng grabbed with his hand and grabbed a monster. This monster was fat and looked like a fleshworm, but its mouth was filled with sharp teeth. Moreover, there were hundreds of tentacle-like thin legs under its body. Furthermore, the monsters were very strong. Lin Feng roughly estimated that they were at least at the level of demon generals. Then, he squeezed with his hand. Thump. The monster was crushed directly, but there was no feeling of flesh and blood. Instead, it turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared, without a trace. Buzz! This monster reappeared. No, these are not life forms. Dean, dispel the divine kingdom. A glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. He had sensed something unusual about these monsters. Hence, the invincible fist sage dispelled the divine kingdom, only to discover that there were more and more monsters. Lin Feng grabbed a monster with his large hand, allowing the monster to struggle in his hand. Thump. When he squeezed hard and crushed the monster, it instantly turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. However, the spear of destruction in Lin Feng's body suddenly twitched at this moment. As expected, these monsters are related to the first civilization, and even to the spear of destruction. Lin Feng was a little pleasantly surprised. The spear of destruction was an origin weapon. He had yet to master it up until now. It had only fused into his body. There was even a trace of destructive power that was constantly depleting the cells of Lin Feng's combat body, since there was a hint of movement from the spear of destruction. These monsters and even this place were very likely related to the Spear of destruction. How is it, have you sensed something? The invincible fist sage looked at Lin Feng with a solemn expression. This was too strange. Undying monsters. He did not believe that they could not be killed. There must be something strange about it. Boom boom boom. As the shaking became more and more intense, the walls in the grotto cracked. However, the murals on the walls seemed to come alive. All of a sudden, terrifying monsters appeared in the grotto and roared at Lin Feng and the invincible fist sage. There's something on the altar, destroy the altar. With a thought, Lin Feng used his combat body and quickly expanded into a small giant. He raised his huge arm and smashed it hard at the altar. Boom! The altar instantly collapsed and shattered, revealing a pit. In the pit was a fist-sized scarlet crystal that flickered with the demonic light. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed the scarlet crystal. Immediately, the surrounding monsters roared at the sky, as if they were very indignant. However, they instantly disappeared. What is this? The invincible fist sage was very curious. Was this scarlet crystal the reason those monsters had appeared? Although those monsters were not life forms, their combat power was real, comparable to that of demon generals. If ordinary martial artists had entered, even a meta-divine realm martial artist would face certain death when surrounded by so many monsters. I don't know what this is either. It's very strange. Lin Feng shook his head. He did not know what this scarlet crystal was, but when he held it, his entire body felt incomparably comfortable. It was as if countless cells were craving it. Longbitham. What is this scarlet crystal? Lin Feng asked Longbitham in his mind. If I am not wrong, this should be the life core of a planetary life form with 6 life transitions. Longbitham also sounded shocked. The life core of a planetary life form. Lin Feng was deeply shaken. A planetary life form was a great life form that could roam the cosmos. Any planetary life form could be considered great, even in the vast cosmos. Planetary life forms were respected and highly valued. But now, Longbitham said that this was the life core left behind by a planetary life form. How could Lin Feng believe it? I am certain of it. Once a life form undergoes 6 transitions and metamorphoses into a planetary life form, the soul, energy, mental power, consciousness, and so on of a planetary life form will all condense into a life core. As long as the life core does not die, a planetary life form will never die. This scarlet crystal is the life core of a planetary life form. However, it's only a small fragment, not even 1 in 10,000 of the whole. The life core of a planetary life form is extremely precious. You can keep it, you can comprehend it yourself or use it as energy, and it can even provide power for your origin weapon. However, I suggest for you comprehend it yourself first. Perhaps it will be of some help too. Your 3rd life transition, 4th life transition, and even becoming a planetary life form in the future. Lin Feng nodded and put away the life core. Lin Feng had a vague premonition that this mysterious grotto might be related to the first civilization. Chapter 311 Demon Emperor. Chapter 311 Demon Emperor. The life core of a planetary life form has appeared here, apart from the first civilization, which Longbitham isn't clear about. Planetary life form has never appeared from the 2nd to the 8th civilizations. Lin Feng knew very well how formidable planetary life forms were. Longbitham was also very certain that by the time it descended into this world, it was already at the end of the 2nd civilization. From the 2nd civilization to the 8th civilization, none of them gave rise to any planetary life forms. As for the current human civilization, which was the 9th civilization, the strongest of them only had the combat power of sages. They had at most undergone 4 life transitions, and it was the weakest of the 9 civilizations. Only the enigmatic first civilization seemed shrouded in a mysterious veil, and was difficult to discern. If this scarlet crystal was really the life core of a planetary life form, it might be related to the first civilization. Longbitham, are you sure this is the ruins of the first civilization? Lin Feng asked Longbitham in his mind. There is no way to confirm it at all. The first civilization was shrouded in mystery, and everything about it was an enigma. I cannot confirm it unless more information can be obtained. Lin Feng nodded. He only suspected that this place was related to the first civilization, and was not certain. The tremors in the grotto became more and more intense. Lin Feng and the Invincible Fist Sage quickly left the sixth grotto and continued, walking towards the lower levels. Strangely enough, although the shaking became more and more intense, it would stop in a while. By the time Lin Feng and the Invincible Fist Sage left the sixth grotto and entered another, the shaking had already disappeared. Dean, does the 18 grottos of Dragonhead extend all the way underground? Lin Feng asked curiously. No, the 18 grottos of Dragonhead is just a general term. It means that there are 18 grottos. However, some of these 18 grottos are parallel, and some extend downwards. They can't be generalized. We've explored these grottos before, but as we encountered demon emperors, we could only give up. We're not even sure if there are more grottos. Lin Feng was silent. So the Invincible Fist Sage had only explored 18 grottos. However, on second thought, this made sense. There were demon emperors in these grottos. If he could explore them all, wouldn't the Invincible Fist Sage already know the grottos like the back of his hand? Why would he ask Lin Feng for help to explore it again? By the way, where are those demon emperors? They are in the 18th grotto below. Last time I encountered those 2 demon emperors there, I suffered heavy losses and almost didn't make it out. Thinking of his previous experience, the Invincible Fist Sage still had some lingering fear, but at the same time, he felt a little ashamed. He was known as the Invincible Fist Sage, and his strength was ranked in the top few among the 9 sages. Yet he was defeated by 2 demon emperors and ended up in an incomparably sorry state. Alright, let's continue exploring then. It seems like those tremors just now also came from below. Lin Feng was also very curious about the grottos below. Previously, he had only wanted to help the Invincible Fist Sage or make some contributions to humanity. Now, after discovering the life core of a planetary life form, Lin Feng was very interested in these grottos. The secrets contained in it might even be very useful for his cultivation. Now, Lin Feng was the one taking the initiative to explore this grotto. As the Invincible Fist Sage and Lin Feng continued down, they passed through the 7th, 8th, and 9th grotto. The style of these grottos was basically similar. The murals on the walls also depicted some strange things. Moreover, Lin Feng discovered an altar in every grotto. Seeing these altars, Lin Feng naturally would not pass on them. Even Longbetham had said that life cores were good stuff. He naturally had to plunder them all. Hence, Lin Feng would shatter every altar he encountered. However, after encountering more than 10 altars in succession, Lin Feng only found about 5 scarlet crystals, which were the life cores of planetary life forms. Under the other altars, there was either none, or the crystal had been reduced to dust. Including the scarlet crystal that Lin Feng had obtained previously, Lin Feng now had a total of 6 life core fragments of planetary life forms. Just as Lin Feng continued to descend, the tremors suddenly occurred again. This time, they were even more intense. Lin Feng could even sense that the source of the tremors was very close. Now, Lin Feng was already at the 17th altar. According to the Invincible Fist Sage, the 2 demon emperors were in the 18th grotto. Sage Lin Feng, if we encounter 2 demon emperors later, don't hold back. Do your best. The 2 of us will join forces and kill 1 demon emperor first. Understood. Lin Feng nodded. The Invincible Fist Sage had been waiting for this day for a long time. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 2 of them immediately sped up. The world opened up before them. It was a brand new grotto. This grotto was huge, like a huge underground palace. Lin Feng had never seen such a huge underground building. Moreover, as soon as he stepped into this grotto, Lin Feng's spear of destruction kept shaking, far more violently than when encountering any life core before. There's a life core here too, and it might be very large. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Although life cores were precious, it was very likely that they would face demon emperors. They could not be rash. Rumble. The grotto shook violently again. Lin Feng and the invincible fist sage quietly stepped into the 18th grotto. Before long, they saw 2 demon emperors on the altar in front of them. They seemed to be destroying the altar in a frenzy. However, this altar was very strange. There were countless murals on the altar, and they vaguely formed chains. Every time the 2 demon emperors collided with the altar, the chains would flicker, but there was almost no sign of weakening. The chains resisted the attacks of the 2 demon emperors, blocking the 2 demon emperors outside the altar. It's these 2 demon emperors. Impressive. They are actually so much larger than the last time. A sharp glint flashed across the invincible fist sage's eyes. This was also the first time Lin Feng had seen a demon emperor. Having often heard about demon emperors from the sages, Lin Feng already imagined that demon emperors were very powerful. But now, seeing these 2 demon emperors with his own eyes, Lin Feng still felt that his previous thoughts were too conservative. The 2 demon emperors in front of him were each over 100 meters long and dozens of meters tall. One of them looked similar to a bull. Its entire body was covered in black scales that appeared like metal armor, and it emitted a fiendish aura. This demon emperor was called the Demon Emperor Mo by the invincible fist sage. The other one was also over 100 meters long, but its body was very short, only about 10 meters tall. Its entire body was flat, and its body was constantly squirming like a fleshworm. There were hundreds of thick legs beneath it, and there were tentacles that could harden or soften on its body. It looked very sinister and terrifying. This demon emperor was called the Demon Emperor Millipede by the invincible fist sage. The 2 demon emperors were focused on attacking the chains on the altar, and did not seem to have noticed the intrusion of Lin Feng and the invincible fist sage. Sage Lin Feng, that demon emperor Mo's defense is very strong and difficult to deal with. The 2 of us will join forces first and try our best to severely injure or even kill the demon emperor Millipede. The invincible fist sage had fought with 2 demon emperors before, so he naturally knew the background of the 2 demon emperors. Alright, let's deal with the demon emperor Millipede first. Lin Feng took a deep breath and locked his gaze on the demon emperor Millipede. Divine Kingdom of Fire. Boom! Before the 2 demon emperors noticed, the invincible fist sage instantly unleashed all his astral power. The Divine Kingdom of Fire descended in an instant, enveloping the entire grotto. Chapter 312 Fierce Battle. Chapter 312 Fierce Battle. Title Combat Body. Seeing that the invincible fist sage had deployed the Divine Kingdom, Lin Feng no longer suppressed his combat body. Hence, the title combat body erupted with a bang, and his body expanded rapidly like a balloon. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's title combat body had already expanded to 260 meters. It had even reached the top of the grotto. Even a slight move was earth-shattering, and might even break the entire grotto. Seeing Lin Feng's 260-meter combat body, the invincible fist sage's eyes were also filled with shock. Although he had seen the video before, and knew that Lin Feng used another cultivation method that allowed his body to expand, how could seeing it through the video be comparable to seeing it with his own eyes? The 260-meter title combat body was almost Lin Feng's strongest state at the moment. With a single step, he arrived in front of the Demon Emperor Millipede. His hands slammed down like 2 mountains. The Demon Emperor Millipede seemed to have sensed a trace of danger as well. The countless tentacles on its body suddenly grew thicker, like vines thicker than arms, and they instantly swept towards Lin Feng from all directions. Once Lin Feng's title combat body had erupted, its power was like a tsunami that crashed down with unstoppable force. Even the tentacles of the Demon Emperor Millipede only hindered the speed of Lin Feng's palm landing for a moment. GRR. The other Demon Emperor Mo rolled over and broke free from the restraint of the flames. He did not even fear the flames of the invincible fist sage as he charged towards Lin Feng in a frenzy. Divine Fire of Apocalypse. Seeing that the Demon Emperor Mo was about to break through the restraints and charge towards Lin Feng, The invincible fist sage was also worried. Endless flames erupted all of a sudden in his divine kingdom of fire. At the same time, it was as if a dark cloud had turned entirely into flames. Boom! Scorching flames instantly blasted down with a destructive might, causing even Demon Emperor Mo to sense a trace of threat. This was a sage being comparable to a Demon Emperor was no joke. Bang! Lin Feng's palm struck the Demon Emperor millipede hard, and the destructive force struck the ground directly. Lin Feng could clearly feel the Demon Emperor millipede's body explode all of a sudden. It had really exploded. How terrifying was his strength in the past. His 200-meter combat body was already comparable to an ordinary Demon Emperor, let alone now, when Lin Feng's tidal combat body had reached 260 meters. Even Lin Feng himself did not have a direct understanding of how strong he was. Now, he knew that his current strength was already comparable to some powerful demon emperors, and might be even stronger. A full power strike from him was already enough to blast the demon emperor millipede's body into pieces. This only happened in a flash. From the moment the invincible fist sage used the divine kingdom of fire, to Lin Feng shattering the demon emperor millipede's body with a punch, it only took a few breaths. Crunch! As Lin Feng's strength was simply too strong, the ground began to crack as if an earthquake was occurring, and it shook violently again. GRR! The Demon Emperor Mo roared angrily and threw its head back. It actually charged out of the Invincible Fist Sage's divine kingdom. The Invincible Fist Sage personally intercepted it, but with just one strike. The Invincible Fist Sage's divine kingdom of fire had already been broken. All the astral power in his body was being consumed in a frenzy. How can it be so strong? The Invincible Fist Sage was very shocked. It wasn't like he hadn't fought them before. Back when he encountered the Demon Emperor Mo and the Demon Emperor Millipede, the Invincible Fist Sage could still escape from the two Demon Emperors. Although he was in a somewhat sorry state, the strength of the two Demon Emperors was far from being enough to crush the Invincible Fist Sage. But now, with just one strike, he actually failed to withstand the attack of the Demon Emperor Mo. With one strike, his divine kingdom had broken, and the Invincible Fist Sage was severely injured. Fortunately, the Invincible Fist Sage was a sage, and his astral power was very abundant, almost infinite. Hence, although he was severely injured, his life was not in danger. Lin Feng lifted his hand, seeing that the Invincible Fist Sage had been sent flying by a strike from Demon Emperor Mo. He immediately went to save the Invincible Fist Sage. However, just as he let go, thick tentacles suddenly wrapped around Lin Feng's hands. "Look out!" the Invincible Fist Sage cried in shock. Lin Feng turned around abruptly, his eyes filled with shock. When Lin Feng struck the ground with his palm just now, he had clearly shattered the Demon Emperor Millipede. However, the Demon Emperor Millipede was fine now. It did not even appear too injured. How could this be possible? This was a full-force strike from the tidal combat body. Even faced with screwworms with the undying characteristic, Lin Feng could easily kill them with a single strike. Break! Lin Feng tore hard with both hands. Countless tentacles broke off, but more tentacles wrapped around his body. Moreover, these tentacles seemed to have an extremely strange power. It appeared to be some kind of special venom that could actually continuously destroy Lin Feng's combat body cells. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He could not break free from the Demon Emperor Millipede's restraints immediately. At the same time, the Demon Emperor Millipede crawled out of the pit underground again. The Demon Emperor Millipede appeared to be in a poor state. Its entire body was covered in injuries, but it was not dead. Moreover, its body was suffused with a layer of black aura, and a scarlet light surrounded Lin Feng's body. The Demon Emperor Millipede's tentacles covered all directions, and cocooned Lin Feng completely like spider silk. Sage Lin Feng. The Invincible Fist Sage extended his hand and waved. The flames transformed from astral power instantly enveloped the tentacles on Lin Feng's body. However, these tentacles were invulnerable to fire and water. Not even the flames of the invincible fist sage could burn them off. How did these two demon emperors become so strong? The invincible fist sage's expression was very grim. He was also a little anxious. If this continued, the two of them might really die. There were only 10 sages among humanity. If the two of them died, who could guard the 18 grottos of Dragonhead? At that time, when the two demon emperors charged out, it would be another calamity. Boom! The battle between the four of them just now was devastating. Especially the battle between Lin Feng and the demon emperor Millipede. It caused the entire grotto to collapse, and rocks were already falling from the top. At the same time, the altar that was originally full of chains began to crack. Dense cracks appeared like spiderwebs. Crack. Finally, the altar shattered. A scarlet glow practically bathed the entire grotto in blood. Heavens! What a huge scarlet crystal! The invincible fist sage took a deep breath. It turned out that after the altar shattered, an incomparably huge scarlet crystal appeared, almost like a huge millstone. It was countless times larger than the 6 scarlet crystals Lin Feng had plundered. Life core. So their objective is this life core. Although Lin Feng was entangled by the tentacles, he could still see the situation in the grotto. The huge life core also shocked Lin Feng. Chapter 313 Devouring Demons. Chapter 313 Devouring Demons. The moment the two demon emperors saw the huge life core, their eyes immediately turned ravenous. Swoosh! Swoosh! The demon emperor Mo and the demon emperor Millipede charged towards the huge life core almost immediately. Clearly, they both wanted to obtain the life core. This life core seemed to be lethally attractive to them. Previously, they were continuously attacking the altar probably because they knew that there was a life core under the altar. Lin Feng, quick! We cannot let them obtain that life core. Once they devour it, only death awaits you. Suddenly, Longbithem's voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind, and it sounded very anxious. They can devour life cores. Not only can they devour it, I even suspect that the life cores that were lost in those grottos were devoured by them. That is why they were able to grow to such a powerful level. Once they devour this huge life core, they might even reach a level comparable to 5 life transitions. Lin Feng gasped. With a level comparable to 5 life transition, even if they were just an ordinary demon emperors without the cosmic cultivation system or cultivating a combat body, greater demons with 5 life transitions could already annihilate the entire human world. No wonder these two demon emperors guarded these grottos so insistently and refused to leave. It turned out that these life cores were so beneficial to them. Hence, Lin Feng frantically mobilized the power of his combat body. However, there were simply too many tentacles wrapped around his body. Even without the demon emperor Millipede controlling them, they could still trap Lin Feng for a period of time. Ignite! Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. He instantly ignited 10 meters of his combat body. This was a last resort. This kind of ignition was permanent. His combat body instantly shrank from 260 meters to 250 meters. However, the power produced by instantly igniting 10 meters of the combat body was simply earth-shattering. Lin Feng roared in fury, and the countless tentacles on his body broke at once. There was a ripping noise. With all its tentacles broken, even the demon emperor Millipede suffered a certain amount of backlash. However, it did not even turn around. Instead, it flew towards the huge scarlet crystal in a frenzy. Moreover, it had already opened its mouth, preparing to swallow it. Dean! Stop them! Lin Feng shouted. The invincible fist sage could clearly tell that the scarlet crystal must be very important to the two demon emperors. No matter what it did, he could not let the two demon emperors succeed. Divine fire of apocalypse. The invincible fist sage gathered the last of his strength. Endless astral power actually condensed into 100-meter tall flaming giant. It roared and smashed down hard. Boom! The flame giant exploded with a bang. Although it hindered the two demon emperors slightly, without the enhancement of the divine kingdom, it did not stop them for long. On the other hand, The Invincible Fist Sage's pre-existing injuries were exacerbated, and his combat strength had clearly decreased. Just as the Demon Emperor Millipede was about to devour the Scarlet Crystal, the Demon Emperor Mo suddenly swung its tail hard. Bang! This strike landed squarely on the Demon Emperor Millipede's body. Immediately, its massive body was sent flying as it let out an angry roar. However, it was already too late. The Demon Emperor Mo opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the life core in one gulp. Even though the Demon Emperor Millipede used its tentacles to entangle Demon Emperor Mo, in time, it was useless. The two Demon Emperors fought like they were ballistic. At the same time, the entire grotto was already shaking. It was obvious that it was about to collapse. Sage Lin Feng, let's leave quickly. Seeing that the grotto was about to collapse, the Invincible Fist Sage also thought of retreating. Lin Feng glanced at the battle between the two demons. He still had a chance to obtain the life core. Otherwise, once he left, if the Demon Emperor most slowly digested the life core, it would very likely become a terrifying greater demon on the level of 5 life transitions. At that time, no matter how far they escaped, it would be pointless. Dean, you're injured. Leave quickly. No matter what, I can't let these two demon emperors obtain the Scarlet Crystal. With that, Lin Feng immediately joined the battle. Rumble. Lin Feng's 250-meter combat body was also very terrifying when unleashed. Moreover, he seemed to have a tacit understanding with the Demon Emperor Millipede to work together to deal with the Demon Emperor Mo. Immediately, the Demon Emperor Mo roared repeatedly, but it was forced to retreat continuously by Lin Feng and the Demon Emperor Millipede. Its body was injured all over. The Demon Emperor Mo roared furiously. Its entire body seemed to have expanded again. At the same time, it smacked the ground in a frenzy. Crunch. Finally, cracks actually appeared on the ground from its strikes. Swoosh! The crack collapsed, and the ground collapsed. In a few breaths' time, a huge hole had appeared. It was dark inside, and there was no knowing how deep it was. The Demon Emperor Mo fell directly into the huge hole. The Demon Emperor Millipede roared furiously and jumped in. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and jumped in as well. He could not let the life core fall into the hands of the two demon emperors. Dean, if I don't appear in a month, you won't have to wait for me. Lin Feng's voice was still echoing in the grotto, but Lin Feng was nowhere to be seen. The Invincible Fist Sage gritted his teeth. He really wanted to jump down with Lin Feng, but he was a sage, one of the 9 sages of humanity, and he shouldered the hope of countless humans. He could not risk everything without regard. Lin Feng, you must live. The Invincible Fist Sage gritted his teeth, then transformed into a beam of light and flew up rapidly. There was endless darkness around him. Lin Feng was already in the abyss. He did not know where he was, but he could feel that he was falling. It felt like he had been falling for a few minutes, but he still did not see the bottom. Lin Feng grabbed onto Demon Emperor Mo tightly with both hands, while Demon Emperor Millipede followed closely behind. The power on Demon Emperor Mo's body grew stronger and stronger. It seemed to be still expanding, and there was a faint scarlet light that seemed to contain a terrifying might. It is digesting the life core. Lin Feng, you do not have much time left. You have to retrieve the life core as soon as possible. Otherwise, if it digests it completely, you will be in big trouble. Lin Feng was indeed in deep trouble. The Demon Emperor Mo itself was an emperor demon. In addition, it was slowly digesting the life core. Its strength was increasing almost every moment. I have to risk it. Lin Feng made a grab and forcefully tore open the thick black scales of the Demon Emperor Mo. The Demon Emperor Mo roared in a frenzy. It opened his mouth and bit down on Lin Feng's shoulder, as if it wanted to swallow Lin Feng whole. Lin Feng's combat body was also being depleted rapidly. The Demon Emperor Mo seemed to be venomous as well, and was rapidly invading Lin Feng's combat body. Even though Lin Feng's tidal combat body excelled at defense, it could not completely stop the invasion of the venom. Gradually, The consumption of Lin Feng's combat body became greater and greater. He also felt that his strength was becoming weaker and weaker. Boom! Finally, Lin Feng fell to the ground. This seemed to be an underground river. It was bone-chilling, and the water only reached his waist. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, the demon emperor millipede behind Lin Feng extended its long tentacles. Tens of thousands of tentacles bound Lin Feng and demon emperor Mo directly. The demon emperor millipede's tentacles were also venomous. Hence, as more and more poison entered almost every part of Lin Feng's combat body, his combat body was on the verge of collapse. However, the demon emperor Mo was still biting Lin Feng's shoulder hard. It did not seem to be afraid of the demon emperor millipede. It just wanted to stall for time and wait for it to completely digest the life core. If you want to swallow me, I can swallow you too. Lin Feng's ferocity was completely evoked. He suddenly ripped apart the scales on the demon emperor Ma's abdomen with both hands. Then, he opened his mouth and bit towards the demon emperor Ma's abdomen as well. Immediately, Lin Feng bit down hard on almost half of the demon emperor Ma's abdomen. Chapter 314 Slim Hope. Chapter 314 Slim Hope. Blood flowed in the underground river, dyeing the entire underground river blood-red. There was no blood in Lin Feng's tidal combat body. That blood was all from the demon emperor Mo. But Lin Feng's combat body was constantly weakening. The demon emperor Mo struggled frantically. It felt its life force draining rapidly. The life core in its body, in particular, had actually disappeared and entered Lin Feng's mouth. Without the support of the life core, its life force kept weakening, even though it struggled frantically, trying to break free from Lin Feng's restraints. It was useless. Its strength was waning, and its life force was rapidly weakening. Lin Feng was not much better off. He bit down hard on the demon emperor Ma's abdomen. Suddenly, he felt a scorching heat slide into his mouth. At the same time, wisps of searing heat circulated through his entire body. His combat body had already diminished continuously from 260 meters to 200 meters, and was still diminishing. After all, be it the demon Emperor Mo or the demon emperor millipede, their venoms were both very terrifying. Even Lin Feng's tidal combat body found it very difficult to resist two types of venoms. This was a very perilous situation. Once his tidal combat body could not hold out and continued to weaken. Even if he obtained the life core and exhausted the demon emperor Mo to death, he would definitely not be able to outlast the demon emperor millipede. However, when the scorching thing slid into his mouth, the situation changed. He could feel that his body was constantly emitting a terrifying energy, and it was rapidly nourishing the combat body cells in his entire body. Life core. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He immediately knew what this scorching power was. It must be the life core. Long Betham had once said that the life core contained all the energy and power of a planetary life form, and condensed the essence of a planetary life form. Hence, although this life core might only be a relatively large fragment of the true life core, it still contained a fearsome amount of energy. The demon Emperor Mo was struggling in its death throes. It had also gone completely berserk. It turned around at once and bit Lin Feng's legs with its bloody mouth. The dreaded venom was injected into Lin Feng's body again. Immediately, even with the energy from the life core, Lin Feng's tidal combat body was collapsing rapidly. 190 meters. 170 meters. 150 meters. 130 meters. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's tidal combat body had already shrunk to 100 meters, and the speed of collapse was becoming faster and faster. Once Lin Feng's tidal combat body collapsed, it would mean that Lin Feng would also die. However, the life force of the demon Emperor Mo was still very strong. If they entered a battle of attrition, even if Lin Feng exhausted the demon Emperor Mo to death, the final winner would still be the demon Emperor millipede. Lin Feng, quick! Use the life core to activate the Spear of Destruction. Long Betham's voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind, and it sounded very anxious. Spear of Destruction. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. That's right. He still had the spear of destruction in his body. Once he could mobilize the destructive power in the spear of destruction, forget about 2 mere demon emperors. Even 10 more demon emperors would be nothing. As for how to mobilize the spear of destruction, Lin Feng did not need to worry at all. This was because as Lin Feng devoured half of the demon emperor Ma's body, the huge life core was also devoured by Lin Feng. At this moment, the spear of destruction seemed to have detected the life core, and was already shaking wildly. Hence, Lin Feng no longer suppressed the spear of destruction. Instead, he immediately activated the spear of destruction and allowed it to approach the life core. The life core met the destruction spear. Boom! The destruction spear emitted a calamitous power. This was the annihilative power, and it exploded devastatingly from Lin Feng's body. As for the life core, it seemed to be absorbed by the destruction spear at once, and was disappearing at a visible speed. At this moment, Lin Feng's consciousness seemed to have blurred all of a sudden. An image appeared vaguely in his mind. It was an incomparably large life form, comparable in size to a planet, moving rapidly through the cold and dark cosmos. Suddenly, a huge hand that seemed to cover the entire starry space slammed down on the behemoth. How magnificent was that power! In front of that huge hand, even the cosmos seemed so insignificant. The behemoth, comparable to the size of a planet, kept wailing, its voice filled with unending fear. Bang! The behemoth's body exploded, and an incomparably dazzling scarlet crystal appeared in the cosmos. It was seized by the huge hand. All kinds of humiliation and indignation seemed to linger in Lin Feng's heart. Could that be the life core? This was the last thought in Lin Feng's mind. Then, his consciousness blurred. After Lin Feng fainted, he had no idea that as the annihilative power in the spear of destruction erupted, a huge hole was suddenly blasted in his chest. His entire combat body was shattered and on the verge of collapse. A spear suddenly flew out from Lin Feng's chest. It was the spear of destruction. It emitted a black light that spread in all directions like a torrent. Wherever this black light swept past, everything was reduced to dust. The demon emperor Mo did not even let out a scream before its massive body turned to ashes and disappeared into the underground river. The uninjured demon emperor Millipede managed to hold out for a while, but it did not even last for a minute. It also cried out in agony and tried to escape in a frenzy. However, the annihilative power of the destruction spear swept out in a devastating torrent. The demon emperor Millipede only took a few steps back before turning into ashes as well. Only Lin Feng survived. His combat body, which had also suffered extensive damage, shrank from 100 meters to only about 50 meters. However, due to the large amount of energy in his life core, it actually managed to hold out and was not destroyed. Even so, Lin Feng lost consciousness, and his combat body was on the verge of collapse. In this dark and lonely underground river, the spear of destruction seemed to be incomparably avaricious as it devoured the massive life core in a frenzy. Although most of the energy in the life core was absorbed by the spear of destruction, a portion still entered Lin Feng's body and was quickly absorbed by the tidal combat body. However, Lin Feng still showed no signs of waking up. Rumble! The 18 grottos of Dragon Head had all collapsed. When the invincible fist sage finally flew out, he realized that all the area within a radius of 50 kilometers had actually collapsed. It was as if a terrifying earthquake had erupted. It was literally ground-shattering, and a huge pit had formed. However, this huge pit did not last for long. The entire area within a radius of 500 kilometers trembled. Even the ley lines were shaken. The mountains collapsed. The flows of rivers were stoppered, and the entire geologic plate was moving. The invincible fist sage could only watch all of this happen. Although he was a dignified sage, there was nothing he could do against this terrifying natural power. Finally, everything returned to normal. However, the 18 grottos of Dragonhead had long disappeared. There was not even a single familiar characteristic. Sage Lin Feng, the invincible fist sage's eyes were slightly bloodshot, but he still retained a trace of hope. He was waiting for a miracle to happen. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The invincible fist sage sat cross-legged on the ground. His face was flushed, and his eyes were almost unblinking. He was waiting for the deadline of a month. Lin Feng had once said that the time limit was a month. If Lin Feng did not appear in a month, there was no need to wait for him anymore. When the morning sun shone on the earth, a fiery red cloud formed at the horizon. The aura on the invincible fist sage's body erupted with a bang. At this moment, it was as if the world had collapsed. Even the sky seemed to have turned into a burning cloud of fire. It had been a month. The invincible fist sage had waited for an entire month. He was looking forward to a miracle, but the hope of this miracle seemed to be getting slimmer and slimmer. Chapter 315 Fall. Chapter 315 Fall. The invincible fist sage did not give up. He kept waiting where he was. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. He waited for 3 months, but Lin Feng still did not appear. The invincible fist sage closed his eyes. No matter how unbelievable it was, this was the truth. Lin Feng was most likely dead. Hence, the invincible fist sage sent a short message on the communicator. Sage Lin Feng fell in the 18 grottos of Dragonhead 3 months ago. Sage Kang and Sage Yuan had been very happy during this period of time. Through the excavation of the ancient ruins, they had already conquered many things and obtained a lot of technology from the ancient ruins. As long as they used it slightly, they could bring the technology of the entire human world to greater heights, ushering in a technological boom. Although they were martial artists and had entered the martial arts era, they were not obstinate about it. They naturally knew the changes technology could bring. Currently, humanity's martial strength could not advance by leaps and bounds. Technological advancement could also increase humanity's strength day by day. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, Sage Yuan and Sage Kang's communicators rang. Hey, it's the invincible fist sage. I heard from him some time back that he's going to explore the 18 grottos of Dragonhead. Does he have good news? Sage Kang was in a good mood, so he did not think much about it and switched on his communicator. However, the moment he saw the content on his communicator, the smile on his face instantly froze. Sage Kang, what's going on? Sage Yuan hurriedly took out his communicator, and his expression also changed drastically. How could this be? Sage Kang muttered to himself in a low voice. It was as if all his vitality had been drained at once. Lin Feng was dead. Sage Kang had had high hopes for Lin Feng, but Lin Feng had died in the 18 grottos of the Dragonhead just after becoming the 10th sage. Get to the bottom of this immediately. Taoist Yuan urgently contacted the invincible fist sage. Sage Batai was the only sage in the consortium faction. The consortium faction under his control had astonishing power. Economically, Sage Batai was even wealthier than a country. At this moment, Sage Batai was looking at a short message on his communicator. Lin Feng is dead. Sage Batai looked through it carefully again. Lin Feng was indeed dead, and it was a message from the invincible fist sage himself. Although he did not get along with the invincible fist sage, the invincible fist sage would not lie to him about such a major matter. Sage Batai was actually more interested in knowing the secret on Lin Feng. Being able to possess the combat power of a sage with the strength of 2 life transitions was a shocking secret in itself. Unfortunately, neither the invincible fist sage nor Sage Kang supported him in strong-arming Lin Feng with forceful methods. They even made Lin Feng the 10th sage of humanity. This made Sage Batai very dissatisfied, because now that Lin Feng had become a sage of humanity, even he could no longer use some forceful methods to strongarm Lin Feng. Otherwise, he would suffer the wrath of the other 8 sages. Beep beep. Suddenly, another short message appeared on Sage Batai's communicator. The sender was a strange string of code. Lin Feng is dead. I want that spear of destruction. A sharp glint flashed across Sage Batai's eyes, and he immediately replied, You're quite well informed to know such confidential information. Sage Batai even suspected that the other party was a sage. Only sages would know such secret information immediately. Do not try to guess my identity. You only need to know how much you have benefited from me. Help me find the spear of destruction. This time, and I will give you what you want. What do I want? You want the path ahead. 5 life transitions perhaps you've already longed for it for quite some time. Seeing this message, Sage Bati gasped. Currently, humanity only had sages with 4 life transitions. How could anyone know the secret of the 5th life transition? However, he remembered that this person had found Sage Bati when he was still in his 3rd life transition. Then, they provided the secret to Sage Bati's 4th life transition. In just over a decade, Sage Bati had finally undergone 4 life transitions and become a sage. This mysterious person was too enigmatic and unfathomable. Even though Sage Bati did not quite believe it, the other party had always been cryptic, and knew too many of his secrets. Perhaps there really was a secret to 5 life transitions. As for who the other party was, Sage Bati did not know either. Perhaps it was the devil. Perhaps it was someone else. He couldn't be sure. However, as long as he could undergo 5 life transitions, he would become a supreme existence among humanity. At that time, wouldn't it be a simple matter to find this mysterious person who was being deliberately enigmatic? HMPH. I can't guarantee that I can find the spear of destruction. However, that robot with the combat power of a sage from the League of Guardians must belong to me. I need a way to control that robot. Deal. You only need to control the intelligent core of that robot. It's very simple. You'll send a program to your communicator. When the time comes, subdue that robot. Approach the robot with the communicator and activate the program. Soon, Sage Bati's communicator returned to silence. Night Devil, I don't care who you are. HMPH. After I obtain the robot, I'll undergo the 5th life transition quickly. No matter how deep you hide. When the time comes, I'll mobilize all the power of humanity, and I'll definitely be able to expose you. Sage Bati gritted his teeth. In his hand lay a badge of the Night Devil. Kiji, you've done well during this period of time. The unofficial members of the League of Guardians has actually increased to 1 million. At the League of Guardians headquarters, Chen had obtained some authority. Hence, she had been overseeing the headquarters and helping Lin Feng to manage the League of Guardians. During this period of time, the League of Guardians developed very quickly, especially the unofficial members. Zheng Qiqi was fully in charge of them. In a very short period of time, they had already developed to a remarkable level. Sister-in-law, this isn't much of a contribution. The unofficial members are all scrambling to join the League of Guardians on their own. I just established some rules and regulations. Zhang Qiqi knew very well that unofficial members were just unofficial members. The foundation of the League of Guardians was still those official members. By the way, has Brother Feng still not returned? Not yet. Perhaps something delayed him. Chen also frowned slightly. It had been 3 months. But Lin Feng still had not returned. There was not even any news. Although Lin Feng was a sage, Chen could not help but feel a little worried. Seeing that Chen seemed a little worried, Zheng Qiqi said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. Brother Feng is a sage. What danger can he be in? Perhaps he's doing something big to save humanity right now." This was not flattery. Sages indeed shouldered the heavy responsibility of ensuring the safety of all humans. As a sage, many of the things Lin Feng did were indeed to protect all of humanity. Beep beep beep. Invasion invasion invasion. Suddenly, an emergency alarm sounded at the League of Guardians headquarters. Even the Guardians were alarmed. Chapter 316 Invasion. Chapter 316 Invasion. Invasion. Chen and Zhang Qiqi immediately stood up. The defensive measures of the League of Guardians were set up by Lin Feng. As long as someone entered the defensive range of the League of Guardians headquarters without the permission of the guards, it would be considered an invasion. There were no dire beasts now. Who would dare to invade the League of Guardians? Swoosh! When Zhang Qiqi and Chen walked out, they saw that a small airship had already appeared in the sky. A figure exited it. I think it's Sage Bati. Yes. I've seen his image before. He's Sage Batai from the Consortium faction. Chen heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that it was Sage Batai on the airship. However, she was still a little confused. Why would Sage Batai suddenly come to the League of Guardians headquarters? However, she still used her authority to turn off the alarm immediately. After the alarm was switched off, the originally restless Guardian's eyes flashed red as it sat down again. It was presided over the League of Guardians like a pylon. Only Chen had the authority to command the Guardian. Sage Batai. Apologies for the lack of a formal welcome. Chen bowed respectfully to Sage Batai. Many martial artists in the League of Guardians also expressed their respect to Sage Batai. Sage Batai took a step forward and landed on the ground. You're Lin Feng's fiancé. Sage Batai looked at Chen. Although Lin Feng's engagement was very low-key, sages like them still knew. In particular, Lin Feng had transferred a portion of the authority of the League of Guardians to Chen, so Chen's status was even more important. Sage Batai, why are you at the League of Guardians headquarters? Chen was neither obsequious nor supercilious when facing a sage. After all, she was not representing herself at this moment, but the entire League of Guardians. And Lin Feng, the invincible fist sage, hasn't informed you yet. Right, alright. He'll be the bearer of the unfortunate news. Chen and Zhang Qiji's heart skipped a beat. They suddenly had an ominous feeling. What unfortunate news? Sage Lin Feng fought 2 demon emperors in the 18 grottos of Dragonhead and fell in battle. Boom! Sage Batai's words were like a bolt from the blue. Chen and Zhang Qiji's minds went blank. Chen almost lost her footing. Zhang Qiji's wife, Bai Jing, supported her in time at the side. Impossible. That's impossible. Unknowingly, tears had already rolled down Chen's eyes. Her eyes were bloodshot as she kept shaking her head. She did not believe this news at all. Sage Batai heaved a long sigh and said in a compassionate tone, Chen, my condolences. Sage Lin Feng died for humanity's resistance against the demon emperors. He is a hero of humanity. Brother Feng can't be dead. You'll contact Brother Feng immediately. Zhang Qiji immediately dialed Lin Feng's communicator. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not get through. It's useless. Sage Lin Feng is buried deep underground. Even the sages can't find his body. Chen seemed to have lost all her vitality. Moments of her past relationship with Lin Feng resurfaced in her mind. She could not believe that the last time they left each other for a short time turned out to be goodbye forever. Seeing that Chen and Zhang Qiji were both grieving deeply, the League of Guardians was also in chaos. Those martial artists were all official members of the League of Guardians. They had joined because the League of Guardians was a fledgling faction, and with a new sage like Lin Feng, they had a bright future ahead of them. Now that they heard the grievous news for the first time, these martial artists were in an uproar. The situation was subtly chaotic. Everyone, there's no need to panic. Sage Lin Feng is the 10th sage of humanity. He died resisting the demon emperors this time as well. He's a great hero of humanity. We naturally can't let him down. Hence, the League of Guardians will not disband, and will still maintain the status quo. However, certain confidential things must be handed over to the sages for safekeeping first. Chen, hand over the authority of the League of Guardians headquarters to me first. Don't worry, humanity will not forget Sage Lin Feng's contributions. Transfer authority. Chen suddenly lifted her head. She glanced around the League of Guardians, and a trace of stubbornness appeared in her eyes. Sage Batai. Lin Feng was the one who founded the League of Guardians. Everything here came from his hard work. I will help to guard the results of his hard work. Sage Batai. Please understand. Sage Batai's gaze was sharp, and naturally emitted an aura. Chen actually did not want to hand over the authority of the League of Guardians headquarters. In fact, Sage Batai did not have much ambition or thoughts about the League of Guardians. His only goals were the Spear of Destruction and the robot with the combat power of a sage. Chen, the transfer of authority is the decision of the sages. After all, the League of Guardians is of great importance. There is also a Robot with the combat power of sages and countless armed robots. If any accidents happen, it will cause a calamity for the entire human society. Please consider the greater good. Sage Batai's tone even became slightly harsh. Is this really the sage's decision? Let me ask Lord Invincible Fist Sage first. Chen immediately took out her communicator. Compared to Sage Batai, she trusted the Invincible Fist Sage more. After all, Lin Feng was also from the Myriad Academy. Moreover, before Lin Feng left, he gave Chen the contact details of the Invincible Fist Sage and Sage Kang, and told Chen to look for the Invincible Fist Sage and Sage Kang if anything happened. Seeing that Chen was about to call the Invincible Fist Sage's communicator, Sage Batai waved his hand, and the communicator Chen's hand landed in Sage Batai's hand. All of you, listen up. Sage Lin Feng is dead. I will take over the League of Guardians for the time being. Those who act rashly will be charged with crimes against humanity. Sage Batai could not be bothered with the pretense anymore. He had long made up his mind to obtain the robot with the combat power of a sage and the spear of destruction. Sage Batai, is this how you treat Sage Lin Feng's family? Although Zhang Qiji could not quite withstand the aura of a sage, he still braced himself and said while trembling. Now, everyone could see clearly that Sage Batai was not acting on a resolution from the sages. He was clearly plotting to seize the League of Guardians. Sage Lin Feng had just died, and Sage Batai was already doing this. It was truly disappointing. However, how terrifying was the might of a sage? Even the official members of the League of Guardians did not dare to step forward to stop him. Transfer your authority. Sage Batai's tone was cold. Chen gritted her teeth. She glanced at the League of Guardians around her and smiled wanly. I will help to guard your hard work, Guardian. Activate and lock onto the intruder. Boom! As soon as Chen finished speaking, the huge robot in the League of Guardians immediately stood up and locked its gaze on Sage Batai. Enemy invasion combat mode activated. The Guardian with the combat power of a sage immediately activated its combat mode. Damn it, you actually dared to attack a sage. Sage Batai was extremely furious. He wished he could strike Chen dead on the spot. However, he could not do it, for the terrifying robot had already been activated, and was charging towards him in a frenzy. Chapter 317 Coming Through the Air. Chapter 317 Coming Through the Air. Bang! As a war machine of the third civilization, once the Guardian activated its combat mode, it would unleash its full power without holding back at all. The Guardian struck out with a palm and sent Sage Batai flying. Even if Sage Batai protected his entire body with astral power, immediately, it was useless. A huge hole was blasted through the door. The Guardian followed closely behind and flew out as well. Sister-in-law, let's leave this place quickly. Are there any safe places? Yes. Follow me. Chen also knew that the situation was grave now. When she activated the Guardian combat mode, the situation was already very serious. Sage Batai was a high and mighty sage. How could he tolerate the confrontation of the League of Guardians? Sage Batai was determined to seize the League of Guardians by force. There was no longer any possibility of reconciliation between the two parties. Hence, Chen led Zhang Qiji and Bai Jing into the underground tunnel in a hurry. There was a huge basement there. Actually, this was the true ruin left behind by the third civilization. The League of Guardians above was only constructed by Lin Feng using robots, be it the production of energy weapons, the energy conversion system, or the robot army. They were all located here underground. Only Lin Feng and Chen had the authority to enter this place. Zhang Qiji was not in the mood to admire this magnificent underground building. He hurriedly asked, we can see the situation outside from here, right? Yes. Go to the control room. Chen brought Zhang Qiji and Bai Jing to the control room. In the control room, they could see all the scenes in the League of Guardians. There were also many cameras installed outside. At this moment, the Guardian had already gone out while chasing after Batai. However, Sage Batai was a distinguished sage. He was caught off guard by the Guardian, but was only in a slightly sorry state. Then, Sage Batai deployed the divine kingdom. In the void behind him, a huge water giant appeared. It was much larger than even the guardian's body, and appeared very daunting. Genkiji was very calm at this moment. He looked at the huge water giant, then at the guardian. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Sister-in-law, if we want to protect Brother Feng's hard work, we can't rely on the guardian for everything." Sage Batai definitely isn't acting on the resolution of the sages. "I don't believe the sages would treat Brother Feng like this. You should contact the other sages first." "That's right. Let's contact the sages." Chen also came back to her senses. Sage Batai's reaction was so intense earlier, and he even destroyed Chen's communicator. He clearly had a guilty conscience. Sage Batai definitely did not obtain the support of the other sages. Hence, Chen took Zhang Qiji's communicator and contacted the Invincible Fist, Sage and Sage Kang again. 3 months had passed, but the Invincible Fist Sage's heart was still filled with sorrow and regret. He felt that he was to blame for Lin Feng's death. If he had not invited Lin Feng to explore the 18 grottos of Dragonhead, Lin Feng would not have died. However, no matter how regretful he was, it was too late. The Invincible Fist Sage only wanted to settle the matters at the base after some time, and then personally go to Central Sea to apologize to Lin Feng's family. Although he was a sage, he was a person of integrity. He was the one to blame for Lin Feng's death, so he would take responsibility. Although Lin Feng was dead, Lin Feng still had a family. At the very least, he had to ensure that Lin Feng's family could live without worry for the rest of their lives. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the Invincible Fist Sage's communicator rang. He picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. It had to be known that the communicators of the sages were specially customized, and their information were the most tightly protected. It was impossible for any other unknown number to dial accidentally. The only possibility was that someone already knew his number. The Invincible Fist Sage picked up the call. An anxious voice came from the other end. "What?" The aura on the Invincible Fist Sage's body turned incomparably violent, like a volcanic eruption. There was even a chilling killing intent that seemed almost tangible. "Batai, you deserve to die." Boom! The aura on the Invincible Fist Sage's body erupted completely. He suddenly rushed out of the room and headed straight for the airship. Docked in the base, Sage Kang and Sage Yuani had been paying close attention to the excavation of the 7th civilization ruin recently. Originally, this was a good thing. The excavation work was also going very well, and the progress was slowly accelerating. However, Lin Feng's death negated all of this excitement. Sometimes, I keep feeling that it's surreal. How can the Lin Feng who always made miracles really die just like that? Even now, Sage Kang still could not quite believe it. Or rather, he did not want to believe it. They had been doing well with all 10 sages. With the addition of someone as strong as Lin Feng, with the combat power of a sage, the pressure on the 9 sages would be greatly reduced. But now, saying anything else was pointless. Beep beep beep. An unknown number appeared on Sage Kang's communicator. Sage Kang frowned. He had basically noted down all the people who knew his communicator number. It was rare for an unfamiliar number to suddenly appear as now. However, he still picked up the call. Thud. Sage Kang's expression became darker and darker. Finally, he hung up. "Batai, you're really selfish and willful." Seeing Sage Kang gnashing his teeth in anger, Sage Yuani hurriedly asked, "Sage Kang, what's going on?" Batai has arrived at the League of Guardians headquarters to seize the League of Guardians by force. Lin Feng's fiancé has already activated that robot with the combat power of a sage, and it is fighting with Batai right now. Sage Yuani's expression also changed drastically. This Batai is really blinded by greed. Lin Feng has just died, and he's already treating Lin Feng's hard work like this. Sage Kang, what are you going to do? Hold the conference of sages? No. Lin Feng trusts the Invincible Fist Sage the most. Not me, since I've been contacted. The Invincible Fist Sage must have been contacted in advance. With the Invincible Fist Sage's temper, he might kill Batai. Sage Kang was deeply worried. He had no choice but to step in. Otherwise, the Invincible Fist Sage and Sage Bad Eye would definitely fight to the death. Losing any one of them would be a loss for the entire human race. I have to go to the League of Guardians to stop Bad Eye immediately. Sage Yuani. Stay here. Don't let anything happen to the Black Wind Canyon again. Sage Kang. Go quickly. Leave everything here to me. Hence, Sage Kang did not waste any more time. He immediately took the airship and rushed towards the League of Guardians. Divine Kingdom of Heavy Waters. Outside the League of Guardians. When Sage Bad Eye used the Divine Kingdom of Heavy Waters, he immediately gained the upper hand. His Divine Kingdom was a kind of legendary heavy water. Every drop of water was incomparably heavy, while in the Divine Kingdom, and inducing massive waves. In terms of combat power, Sage Bad Eye was not inferior to the Invincible Fist Sage. In fact, in terms of binding power, the Divine Kingdom of Heavy Waters could be considered the strongest among the 9 sages. Boom boom boom. The rolling waves struck the Guardian. Although the Guardian had the combat power of a sage, that was all it was. Without the Divine Kingdom, the Guardian was at a huge disadvantage. Its abilities were too uniform. If it had the Spear of Destruction, the outcome might be different. But without it, the Guardian's strength was indeed much weaker. In the Divine Kingdom of Heavy Waters, rolling waves trapped the Guardian. It was as if countless mountains were pressing down on the Guardian, preventing it from moving. HMPH. A robot is just a robot. It's too rigid and can't hold up against a blow. However, it's not bad if made into a fighter. Sage Bad Eye approached the Guardian and took out his communicator to activate the program that the mysterious person had sent to his communicator. Soon, the red light in the Guardian's eyes gradually disappeared. After a while, the Guardian suddenly raised his head and said in a mechanical voice, "Restarting the intelligent program. Binding Master's authority." Master confirmed. It really works. Sage Bad Eye waved his hand and released his restraints on the Guardian. He also gave some orders. As expected, the Guardian followed them one by one. Relying on that program, Sage Bad Eye really had control over the Guardian now. While Sage Bad Eye was happy, he also became even warier of that mysterious person. Guardian, where is the Spear of Destruction? The Spear of Destruction has been taken by the previous master. Taken? Sage Bad Eye was a little surprised. But he was not dismayed. In fact, it was better without the Spear of Destruction. The mysterious man could not hold it against him. After all, it was not that he had not kept his promise, but that he could not find the Spear of Destruction at all. In any case, he had gained a lot this time. After controlling the Guardian, the authority of the entire League of Guardians naturally fell into his hands. Controlling the League of Guardians would be easy. He was still looking forward to finding the secret of Lin Fang, just as Sage Bad Eye was about to enter the League of Guardians headquarters. An angry voice suddenly sounded from the horizon. Bad Eye, you deserve to die. In an instant, the entire sky seemed to have turned into a burning cloud of fire. A huge flaming giant was approaching through the air. Chapter 318 Battle Between Sages. Chapter 318 Battle Between Sages. Oh! Invincible Fist Sage. A terrifying ball of flames in the horizon transformed into a fiery cloud. A huge flaming giant walked out of the fiery cloud, stepping through the air, emitting a monstrous ferocity. It was the Invincible Fist Sage. The appearance of the flaming giant was largely similar to the Invincible Fist Sage. As soon as the flaming giant appeared, its body emitted a cold, killing intent. With a furious roar, terrifying flames swept over and smashed towards Sage Bad Eye. Bang! Sage Bad Eye's Divine Kingdom of Heavy Waters seemed to be filled with flames. Even the mass of heavy water was instantly evaporated. Sage Bad Eye was sent flying by a head-on strike. Invincible Fist Sage. Sage Bad Eye roared angrily and immediately flew into the sky. Behind him, a giant formed entirely from water and treading on the waves appeared. It roared in rage. The Invincible Fist Sage is here. It's really the Invincible Fist Sage. This is bad. Is a civil war about to break out between two sages? The last civil war almost caused humanity to fall apart. Sages. Don't get into a civil war. Many martial artists saw that the invincible fist sage had arrived. Moreover, he was filled with anger as soon as he arrived and attacked Sage Batai directly. Even ordinary metamorphic realm martial artists could sense his awe-inspiring killing intent. When a sage was enraged, the world would tremble before them. Wild flames burned the sky. Fearsome waves struck the ground. As the flames collided with the heavy water, the invincible fist sage and Sage Batai confronted each other. No matter who won or lost in the battle between sages, it would be a calamity for all of humanity. Even though Sage Batai had gone overboard, the martial artists disliked seeing sages fight even more, when it would lead to a civil war of humanity. Underground at the League of Guardians, Zhang Qiji and Chen saw the arrival of the invincible fist sage. The collision between the two sages was very intense. In particular, seeing the invincible fist sage's furious gaze, Chen and Zhang Qiji heaved a sigh of relief. The invincible fist sage has finally arrived. It seems like the invincible fist sage is very angry. However, we can't go out yet. Let's see how things develop first. Zhang Qiji was actually also worried that a great battle between sages might trigger a series of events. Normally, he definitely would not want to see a great battle between sages. Now, however, he was considering the League of Guardians and for Lin Feng's hard work, and was vaguely looking forward to the great battle between sages instead. Only by having the situation escalate could they possibly defend the League of Guardians. In the sky, Sage Batai's face was dark. He had just suffered a subtle loss and was in a rather sorry state. Invincible. Are you trying to start a civil war with me? Sage Batai shouted sternly. Civil war? You think too highly of yourself. I want to kill you. The invincible fist sage's killing intent soared. Lin Feng had just died, and Lin Feng had died for him. How could he stand aside and watch as Sage Batai took advantage of the opportunity to take away Lin Feng's hard work? Invincible. I know about your relationship with Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng is already dead. What is left of the League of Guardians that he established or some ordinary martial artist supposed to be comparable to the 9 sages? I only want this robot. And even the energy weapons can be divided equally among the 5 major factions. That will be very beneficial for all of humanity. Don't you understand? Haha. I don't understand indeed. I don't understand how someone can be as shameless as you. For humanity, more like for yourself. The divine kingdoms of the invincible fist sage and Sage Batai collided violently. Terrifying aftershocks spread in all directions. And even the world was drastically changed. Sage Batai's expression changed. Then, he said sinisterly, Invincible, do you really want to make an enemy of me? Batai, such dishonor is unacceptable. How can a dignified sage be so shameless? Lin Feng has just died, and you're already eager to rob his work. Haha, do you even know why Lin Feng had died? He died it to resist 2 demon emperors. He died to save me. Unless I die, you can forget about taking anything from the League of Guardians. There was also resentment between the invincible fist sage and Sage Batai. But in the past, that was only some differences in ideals and minor conflicts. This time, Sage Batai's actions angered the invincible fist sage so much that he even developed killing intent. Such dishonor was unacceptable. Sage Batai's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his heart. HMPH. Invincible. Let's fight then. Everyone says that you're strong enough to be ranked in the top 3 among sages. Let me see just how strong you are. Divine fire of apocalypse. The invincible fist sage had the conviction to kill. His monstrous killing intent was almost tangible. His divine kingdom of fire was filled with terrifying flames. It was as if a meteor shower had appeared in the sky, blasting toward Sage Batai from all directions. Sage Batai paid no heed to it. He also unleashed his divine kingdom of heavy waters to the limit. It constantly interwove and collided with the invincible fist sage's divine kingdom of fire, entangling each other in a frenzy. This was a true battle between sages. Everyone was terrified. It was as if the world was about to be sundered apart. The sky appeared to be wailing, and the ground seemed to be shaking in agony. Cracks appeared one after another like spider webs. The distant mountains were razed to the ground. Even many buildings in the League of Guardians headquarters were swept away and reduced to rubble. The destructive power of sages was astonishing, especially in a great battle between two sages. Moreover, both parties had developed killing intent. They did not hold back at all when attacking, and went all out. Fire and water were innately incompatible with each other. The invincible fist sage and sage Bat-Eye wielded the divine kingdom of fire, and the divine kingdom of heavy waters respectively. Water could extinguish flames, and flames could similarly boil water. Every clash between the two sages was actually evenly matched. The invincible fist sage was known as the fist sage. His strength must be very terrifying, far surpassing other sages. However, every drop of heavy water in Sage Bat-Eye's divine kingdom of heavy water seemed to weigh 1,000 tons. In the divine kingdom, relying on his heavy waters, Sage Bat-Eye's strength was not inferior to the invincible fist sage at all. This was what it truly meant to be evenly matched. Neither could do anything to the other. Invincible. Unfortunately, you're already too late, Guardian. Attack. A sharp glint flashed across Sage Bat-Eye's eyes. He and the invincible fist sage were evenly matched, but he had already controlled the robot with the combat power of a sage. Hence, the robot made its move. Even if the invincible fist sage discovered the robot, it was useless. He was surrounded by Sage Bat-Eye's heavy water and could not escape at all. If he wanted to deal with the robot, he would be severely injured by Sage Bat-Eye's heavy water. Hence, the invincible fist sage could only choose to resist them head-on. Bang! How terrifying was the power of a robot with the combat power of a sage. With a single punch, the invincible fist sage felt all the astral power in his body dissipate. His entire body seemed to have suffered a devastating blow. Haha! Invincible! Die! Sage Bat-Eye was overjoyed. The divine kingdom of heavy water simmered again. The infinite heavy water condensed into a wave, and slammed hard towards the invincible fist sage. Chapter 319 Sage Kang's Greater Good. Chapter 319 Sage Kang's Greater Good. Oh no! The invincible fist sage is in danger. Chen and Zhang Qiqi had been on tenterhooks the entire time. They really hoped that the invincible fist sage could defeat Sage Bat-Eye. But now, Sage Bat-Eye had shamelessly used the Guardian of the League of Guardians to deal the invincible fist sage a fatal blow. Even if they were not sages, they could tell that if the invincible fist sage was struck, he would be severely injured, if not dead. Stop! Just as everyone's hearts were in their throats, a figure quickly flashed past in the distance. He was very fast. When his voice sounded, he was still in the distance. However, before his voice fell, he had already arrived in front of the invincible fist sage. Boom! The heavy wave slammed towards the invincible fist sage. With a wave of the hand of the mysterious figure, a storm formed in the sky, immediately holding the heavy wave at bay. Sage Kang. When Sage Bat-Eye saw who it was, his expression changed slightly. It's Sage Kang. Now that Sage Kang is here, he might be able to end the battle between the two sages. Seeing that it was Sage Kang, many martial artists could not help but cheer. Among the 9 sages, perhaps Sage Kang was not the strongest, but his reputation was the greatest. He was the first human sage to undergo 4 life transitions, and was known as the pioneer. He had made many major contributions to humanity. It could be said that he was wholly dedicated to humanity. Elder Kang, you came at the right time. Join forces with me to kill Bat-Eye. The invincible fist sage's eyes were bloodshot, and his killing intent towards Sage Bat-Eye did not decrease at all. Bat-Eye's eyes narrowed slightly. He said in a low voice, Elder Kang, you want to attack me too? Sage Kang glanced at the invincible fist sage and Sage Bat-Eye. In the end, he shook his head and said, I don't want a battle between sages to break out, because that will cause a civil war among humans. No matter which of you is injured, it will be a major loss to humanity. We have already lost Sage Lin Feng. We can't lose another sage. Batai heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was not afraid of Sage Kang, if Sage Kang was determined to join forces with the Invincible Fist, he would probably be in trouble as well. However, since Sage Kang was concerned about the greater good of humanity, Sage Batai was no longer worried. That's right. We're all sages. Pillars of humanity, although I'm a little domineering. I just want to seize the initiative. Moreover, I've already made concessions. The League of Guardians no longer has a sage presiding over it, and it still possesses so many resources. This in itself is unfair and does not benefit the development of humanity. Shameless, the Invincible Fist sage sneered. Invincible. Everyone knows about your relationship with Lin Feng. I won't argue with you. Sage Lin Feng is indeed a hero of humanity, but I'm probably not the only one interested in some of his secrets. Right, since he's no longer around, there's no need for his League of Guardians to exist. If the 9 sages can study his secrets and gain something, wouldn't that be the greatest contribution to humanity? Is that so, Sage Batai? Why don't you contribute everything from your consortium faction for the sake of humanity? Right. The Invincible Fist sage did not listen to Sage Batai's excuses at all. Invincible. You're being unreasonable. I can swear here and now that if anything happens to me one day, the consortium faction will be for all of you to divide. How about that? HMPH. Do you think everyone is as selfish as you want care about what happens after you are dead? Lin Feng's fiancé is still in the League of Guardians, and the robot with the combat power of sages belongs to it. Why can't the League of Guardians stand? Speaking of selfishness, Invincible, is your academic faction not selfish? HMPH. How many resources do the 3 sages of your academic faction possess normally? Sage Kang doesn't hold it against your academic faction for the sake of the greater good. Do you really think our consortium faction is afraid of you? Sage Batai and the Invincible Sage had completely fallen out with each other. Moreover, the conflict involved the consortium faction and the academic faction. Once the 5 major factions were divided in their values, and each factor acted for itself, it would be a disaster for the entire human race. Enough if there is anything. Well, convene a conference of sages and let the conference of sages resolve it. Sage Kang took a deep breath and said in a low voice, this matter ends here. Batai, don't be demanding after already gaining the advantage. You can keep the robot with the combat power of a sage for now. As for the League of Guardians, it will be decided by the conference of sages. No, he can't take the robot either. The Invincible Fist sage glared at Sage Batai. Batai was a little dissatisfied. After all, he still wanted to search the League of Guardians and see if Lin Feng had placed some secrets there. Unfortunately, the Invincible Fist sage intercepted him. Now that Sage Kang was here, it was already a huge gain for Batai to obtain a robot with the combat power of a sage. He had even vaguely become the top among the 9 sages. Hence, he went along with Sage Kang's words and said, all right, everything will be decided by the conference of sages. Thus, Sage Batai left the League of Guardians with the Guardian. Looking at Sage Batai's slowly departing figure, the Invincible Fist sage gritted his teeth and remained silent. Invincible, let this matter end here. Sage Kang heaved a long sigh. The Invincible Fist sage looked at Sage Kang coldly and said expressionlessly, Sage Kang, I won't be sending you off. Met with the coldness and aloofness in the Invincible Fist sage's tone, Sage Kang opened his mouth, but did not say anything in the end. He felt very guilty about this matter. However, for the sake of the greater good, he did not want a war between sages, let alone see the intrinsic order of humanity collapse and lead to a civil war. He could only choose to make concessions to keep the peace. It was despite the fact that he also did not agree with Sage Batai's actions. And it was all thanks to him that Lin Feng became a sage back then. For the sake of the greater good in his heart, Sage Kang chose to let down Sage Lin Feng and the Invincible Fist sage. He also knew that after today, the 9 sages would probably never be as harmonious as before. However, at this point, Sage Kang only hoped to maintain the harmony between sages on the surface. Humanity could not withstand the ravages of a civil war anymore. I will hold the conference of sages as soon as possible to decide the ownership of the League of Guardians. With that, Sage Kang left on the airship. As the invincible fist sage looked at Sage Kang's departing figure, a trace of helplessness appeared in his eyes as well. However, he immediately took a deep breath, and his gaze grew firm again as he flew directly towards the League of Guardians headquarters. Chen, you can all come out now. The invincible fist sage came to the League of Guardians headquarters and shouted in a low voice. At this moment, the League of Guardians headquarters had already been reduced to rubble. Only a few buildings were intact. The aftershock of the battle between sages just now had even killed a few metamorphic realm martial artists by accident. Crunch. On the ground, a hidden cave slowly opened. Chen and Zhang Qiji quickly walked out of the cave. Lord Sage, is Lin Feng really? There was still a trace of hope on Chen's face. She wanted to hear the invincible fist sage's answer with her own ears. Chapter 320 Chen's Tenacity. Chapter 320 Chen's Tenacity. The invincible fist sage looked at Chen, who had an expectant expression on her face. He opened his mouth, but could not say anything. In the end, he was the one who started this matter. However, he was still alive, while Lin Feng was dead. Lin Feng is dead. I saw it with my own eyes. The invincible fist sage gritted his teeth. He could not lie to Chen, or he would feel even more uneasy. The truth coming from the invincible fist sage was so cruel. Chen's face was pale, but she could not even form a word. Zhang Qiji also bit his lip tightly, but he said indignantly, Lord Invincible Fist Sage, you must uphold justice for our League of Guardians. Brother Feng is a dignified sage and a hero of humanity. How can he still receive such treatment after his death? A trace of coldness flashed across the invincible fist sage's eyes. He said in a low voice, Don't worry, I won't let Sage Bad Eye touch a single hair on the League of Guardians. At this moment, Chen also said firmly, Lord Invincible Fist Sage, the League of Guardians must be defended. This is Lin Feng's hard work. We are counting on you. Chen even bowed formally to the Invincible Fist Sage. Now, only the Invincible Fist Sage could help them. As for the Guardian that had already been taken by Sage Bad Eye by force, Chen and Zhang Qiji had completely lost hope over it. They only wanted to defend the League of Guardians. The Invincible Fist Sage felt incomparably guilty. He gritted his teeth and instantly rose into the air, returning to the airship and disappearing. No matter what, he had to protect Lin Feng's League of Guardians. After the Invincible Fist Sage left, the League of Guardians headquarters suddenly became very quiet. During this period of time, the League of Guardians had been developing rapidly. The number of official members had grown from the previous 63 to 183 in the present. Apart from the martial artists who died from the aftershock of the battle between the sages, there were still 179 official members of the League of Guardians. At this moment, these 179 martial artists had already gathered. They looked at the ruins around the League of Guardians with very complicated gazes. Sage Lin Feng was dead, and even the League of Guardians had been destroyed. Even the Guardian had been seized by Sage Bad Eye by force. Some martial artists who originally joined with opportunistic motives immediately began having second thoughts. Although Chen had yet to break the genetic lock, she was not an Inganu. While she was studying alone in the Polar Academy, she had also broadened her horizons. Seeing the gazes of these martial artists, she understood what they were thinking. As you can see, Sage Lin Feng of the League of Guardians has already fallen, and the Guardian has been seized by force. Whether the League of Guardians can continue to exist will depend on the decision of the Conference of Sages. I have the authority of the League of Guardians, so I will make the call. If you wish to leave the League of Guardians, you can apply to leave now. I'll approve it immediately. Buzz. Hearing Chen's words, the crowd immediately went into an uproar. Sister-in-law, you can't. Zhang Qiji's expression changed slightly. He wanted to stop her, but Chen waved her hand. She had already made the decision. Normally speaking, once people joined the 5 major factions or the League of Guardians, they could not leave unless they had done something heinous. Then, the League of Guardians had the right to expel them. However, it was almost impossible for martial artists to apply to withdraw themselves. However, Chen had already made an offer. She would let those who wanted to leave go. Some quick-witted people were immediately tempted. They had come to the League of Guardians for opportunistic reasons, feeling that the League of Guardians had great potential for development. Or perhaps, they were here for Lin Feng in the first place. They felt that Lin Feng was so young, and had great potential in the future, even surpassing sages. But now, all of it had fallen apart. Lin Feng had fallen, becoming the first sage to fall among humans in decades. The League of Guardians was also targeted by another sage. If this went on, how could the League of Guardians keep developing? They had already lost hope in the League of Guardians. Now that they heard that Chen would allow them to leave the League of Guardians, of course they were overjoyed. Hence, the first person stepped forward. Sorry, I apply to leave the League of Guardians. The martial artist who walked out first was a metamorphic realm martial artist from the first batch to join the League of Guardians. Many people glared at him, but since he already wanted to leave, Chen naturally would not go back on her word. Alright, I approve it. Now, pack your things and leave the League of Guardians. You are no longer a member of the League of Guardians. Chen's voice was a little icy. This martial artist did not have much to pack. Even the League of Guardians had been reduced to rubble. What else did he have to pack? Hence, after obtaining Chen's approval, he left in a hurry. Chen had some authority in the League of Guardians, so she could naturally expel certain martial artists. Hence, after the first martial artist left, he was followed by the second, and more. Chen agreed to all of them and immediately removed their names from the League of Guardians. The number of official members in the League of Guardians decreased from 179 to 108. A total of 71 people left. Does anyone else want to leave? Chen scanned the remaining crowd. Suddenly, she saw a familiar face. Lei Sheng, young Master Lei. Back then, after the debacle, Lei Sheng still chose to join the League of Guardians. Moreover, it was with Lin Feng's special approval. He actually did not choose to leave. Lei Sheng walked out slowly and said firmly, "Since we've chosen to join the League of Guardians, we won't give up so easily. Unless the League of Guardians disbands, we will always be members of the League of Guardians." That's right. We won't leave. Back then, it was Sage Lin Feng who agreed to let us join the League of Guardians. We agree with the ideal of the League of Guardians. That was never for opportunistic motives. We won't leave. As long as the League of Guardians isn't dissolved, we will not leave. Looking at these passionate martial artists, Chen also nodded to herself. Only the heavens knew how much pressure she had endured just now. The League of Guardians was founded by Lin Feng alone, and was the result of Lin Feng's painstaking effort. If all these members had left, she would also be disappointing Lin Feng. Fortunately, most of them did not leave. They were the true backbone of the League of Guardians, and trustworthy people. Chen knew very well that the League of Guardians was experiencing all kinds of difficulties now, and could not afford any more internal discord. Thus, she might as well let those who wanted to leave go. The remaining people were all people who could go through thick and thin with the League of Guardians. Lin Feng, I will protect the League of Guardians and your hard work on your behalf. Chen looked at the surrounding ruins. She gritted her teeth. She could not crumble now. This might be the only thing she could do for Lin Feng. Chapter 321 Leviathan. Chapter 321 Leviathan. The Conference of Sages was held under the direction of Sage Kang. The Conference of Sages this time was filled with hostility. The 3 sages of the academic faction, led by the invincible Fist Sage, were engaged in an intense verbal confrontation with Sage Batai of the Consortium faction. Both parties held nothing back. However, there's no knowing what benefit Sage Batai had promised that he actually got Sage Klaus from the government faction to join his side. The two sides were evenly matched and engaged in a fierce dispute. The academic faction wanted Sage Badai to hand over the Guardian, but Badai absolutely would not hand over the Guardian. He even requested the disbandment of the League of Guardians, and the contribution of all the robot technology and energy weapons technology in the League of Guardians. This was simply a blatant attempt to divide the spoils from the League of Guardians. The Invincible Fist Sage was furious. Even Sage Kang's mediation did not help. In the end, under Sage Kang's mediation, the Conference of Sages made a decision. The League of Guardians would continue to stand, but the energy weapon technology and robot technology could be sold publicly to the 5 major factions at appropriate prices. The Invincible Fist Sage was very dissatisfied with such a decision. He turned off the projector and left without much ado. Sage Bingyu and Sage Cass also left in anger. Sage Bingyu even directly accused Sage Kang of being unjust. The Invincible Fist Sage and the other 2 sages left the Conference of Sages. Sages Batai and Klaus also left. The 2 sages from the military who had not spoken much left as well. Only Sage Kang and Sage Yuanyi were left in the entire Conference of Sages. Yuanyi, am I really being unjust? Sage Kang suddenly asked. Sage Yuanyi had a complex expression. He understood Sage Kang's difficulties, and he also understood that Sage Kang was wholly dedicated to considering the greater good. However, sometimes, Sage Kang was too focused on the greater good, which resulted in serious consequences. Elder Kang, sometimes, the greater good in your eyes isn't the greater good for everyone. With that, Sage Yuanyi left too. Sage Kang looked up pensively, but he quickly made up his mind. He was not in the wrong. For the sake of the greater good, he could not allow the sages to fight among themselves again. However, in reality, from this Conference of Sages onwards, the 9 sages of humanity were actually completely divided. In the dark and cold underground river, a spear emitted dim light constantly in the darkness, giving it a mysterious and eerie air. Only a mass of flesh was left of Lin Feng's body, but it enveloped the huge scarlet crystal. It was the life core of a planetary life form. Although it was only a fragment of the life core, it was about 1%. The fragment that was 1% of the life core was enveloped in Lin Feng's flesh, which was vaguely devouring the life core fragment. The huge mass of flesh was also squirming constantly, attempting to condense again. Lin Feng was plunged into darkness. His consciousness seemed to have drifted into a vast cosmos. He seemed to have transformed into a strange behemoth that had lived in cold water since he was young. Moreover, he had a beautiful name, Leviathan, ever since it had memories. The Leviathan was the overlord of the water. It followed its instincts and constantly devoured the creatures in the water. Gradually, its body grew larger and larger, and occasionally, it would have a very strange feeling. Finally, after some unknown tens of thousands of years, it became the undisputed overlord of all waters. It began to go ashore. When it encountered some strange creatures resisting, it continued to devour them along the way. No power was capable of stopping it. It yearned for that feeling, as if there was only one thought in its life, and that was to devour in a frenzy. Gradually, it sensed danger, as if the danger it was destined to encounter was about to arrive. It had made a lot of preparations for that day, and devoured everything on the continent in an incomparably frenzy. There were some relatively powerful lifeforms in the past, but before its massive size, they were like ants that could not even fill its stomach. Finally, the danger of the Leviathan arrived. Following ancient memories, or rather, instincts, its body was desperately desiring a transition in life. And so, it exploded. That moment was the most painful moment it had experienced since its birth. Countless fragments appeared in its memory. There was the cosmos, there was the universe, and it was about to become a great life form that could traverse the universe. Finally, it succeeded. Its body became larger than the entire world. It devoured the entire world, before finally completing its metamorphosis. After completing its metamorphosis, it traveled the cosmos. Whenever it encountered a life planet, it would devour it wantonly. Sometimes, it also encountered stronger life forms. Just a little aura could make it flee. Fortunately, it had obtained some innate abilities from its memories. In the universe, it was very fast. Shockingly fast. In the past, many life forms with stronger auras than it had wanted to pursue it. But they were all shaken off by its incredible speed. The universe was lonely, and the memories came and went. Suddenly, a huge hand appeared in the cosmos. Leviathan felt despair. Its huge body did not seem to have any resistance against the huge hand. Boom! It exploded. The Leviathan's body exploded. But Lin Feng's memory slowly awakened. Leviathan. No. Lin Feng. Countless scenes appeared in his memory. From when he was young to when he became the 10th sage of humanity. All of this was vivid. In his mind, perhaps, compared to the billions of years of memories of the Leviathan, Lin Feng's mere 20 years of memories were insignificant. However, these memories were unforgettable to Lin Feng. He would not forget them. Even after 1,000 or 10,000 years. Lin Feng. Not the Leviathan just now. I was lost in the memories of the Leviathan. Lin Feng woke up. His consciousness resumed, and he realized that what had just happened was the memory of the Leviathan. And it was an incomplete memory. That huge life core was probably the life core of the Leviathan. It contained the memories, energy, and essence of the Leviathan's entire life. Even though it was only a fragment that was 1% of a life core, it was incomparably powerful to Lin Feng. So life transitions are actually so simple, Lin Feng muttered softly. My body. However, Lin Feng quickly sensed that he did not even have a body now. There was only a mass of flesh, and his consciousness was attached to the life core. As long as his consciousness remained, Lin Feng's flesh and blood also had the undying characteristic. Hence, even if there was only a little flesh and blood left, he could still condense it again. Condense. With a thought from Lin Feng, a large amount of energy surged into the life core. The mass of flesh quickly condensed and expanded. Chapter 322 3 Life Transitions. Chapter 322 3 Life Transitions. 10 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. 200 meters. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's tidal combat body had recovered to 260 meters. But the life core in his body only shrunk by a little. Lin Feng's gaze was very calm. His eyes were on the spear of destruction in front of him. Annihilative power. In the Leviathan's billions of years of memories, Lin Feng saw the Leviathan destroy the world where it was born step by step. When it transitioned to a planetary life form, it devoured its home planet. This was really cruel. The planet that gave birth to a planetary life form was ultimately devoured by the planetary life form, turned into energy to support the transition of the planetary life form. However, the universe was cold and dark to begin with, and incomparably cruel. Later on, the Leviathan witnessed many cosmic catastrophes when wandering the universe, such as the collapse of stars, cosmic storms, the destruction of galaxies, and so on. It had even seen black holes. The annihilation of a planet was nothing, nor was the annihilation of a star. However, the cosmic catastrophe formed from the destruction of a massive galaxy in an instant was truly stunning. That kind of annihilation, that kind of annihilative power, was simply far too powerful compared to the spear of destruction. Lin Feng was not the Leviathan. He did not need to follow his instincts. He was a cosmic cultivator. Hence, after fusing the billions of years' worth of memories of the Leviathan, he came to a realization. He had never fused the spear of destruction before, and could not even control it. But now, he had vaguely understood the true meaning of annihilative power. Swoosh! Lin Feng suddenly reached out and grabbed the spear of destruction. He aimed it directly at his chest and stabbed hard. Boom! The annihilative power in the spear of destruction erupted in a frenzy. Lin Feng's combat body was instantly destroyed by the annihilative power of the spear of destruction. However, Lin Feng still had the life core. As a large amount of energy from the life core surged into Lin Feng's combat body, he began to capture a portion of the annihilative power in his body, vaguely forming an annihilative origin in his body. However, Lin Feng's combat body was too weak in the face of the annihilative power. His combat body had to be stronger to completely form the annihilative origin in his body and fuse the spear of destruction. In other words, Lin Feng had to undergo 3 life transitions. Life transition. Lin Feng closed his eyes. He carefully experienced the billions of years of memories of the Leviathan in his mind. Back when he was fusing the memory fragments, he already faced no resistance to 3 life transitions. In that case, he no longer hesitated. Boom! Circulating the combat body guidance technique, Lin Feng's body began to expand rapidly. At the same time, the life core in Lin Feng's body shook violently. Traces of cracks appeared on it like spider webs, as if it was about to collapse. Bang! As expected, the huge life core shattered. The scarlet crystal transformed into a massive amount of energy that surged into Lin Feng's body. Even though this was only 1% of the Leviathan's life core, and even though a portion of its energy had been absorbed by the spear of destruction previously, Lin Feng was only undergoing the 3rd life transition. To them, this power was simply too great. Hence, the combat body guidance technique circulated in a frenzy. Lin Feng's combat body began to expand. But this expansion was not very comfortable for Lin Feng. This was because every expansion was the constant division of billions of cells. Normally, cell division from an ordinary creature's metabolism might not result in any pain. However, this was splitting again and again in a very short period of time. The pain was rather unbearable, as his cells divided rapidly. Lin Feng's tidal combat body also expanded rapidly. 260 meters, 300 meters, 350 meters, 400 meters. The speed at which Lin Feng's combat body was expanding was simply too fast. Lin Feng cultivated the combat body guidance technique, so he also knew that under normal circumstances, for lifeforms below planetary lifeforms, every life transition would increase the size of the combat body by almost 10 times. Hence, Lin Feng's combat body continued to expand. 500 meters, 600 meters, 700 meters, 800 meters. This underground river was simply too deep. Even though Lin Feng's combat body had reached more than 1,000 meters, he had yet to reach the top. As Lin Feng's combat body continued to expand, the annihilative power in the spear of destruction seemed to have detected something, and was shaking slightly. The cells in Lin Feng's body were constantly annihilated and regrouped, eventually forming a vortex. It was a vortex completely formed from annihilative power. The annihilative origin is complete. Lin Feng was overjoyed. A vortex had formed in his body. A vortex completely formed from annihilative power. Moreover, the vortex seemed to have fused with Lin Feng's combat body. Lin Feng gripped the spear of destruction with both hands and stabbed hard. Thump. Finally, the spear of destruction completely entered Lin Feng's body. A large amount of annihilative power was quickly absorbed by the annihilative origin. The annihilative origin expanded further and devoured the spear of destruction at one go. Strangely enough, when the spear of destruction entered the annihilative origin, it was as if the spear was nourished. The annihilative power in the spear of destruction gradually fused with the annihilative origin. How miraculous! So this is annihilative power. Lin Feng extended his palm. A strange power had appeared in his palm at some point. Although there was only a small trace of it, it contained a terrifyingly destructive power. This was the annihilative power. Lin Feng had spent a lot of effort to finally condense the annihilative origin and use it to control the spear of destruction. However, this was just control. He was still very far from completely fusing the spear of destruction. Moreover, every time he used the annihilative power, it would be depleted. He had no way of replenishing it at the moment. Only the origin could replenish an origin weapon. If the annihilative power in the spear of destruction was exhausted, it would no longer be an origin weapon, but just a relatively sharp ordinary spear. Even so, Lin Feng could finally temporarily control the Spear of Destruction. It could be used as a trump card to unleash a fatal blow at a critical moment. As Lin Feng fused with the Spear of Destruction, his tidal combat body continued to expand without any signs of stopping. 1,000 meters. 1,500 meters. 2,000 meters. 2,500 meters. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's combat body had reached 3,000 meters. After it reached 3,000 meters, Lin Feng's combat body finally stopped expanding. The tidal combat body that was 3 kilometers in height represented that Lin Feng had undergone a true qualitative metamorphosis. So this is 3 life transitions. The sublimation of life is simply wonderful. Lin Feng was very willing to immerse himself in this feeling. 3 life transitions. Even for martial artists, that meant becoming divine martial artists. In ancient times, they were the kings among deities. Lin Feng's tidal combat body, on the other hand, provided a more direct feeling. The tidal combat body that had reached 3 kilometers in size possessed strength that had increased to a terrifying level. If one must compare it to the previous second life transition, it would be an enhancement of at least 10 times. Lombitham. How long have I been underground? Lin Feng also felt that it was time to go out. He wanted to ask Lombitham about it. However, after asking in his mind, Lombitham did not give any response. Chapter 323 Going Too Far. Chapter 323 Going Too Far. Lombitham. Lin Feng tried to contact Lombitham again, but there was no response. Only then did he remember that earlier in the underground river, after he detonated the annihilative power in the Spear of Destruction, even his own tidal combat body was destroyed, let alone a mere communicator. Without the communicator, Lombitham naturally could not contact Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was not too worried. Lombitham was a mechanical life form, and only a portion of its consciousness had entered the communicator, which could be transmitted to the network at any time. Without the communicator, Lombitham would definitely be fine. Lin Feng only needed to go out and get a new communicator. When the time came, Lombitham would naturally appear. It's time to go out. I wonder how much time has passed outside. Lin Feng had nothing on him now. Everything on his body had been destroyed by the annihilative power, leaving only the Spear of Destruction and the huge life core fragment. As for the 6 life core fragments from before, they were all reduced to dust as well. Lin Feng did not know how much time had passed. He had been immersed in his memories for too long. He did not want to go out to realize that a few years or even decades had passed. It seems to be sealed. Lin Feng gradually shrank his body. When he flew up, he realized that he had already reached the top. There were countless hard rocks piled up above. This space had become completely sealed. Perhaps the grotto collapsed. Lin Feng instantly thought of a possibility. The 18 grottos of Dragonhead were originally built underground. Now that the grotto had collapsed, he wound up buried underground. Lin Feng vaguely felt that the 18 grottos of Dragonhead might be related to the first civilization. Otherwise, how could the life core of a planetary life form appear? As for the Demon Emperor Mo and the Demon Emperor Millipede, the reason why the 2 Demon Emperors had been staying in the 18 grottos of Dragonhead was probably because they knew that there were life cores here. In fact, those life core fragments were most likely how they could become Demon Emperors. Unfortunately, the largest life core fragment had been obtained by Lin Feng instead, and had benefited Lin Feng. Tidal combat body. Lin Feng deployed the tidal combat body in an instant. Immediately, his body expanded rapidly like a balloon, expanding to 3 kilometers tall, like a real mountain. Break! Lin Feng growled. He had only thrown a casual punch. Immediately, the entire ground seemed to shake. As he threw a punch, countless rocks collapsed, and a terrifying force surged towards the sky. Boom! About 10 kilometers away from the original 18 grottos of Dragonhead, it was as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred, and the mountains collapsed. Countless rocks suddenly soared into the sky and exploded completely at once, like a volcanic eruption. However, There was no scorching magma. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Or a demon emperor? Originally, a team of Divine Realm martial artists from the grotto base was stationed in the 18 grottos of Dragonhead. They were ordered to be stationed here to search through the 18 grottos of Dragonhead. Due to the tectonic movement, the 18 grottos of Dragonhead had already disappeared. No one knew where it had been transferred to. The Invincible Fists Sage had specially left this team behind. He had never given up on searching through the 18 grottos of Dragonhead and finding Lin Feng's corpse. Even if there was only a trace of hope, the Invincible Fist Sage did not want to give up. But now, this team found that a violent earthquake had broken out 10 kilometers away. They could sense it clearly even from here. Hence, they quickly flew towards the location of the earthquake. 10 kilometers was nothing to Divine Realm martial artists. When they arrived, the earth and the mountains shook. The earthquake had already exceeded magnitude 10. Moreover, it was as if a force was reviving from below. Everyone, be careful. If it's a demon emperor, escape immediately. The numerous Divine Realm martial artists were very cautious. They knew very well that there were 2 demon emperors in the 18 grottos of Dragonhead. This was also the reason the grotto base was guarding this area. Boom! There was another violent tremor. Then, the ground cracked, revealing a huge cave entrance. Countless rocks flew out of the cave, filling the sky with huge rocks that fell to the ground. Under the gaze of all the Divine Realm martial artists, an incomparably huge mountain-like giant slowly flew out of the cave. They tensed, as if facing a formidable enemy. Are you martial artists from the grotto base? Suddenly, this giant spoke, surprising this group of Divine Realm martial artists. Then, the giant slowly shrank, until it became about the size of an ordinary person. These Divine Realm martial artists' eyes widened in disbelief. Sage Lin Feng. Sage Lin Feng. You're alive. This is wonderful. You're alive. Hurry up and inform Lord Invincible Fist Sage. The news of Lin Feng's death in the 18 grottos of Dragonhead had already spread throughout the world. Everyone lamented the death of this young sage with boundless future prospects. Who would have thought that Lin Feng was alive? Seeing these people's surprised expressions, Lin Feng frowned and said, all of you thought I was dead. Did a long time pass? Lin Feng was really a little nervous. When he was fusing part of the Leviathan's memories, it felt like the actual passage of billions of years. Now that he had seen the light of day again, the events before felt like those from a previous life. He was genuinely afraid that if dozens or hundreds of years had passed in an instant, he would have let too many people down. Sage Lin Feng, it's been more than 3 months since your accident at the 18 grottos of Dragonhead. Over 3 months. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it had only been 3 months or so. That extreme situation had not occurred. Otherwise, he really would not know what to do. The Invincible Fist Sage is at the grotto base. Right. Yes. We've already informed Lord Invincible Fist Sage. Alright. I'll leave first. Lin Feng's figure flashed, and he flew into the sky like a rocket. He transformed into a stream of light that headed straight for the grotto base. Boom! Lin Feng descended from the sky. The Invincible Fist Sage had already received the news. He looked incredibly excited when he actually saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng, it's really you. For over 3 months, the Invincible Fist Sage had been feeling terribly guilty. However, he did not expect Lin Feng to still be alive. He honestly did not know how to describe his feelings at this moment. Even a dignified sage like him was trembling with excitement. It's really you. Sage Lin Feng. Heaven really favors the worthy. Everyone thought that Sage Lin Feng had died. Who'd have expected him to still be alive? HMPH. Sage Batai pushed the League of Guardians around so hard previously. Let's see what Sage Batai has to say once Sage Lin Feng returns. The martial artists in the grotto base were also very excited, and even somewhat united against a common enemy. After all, the Invincible Fist Sage and Sage Batai had fought. Currently, The academic faction and the consortium faction had completely fallen out. They practically could not tolerate each other at all, and they had a poor impression of Sage Batai. Dean, can you give me a communicator? It's been more than 3 months. My family must be very worried. Chen must also be very anxious. Lin Feng could not wait to contact his family and Chen. The invincible fist sage's expression dimmed slightly. He had always felt guilty towards Lin Feng regarding the League of Guardians. Now that he was facing Lin Feng directly, he felt even more guilty and did not know how to explain. At this moment, the invincible fist sage received a message. Batai, you're going too far. A trace of anger appeared on the invincible fist sage's face. Dean, what's Sage Batai doing? Lin Feng's expression did not change as he hurriedly asked. His intuition told him that something major had happened. Otherwise, why would the invincible fist sage be so angry? Lin Feng, come with me quickly. Go to your League of Guardians. The League of Guardians. Lin Feng's expression changed. But there was no time for the invincible fist sage to explain. He immediately led Lin Feng and boarded their respective airships. They quickly took off and left the grotto base. Chapter 324 Back. Chapter 324 Back. In the League of Guardians. After more than 10 days of repair through everyone's concerted efforts, and with the help of the robots, the League of Guardians headquarters was finally rebuilt. However, there was still a lot of rubble around the headquarters. They seemed to be a silent reminder to everyone that the earth-shattering battle between sages had occurred here. There were still 108 official members in the League of Guardians. They had all taken the initiative to stay. At this moment, the 108 official members were all gathered in the hall of the League of Guardians headquarters. They glared at the dozen or so martial artists in the hall. These dozen or so martial artists, led by 3 martial artists, were all meta divine realm martial artists from the consortium faction. Their goal for this trip was very simple. It was to forcefully purchase the energy weapons and those armed robots from the League of Guardians. Chen, you already know the resolution of the Conference of Sages. Do not make things difficult for us. We are also here on the orders of Sage Batai. Chen gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Sage Batai had really gone too far. Moreover, the resolution of the Conference of Sages had also disappointed Chen. The Conference of Sages had agreed to Sage Batai's suggestion. The 5 major factions could purchase some energy weapons and the technology of the armed robots from the League of Guardians. And now, Sage Batai's consortium faction had already sent people to demand Chen to hand over the manufacturing technology for energy weapons. Wasn't this going too far? We will naturally abide by the resolution of the Conference of Sages. We can sell the energy weapons you want, but we cannot sell the energy weapons technology. This is the bottom line of our League of Guardians. Chen gritted her teeth and replied firmly. If they only sold energy weapons and armed robots, even if the League of Guardians lost the Guardian, it would at least still have some basic industries. However, if they sold the technology, it would mean that even these 2 basic industries would be lost. What would be left of the League of Guardians? Sage Batai was clearly trying to shut down the League of Guardians completely. Moreover, practically no one had actually mastered the production technology of energy weapons and the manufacturing technology of armed robots. The reason why the League of Guardians could manufacture them was entirely because the League of Guardians controlled the production line left behind by the Third Civilization, and that complicated energy conversion system was the key. Chen also knew very well that these few things were the foundation of the League of Guardians, and absolutely could not be lost. Hence, her attitude was very assertive. Your consortium faction is going too far. Our League of Guardians is not afraid of you. We're all martial artists. But are the actions of your consortium faction still worthy of martial artists? Even if we die, we will never allow you to strut around the League of Guardians. The 108 official members of the League of Guardians were not afraid of the 3 meta-divine realm martial artists from the consortium faction at all. The current League of Guardians and consortium faction were already at odds with each other. There was no room for reconciliation. Chen, this is an order from Sage Batai. Hence, We cannot disobey it. If you insist on not giving it to us, we can only search for it ourselves. A sharp glint flashed across the eyes of the three meta-divine martial artists. This was also what Sage Batai had instructed. It was not convenient for Sage Batai to come forward personally now, but there were many experts in his consortium faction. The current power of the League of Guardians consisted of only 108 official members, and they were all metamorphic realm martial artists. There was not even a single divine realm martial artist. Moreover, without the Guardian, how could Chen resist the consortium faction? You want to take it by force, aren't you afraid of retribution from the sages? Chen shouted sternly. We only obey Sage Batai's orders. So, sorry. The three meta-divine realm martial artists waved their hands, and the dozen or so divine realm martial artists behind them immediately pressed forward. However, the 108 martial artists of the League of Guardians did not retreat. Instead, they glared and prepared to fight. Chen's face was ashen. She had already been very tenacious during this period of time. For the sake of the League of Guardians and Lin Feng's hard work, she vowed to protect the League of Guardians, just as Lin Feng had protected her in the past. However, she was already mentally and physically exhausted. She hadn't even broken the genetic lock, and the aura of the meta-divine realm martial artists alone wasn't enough. She took a few steps back and was supported by Baijing against three metamorphic realm martial artists and a dozen or so divine realm martial artists. Even if she had not broken the genetic lock, she knew that the League of Guardians had almost no chance of winning. Activate the defense mechanism. Chen gritted her teeth and immediately used her authority to activate the defense mechanism. Immediately, the annihilation cannon locked onto the three meta-divine realm martial artists. The expressions of the three meta-divine martial artists changed slightly. They actually sensed a trace of threat. It had to be known that they were distinguished meta-divine martial artists. Powerful martial artists second only to sages. In ancient times, they would even be the kings of deities. The League of Guardians no longer had the Guardian. What else could make them feel threatened? Chen was also very nervous. It was true that the League of Guardians had already lost the Guardian, but the annihilation cannon had deterred those meta-divine realm martial artists back then. However, as the spear of destruction was taken by Lin Feng, the current annihilation cannon no longer had any annihilative power. At most, it only had a large number of energy modules. The annihilation cannon could only be called an energy cannon. Even so, the annihilation cannon could still pose a certain degree of threat to meta-divine martial artists. Right now, in the entire League of Guardians, only the annihilation cannon could threaten meta-divine martial artists slightly. Attack. Without any hesitation, the three meta-divine realm martial artists actually attacked directly. The annihilation cannon had already locked onto the three of them. Boom boom boom. Terrifying beams of destructive light spewed out instantly, carrying the power to annihilate everything. Divine Kingdom. Resist it. The three meta-divine realm martial artists were flabbergasted. Even without annihilative power, the annihilation cannon was still a terrifying energy weapon that could blast apart astral power and injure divine realm martial artists. The three of them immediately deployed their divine kingdoms. For a moment, a violent astral power field wreaked havoc in the League of Guardians headquarters. Three terrifying energy bolts blasted fiercely into the divine kingdoms of the three meta-divine realm martial artists. The divine kingdoms were ravaged, but that was all. In the end, the annihilation cannon no longer had the annihilative power. Otherwise, forget about the divine kingdom of a meta-divine realm martial artist. Even the divine kingdom of a sage would be blasted through by a single shot. We resisted it. Cold sweat broke out on the bodies of the three meta-divine martial artists. It was just too frightening just now. They really thought that the annihilation cannon could tear apart their divine kingdoms. In their anger born of humiliation, the three meta-divine realm martial artists no longer held back. Anyone who obstructs us will be punished with crimes against humanity and killed without mercy. Chen's face turned pale, and tears flowed silently down her beautiful face. Lin Feng, I tried my best. but I still failed to protect your hard work. Chen had already given all she had. She was mentally exhausted, but in the face of overwhelming strength, any effort from her was futile. At this moment, she even thought of death. Since she could not protect Lin Feng's hard work and the League of Guardians, she would die. She was so tired, she'd rather go to the other world. Perhaps there, she could see Lin Feng again. Bastard who dares to attack. Buzz! An even more vast and majestic power descended. Endless flames blazed, and it was as if the entire League of Guardians had turned into a world of fire. Lord Invincible Fist Sage. Chen heard Zhang Qiji's excited shout clearly. Is the Invincible Fist Sage here? Chen slowly opened her eyes, only to realize that everyone's expressions seemed to have frozen. The entire noisy hall became incomparably quiet. Chen, I'm back. Suddenly, a low and gentle voice echoed in Chen's ears. Chapter 325 Killed Without Mercy. Chapter 325 Killed Without Mercy. I'm back. Chen looked at the familiar face in front of her. Words suddenly escaped her. She only felt infinitely upset, and tears flowed down her face like a broken dam. I'm back. Everything is fine now. Lin Feng returned. He hugged Chen like no one else was around, as if they were an ordinary couple. However, no one disturbed them in the hall of the League of Guardians. The 108 official members of the League of Guardians could not believe their eyes. What did they see? It was Sage Lin Feng. Sage Lin Feng had returned. At this moment, they were beyond excited. They had stayed in the League of Guardians because they agreed with Lin Feng's ideal for the League of Guardians. Now that Lin Feng had returned, they had their backbone again. Sage. It's really Lord Sage. Lord Sage isn't dead. Haha. I knew it. How could Lord Sage die so easily? Our League of Guardians is saved. Compared to the excitement of the members of the League of Guardians, the dozen or so martial artists from the consortium faction felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Their bodies were incomparably cold. However, they did not dare to say a word. They even held their breaths and stilled, afraid of alerting Lin Feng to their presence. Qiji. Long time no see. Lin Feng glanced at Zhang Qiji beside him. This brief greeting almost made Zhang Qiji cry. Brother Feng, you're finally back. If you hadn't come back, sister-in-law and I wouldn't have known how to hold out. At this moment, Chen also stopped crying. She smiled through her tears and said, Lin Feng, I'm useless. I couldn't protect the League of Guardians. Even the Guardian was taken by Sage Badhai by force. You've done well enough, leave the rest to me. Lin Feng turned around. His gaze was still very calm, but the calmer it was, the more the martial artists from the consortium faction trembled in fear. You talked about being killed without mercy. Sage Lin Feng, we were just following orders. Since Sage is safe and sound, we will take our leave now. How could these dozen or so martial artists dare to linger that would just be courting death? They hurriedly wanted to leave. Do you know the mission of the League of Guardians is to protect our family, our loved ones, and all of humanity? There can only be one outcome for those who dare to offend and harm our loved ones. Boom! Lin Feng extended a hand. His palm instantly became incomparably huge, like a black cloud, as it whistled towards the dozen or so martial artists from the consortium faction. No, Sage Lin Feng, we were carrying out the resolution of the Conference of Sages. You can't kill us. Thud. The more than a dozen Divine Realm martial artists and 3 Meta-Divine Realm martial artists were all reduced to dust by Lin Feng's palm. Everyone felt incomparably pleased, and even cheered. This was their leader. This was their sage. The goal of the League of Guardians was to protect their family, loved ones, and all of humanity. At this moment, Lin Feng personally showed all the members of the League of Guardians the true meaning of the League of Guardians mission. Those who dared to offend the people they protected would be killed without mercy. He's become stronger again. The invincible fist sage saw that Lin Feng had killed more than 10 martial artists with a single palm strike. There were even 3 Divine Realm martial artists who could use the Divine Kingdom. Even a sage would actually need some time to kill these 3 people. However, in front of Lin Feng, they could not even resist for the span of a breath. They were crushed to death by Lin Feng like ants. Lin Feng. These people all took the initiative to stay. There are only 108 of them left. Chen introduced the 108 people to Lin Feng. Perhaps these people were all very weak, but they were the true backbone of the League of Guardians. Those who were willing to stick with the League of Guardians through thick and thin were all people who firmly believed in the mission of Lin Feng's League of Guardians. Thank you for staying. Lin Feng's gaze swept across these 108 people. He could sense their excitement. What regrets could they possibly have for after being so highly valued by a sage? Sage Lin Feng. Haha. Nicely done. However, the main culprit is Batai. Suddenly, the invincible fist sage said with a laugh. The deaths of some meta-divine realm martial artists from the consortium faction might have been a significant matter in the past, when the 5 major factions were still maintaining harmony. But now, if the League of Guardians was added to the 5 major human factions, that would make 6 major factions actually. The 6 major factions had already become publicly divided over the matter of Lin Feng. The invincible fist sage hated Batai to the bone, and also developed a trace of killing intent. The invincible fist sage was not Sage Kang. He did not have to consider the greater good. He only knew that Batai was not worthy of being a sage. That's right. There's still the main culprit. Lin Feng's gaze remained very calm, and a smile appeared on his lips. However, it was this calm expression that made everyone shudder. It was as if brewing beneath his calm expression was an emotion even more terrifying than a volcano on the brink of eruption. Lin Feng, you're leaving. Chen was a little reluctant. She was really afraid that Lin Feng would disappear again, and she'd receive bad news again. She did not want to endure this feeling a second time. I'm just going to do what I need to do. Shenshen, don't worry. I'll be back soon. Lin Feng took a deep breath, then took a step forward. Lin Feng, wait for me. The invincible fist sage was also filled with killing intent as he immediately caught up to Lin Feng. Deng Qiji said excitedly, Sister-in-law, don't worry. Brother Feng never does anything he's not confident in. Moreover, the invincible fist sage is following him. Let's just wait for the good news. Chen nodded. Lin Feng's return was her greatest joy. However, she knew that this was a matter between sages, and not something she could interfere in. In that case, she would choose to trust Lin Feng. In the void, an airship passed through the barren outland like a stream of light. Lin Feng, there's a call request from Sage Kang. The invincible fist sage wore a complicated expression. Just now, Sage Kang had received the news at the soonest opportunity, and contacted the invincible fist sage immediately. Even though the invincible fist sage also wanted to kill Batai, he was really a little shaken by Sage Kang's words. After all, Lin Feng was not dead, and there were still 10 sages among humans. Lin Feng kept his eyes closed and said calmly, Dean, you once said that Sage Kang's greater good is not the greater good for everyone. Yes, I've said that. But the invincible fist sage hesitated. Dean, do you remember any occasion when a sage of humanity had fallen? The invincible fist sage looked at Lin Feng, who was speaking in a calm tone. He appeared like a dormant volcano. He understood. Hence, he hung up the communicator and even switched it off. No one could call in. Sages were the pillars of humanity. Ever since the birth of sages, not a single sage had fallen. Perhaps it had been too long, and the sages had become arrogant. Too. So be it. Since rage had already been ignited, it could only be extinguished with blood. Chapter 326 Death of a Sage. Chapter 326 Death of a Sage. Golden Mountain City. In the depths of the outland, near one of the 4 forbidden places, lay the Tashikar Desert. This place was desolate and filled with dire beasts. There were even demon emperors. It was rumored that there were many ruins of ancient civilizations buried beneath the Tashikar Desert. The consortium faction was overseeing the Tashikar Desert. Among them, Sage Batai was personally overseeing Golden Mountain City. This also ensured the peace in the area of 1,000 miles surrounding Golden Mountain City. There was no common consensus regarding whether there were any ancient civilization ruins under the Tashikar Desert, but the purpose of the consortium faction's emplacement was not those ancient civilization ruins, but the gold mines. There were many gold mines in the Tashikar Desert, which accounted for almost 60 of all the gold of humanity. An innumerable amount of gold was produced here every year, and the quality was very high. The consortium faction was guarding the Tashikar Desert purely for wealth. Sage Batai had taken the initiative to oversee the Tashikar Desert back and for the gold mines as well. As for the dire beasts and even demon emperors in the Tashikar Desert, Sage Batai merely intimidated them incidentally. This was how Golden Mountain City got its name. The most magnificent, spectacular, and luxurious manor in Golden Mountain City was called the Sage Manor. The Sage Manor was where Sage Batai resided. In the Sage Manor, there was a huge robot over 100 meters tall standing guard at all times. Sometimes, as some martial artists in the manor walked past the robot, there would be a trace of excitement in their eyes. This was a robot with the combat power of a sage. Sage Batai had forcibly taken it from the League of Guardians. Not only did the martial artists in the manor not feel ashamed, they were all incomparably proud. Sage Batai had indeed been very cozy recently. However, as his communicator rang, his expression darkened slightly when he saw the disordered and unfamiliar code on the communicator. "Where is my spear of destruction?" Sage Batai looked at the message on his communicator. He knew that it was the mysterious night devil. Lin Feng took the spear of destruction. "You're so well informed. Don't tell me you don't know that." "Of course I know. I also know of certain petty thoughts you are harboring. You must be very satisfied and pleased with yourself right now." "No, poor man. I do hope I can still hear of your survival tomorrow. Enjoy your last moment of relaxation." Seeing the message on his communicator, Sage Batai's heart sank. Could it be that he had angered the mysterious man, and the mysterious man was preparing to attack him? However, on careful thought, it seemed somewhat unlikely. The mysterious person had always been hiding in the dark, and had even created a malignant organization like the Night Devil. The other party had hidden for so long. How could he expose himself so easily, since the mysterious man would not come to kill him? What did the mysterious man mean? Was it blackmail, a threat? Sage Batai did not think that the other party would engage in such pointless moves. Sage Batai thought through the possibilities carefully. He thought of the invincible fist sage. Currently, the only person who had the ability to kill him was the invincible fist sage. However, would the invincible fist sage really start a civil war among humanity? It had to be known that Sage Batai had a robot with the combat power of a sage. Even if the invincible fist sage brought the two other sages from the academic faction, Sage Batai was confident that he could hold out for a period of time. At that time, Sage Kang would definitely arrive. For the greater good, how could Sage Kang bear to watch the sages of humanity fight among themselves? HMPH, don't let me find out who you are. Or else. Sage Batai threw his communicator aside and drank his wine in satisfaction, enjoying the sunlight in the Golden Mountain City. What a comfortable life. It would be even better if he could undergo 5 life transitions. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire Golden Mountain City seemed to be shaking. At the same time, a loud voice entered Sage Batai's ears. "Batai, come out and die." "Who is it?" Batai's eyes flew open in fury. He was a dignified sage. Who would dare to be so insolent? The peaceful Golden Mountain City had its peace broken at this moment. An airship flew over from the distant horizon. And then, 2 figures walked out of the airship. One of the figures descended into the forest outside the Sage Manor and shouted, "Batai, come out and die." This voice spread throughout the entire Golden Mountain City. Who dares to be so rude to Sage Batai? This young man looks a little familiar, but I know the person beside him. He's the invincible fist sage. I remember now. Isn't that the youngest sage of humanity? Sage Lin Feng. Sage Lin Feng, what kind of grudge can a young sage like him hold against Sage Batai? This is serious. Something big must be going on. Seeing Lin Feng appear, the people of Golden Mountain City were all very surprised. They had almost never seen open conflicts between sages. These people naturally did not know about Lin Feng's death. Although Lin Feng had died, the sages had yet to announce the news publicly. After all, the death of a sage had too great an impact. Boom! Suddenly, the sky turned azure. Waves roiled perpetually all around. Sage Batai walked out of the sage manor step by step. However, the moment he saw Lin Feng, his eyes suddenly stilled. Lin Feng! That was Lin Feng. Sage Batai could not be mistaken. There was no fluctuation of astral power from Lin Feng's body. But Lin Feng was not suppressed at all within his divine kingdom of heavy waters. Only Lin Feng, who had the combat power of a sage, could accomplish it. Although he did not know why Lin Feng was not dead, Sage Batai did not intend to get to the bottom of it. It was already a fact that Lin Feng was still alive. Lin Feng, are you here to ask for the robot? The way he saw it, Lin Feng must have come here to ask for the robot. Moreover, he was with the invincible fist sage. Lin Feng was clearly trying to suppress Batai with power. Batai was even prepared to secretly contact Sage Klaus. He and Klaus had always been in close contact. Klaus also had a lot against the academic faction. They had long become allies and advanced and retreated as one. At that time, when Klaus arrived, even if Lin Feng had the help of the invincible fist sage, what could they do? Lin Feng looked at Sage Batai. His gaze even landed on the guardian in the manor. Everything was clear. No, I'm not here to ask for the guardian. Lin Feng extended his hand. His tone was indifferent, but his eyes were like bright stars, becoming incredibly dazzling all of a sudden. I'm here to kill you. Boom! Lin Feng's body expanded instantly. 100 meters. 500 meters. 1,000 meters. In the span of a few breaths, Lin Feng's body had already expanded to 3 kilometers. The tidal combat body completely erupted. He reached out and smacked down, even enveloping Sage Batai's manor. At this moment, the world was in upheaval. At this moment, the sky dimmed. At this moment, mountains and earth crumbled apart. Divine kingdom of heavy waters. Sage Batai's expression changed drastically. Sensing the dreadful pressure from Lin Feng's tidal combat body, his face was almost completely red as he roared hysterically. In the divine kingdom, infinite heavy water condensed into a giant. It did not look much inferior to Lin Feng's tidal combat body. In the divine kingdom, sages were omnipotent. Forget about condensing a heavy water giant 3 kilometers in height. Even a heavy water giant of 30 kilometers would be nothing. The astral power was entirely capable of supporting it. However, that was just for show. Rumble! Lin Feng's large hand pressed down. Every drop of heavy water was incredibly heavy. Even the invincible fist sage was extremely wary. But so what? In front of Lin Feng's huge palm, it collapsed instantly like paper. The tidal combat body, which was 3 kilometers in height, erupted at full force. Lin Feng did not know how formidable its strength was. But at this moment, his heart was calm, and there was only overwhelming killing intent. It transformed into this huge palm like a world-annihilating deity. How can this be impossible? The giant palm pressed down, and the divine kingdom of heavy waters collapsed inch by inch. The astral force field was directly torn apart and reduced to nothing. Sage Batai could only watch helplessly as the giant palm descended and pressed down on his body. Thud! What astral power, what divine kingdom, everything seemed so futile at this moment. Sage Batai did not let out a single scream before he was crushed into a bloody mist by the terrifying giant palm and blasted apart. However, the giant palm took the opportunity to descend, enveloping the entire sage manor. Boom! The giant hand disappeared, and the sage manor was razed to the ground. Everything in the sage manor was rent apart. Even the robot that Sage Batai had not been able to summon in time were also shattered by this palm strike. At this moment, even the invincible fist sage's eyes widened in shock. With a single palm strike, a sage was dead. Chapter 327 Diverging Ideals. Chapter 327 Diverging Ideals. Swoosh. Seeing that the Sage Manor had been razed to the ground in an instant, and not even Sage Bad Eye's corpse remained, all the martial artists, businessmen, and so on in the Golden Mountain City knelt on the ground and pleaded to Lin Feng. The wrath of a sage could rend apart the world and destroy cities with extreme ease. If Sage Lin Feng took his anger out on the entire Golden Mountain City in a fit of rage, none of them could escape this calamity. Lin Feng swept his gaze and saw that everyone in the Golden Mountain City was kneeling on the ground. Be it martial artists or ordinary people, they were like ants before the power of a sage, unable to resist at all. At this moment, everyone clearly realized how terrifying the power of a sage was. Swoosh! At some point, an airship flew over from the distant sky. An old man stepped out of the airship. Sage Lin Feng, Invincible Fist Sage. Sage Bat Eye. Stop. The old man was Sage Kang. Ever since the Invincible Fist Sage hung up on his call request, he had a bad premonition. Hence, he immediately took an airship and rushed to Golden Mountain City as soon as possible. Fortunately, he did not seem to be too late. Sage Kang saw the Invincible Fist Sage and Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng had already returned to his normal size. The Invincible Fist Sage did not emit any astral power either. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Sage Invincible. Sage Lin Feng, please stop. We can discuss anything at the Conference of Sages. Where's Sage Bat Eye? Only then did Sage Kang notice that the surroundings seemed a little off. Sage Kang knew about the Sage Manor in Golden Mountain City, but now, the Sage Manor was in ruins, and Sage Bat Eye had disappeared. Elder Kang, you're too late. Bat Eye is already dead, the Invincible Fist Sage said with a weak smile. Even if he wanted to kill Sage Bat Eye, it was just a thought. He was on par with Sage Bat Eye, and neither could do anything to the other. Even in a life-or-death battle, they would probably tie with each other. However, with a single palm strike from Lin Feng, Bat Eye was dead. Even he was deeply stunned. Bat Eye is dead. Sage Kang seemed to be in disbelief. How could Sage Bat Eye be dead even if Lin Feng and the Invincible Fist Sage joined forces? It was impossible for them to kill Sage Bat Eye. Ever since sages were born to humanity, not a single sage had fallen. But now, Bat Eye was dead. Just like when he received the news of Lin Feng's death. Sage Kang was dumbfounded. Look, that pool of blood is Bat Eye's. The Invincible Fist Sage pointed at an inconspicuous pool of blood in the ruins of the Sage Manor below. Not even the corpse remained of the dignified sage, and only a pool of blood was left behind. Sage Kang looked at Lin Feng and the Invincible Fist Sage with a complicated and desolate expression. Dead. Sage Bat Eye was dead. The first fallen sage in human history had come to be, as someone who was dedicated to the greater good of the entire humanity. Sage Kang could not be happy about it. No matter what, he was even faintly angered. Invincible Fist Sage. Sage Lin Feng, you're both sages. Can't you consider the greater good? There was already a trace of anger in Sage Kang's voice. The Invincible Fist Sage frowned, but did not say anything. Lin Feng's gaze was indifferent. He suddenly pointed at everyone in Golden Mountain City and said calmly, Sage Kang, look at these people kneeling on the ground. What do they take us for? Gods, or perhaps some great existence that rules over everything about them? Their lives and their everything are dominated by us. But does that mean we can be high and mighty and make decisions for them? No matter how weak they are, they all have their own ideas. They are all free lives. Sage Kang, your greater good is to sacrifice the interests of the minority and take care of the interests of the so-called majority. You can sacrifice countless people who are weak in your eyes for the sake of a sage. Your greater good is different from mine. My greater good is to protect my family, my loved ones, and everyone. With that, Lin Feng paid Sage Kang no more heed, and flew straight for the ruined Sage Manor below. The Invincible Fist Sage went past Sage Kang. He opened his mouth, but did not say anything in the end. The gulf had already appeared, and it was simply impossible to repair. Moreover, the invincible fist sage agreed with Lin Feng. If he could not even protect the people around him, how could he protect others? The so-called greater good was absolutely not about sacrificing some people to preserve others. Looking at Lin Feng's figure, Sage Kang was thunderstruck. His expression became a little desolate. All these years, taking care of the greater good had always been the foundation of his ideal. It was also for the greater good that he was able to establish the Conference of Sages, and was even willing to help other martial artists with potential. However, for the greater good, he was also willing to sacrifice those who were irrelevant in his eyes. Could I really be wrong? Sage Kang muttered softly. Perhaps he was not wrong, and neither was Lin Feng. However, their ideals were completely irreconcilable. Those with diverging ideals must go their separate ways. Sage Kang looked at the ruined Sage Manor and heaved a long sigh. Then, he turned around and left. Lin Feng descended into the ruins of the Sage Manor. What was formerly the most magnificent, spectacular, and luxurious manor in Golden Mountain City was reduced to ruins with a palm strike from Lin Feng. Even the Guardian, the robot with the combat power of a sage, had become a pile of scrap metal. It had to be known that back when Lin Feng had undergone his second life transition, he had even fought with the Guardian. The two parties were almost evenly matched. Now, this robot could not even withstand a single palm strike from Lin Feng. Although it was a pity that the Guardian had become a pile of scrap metal, Lin Feng was not too upset. It was just a robot with the combat power of a sage. It was actually not as useful as he had thought. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed a chip from the ruins. It was the control core of the Guardian. Batai is only a sage, and not even a scientific expert. How can he easily crack the control core of the Guardian? Moreover, Lombitham had set some tricks in it. What Lin Feng was concerned about was how Batai could take over the control core of the Guardian. This was very strange. Apart from Lombitham, a mechanical life form from a high-level technological civilization in the universe, who else could take over the Guardian's control core with ease in such a short period of time? This in itself was very strange. Unfortunately, Lombitham was not around now. Otherwise, he could immediately get Lombitham to check what went wrong with the Guardian's control core. There were not many things still intact in the ruins. Lin Feng scanned with his mental power and immediately found Sage Batai's room in the Sage Manor. A communicator. Lin Feng made a grab and found a communicator from the wreckage. From the unique symbol on it, it was clearly Sage Batai's communicator. Fortunately, this communicator was not damaged at all. It could be considered a blessing amidst misfortunes. However, next to the communicator was an exquisite badge that looked somewhat familiar. Lin Feng also took it. Seeing this badge, Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly. Night Devil. Chapter 328 Night Devil Badge. Chapter 328 Night Devil Badge. This badge was simple and unadorned, but its workmanship was exquisite, especially the two large words Night Devil in the middle. Without a doubt, this was the Night Devil Badge. Lin Feng had once inquired about some rumors regarding the Night Devil. Most of the Night Devil comprised ordinary members, but only very few people could obtain a badge. Which was the Night Devil Badge? Even Lin Feng did not know about the various benefits enjoyed by holders of the Night Devil Badge. After all, there were very few martial artists with the Night Devil Badge. In the past, Lin Feng was intercepted by a few meta-divine martial artists, who were all members of the Night Devil organization. After Lin Feng killed them, the Night Devil stopped making moves. Lin Feng also had a lot on his plate, so he did not continue investigating the Night Devil. But now, he did not expect that Sage Batai was actually involved with the Night Devil. Impossible. Impossible. How can Batai be a member of the Night Devil? The invincible fist sage's expression changed drastically when he saw the badge in Lin Feng's hand. It was true that he had always been at odds with Batai, and had even developed killing intent before and engaged with Batai in a battle to the death at the League of Guardians headquarters. However, he never thought that Sage Batai could be a member of the Night Devil. Dean, How much do you know about the Night Devil organization? Lin Feng flipped about the Night Devil badge repeatedly as he asked in a low voice. Night Devil, this is a malignant organization. Sage Kang once united the strength of the 9 sages and mobilized the 5 major factions to search for the Night Devil organization. They did capture many people, but those were all ordinary members. As for who the founder of the Night Devil organization is, we have no clue at all. The strongest Night Devil members we've ever captured were all meta-divine realm martial artists. But Batai, a dignified sage, is a member of the Night Devil. How unbelievable. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, the invincible fist sage would never have believed it. No matter what, a reputable sage was actually a member of the Night Devil. This was too horrendous. Could Batai be the founder of the Night Devil? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. The strongest humans were the 9 sages. Batai was one of the 9 sages, and he had immense authority. If he was the founder, that would make sense. Otherwise, if Batai was only a member of the Night Devil organization, the founder of the Night Devil organization would be truly terrifying. No, Batai is definitely not the founder of the Night Devil. Batai is the 7th martial artist to undergo 4 life transitions and become a sage. Before that, the Night Devil was already very rampant. How could Batai, who had yet to become a sage, have the ability to establish the Night Devil? Lin Feng nodded. The Night Devil organization was extremely mysterious, although they had never conducted any public activities, and most of the members of the organization did not know each other's identities. However, if without immense strength, concentrated resources, faction, and channels for obtaining intelligence, how could the Night Devil continue to develop and grow? Could the founder of the Night Devil be one of the 9 sages, or could it be that someone had become a sage, but remained hidden? Lin Feng's interest in the Night Devil grew. A cold glint even appeared in his eyes. Night Devil was very likely involved in Badai's siege on the League of Guardians. Lin Feng would never tolerate people who threatened his family and loved ones. And there's the communicator. Lin Feng looked at the communicator in his hand, although it looked a little battered. Fortunately, the communicator was not too damaged. When Lin Feng switched on the communicator, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He saw a strange string of code in the communicator. The message inside was not deleted either. Mysterious man. Lin Feng's expression gradually turned solemn, and there was even a hint of killing intent. As expected, Sage Batai's siege on the League of Guardians was instigated by this mysterious person. It was definitely related to this mysterious person. In fact, this mysterious person was the culprit. However, Lin Feng was very confused. The way this mysterious person lured Sage Batai was the secret of 5 life transitions. Currently, humanity only had sages with 4 life transitions. How could there be 5 life transitions? However, Batai believed it. This was very unusual. He did not believe that Batai was a fool who could not even distinguish the simple truth. Something was amiss. Whether you were the founder of the Night Devil or not, since you tried to harm the people I want to protect, I will find you at all costs. A trace of coldness flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. There was a lot of content in the communicator, but there was very little information about the mysterious man. It seemed like both the mysterious man and Batai were very cautious. However, the mysterious person had revealed that he wanted to obtain the Spear of Destruction. Other than Lombitham, Lin Feng had almost never told anyone about the Spear of Destruction. How did the mysterious person know about the Spear of Destruction? Lombitham. Lin Feng felt that things were becoming more and more complicated. These things seemed to be vaguely related to Lombitham. Everything pointed to Lombitham. However, if Lombitham wanted the Spear of Destruction, there were plenty of opportunities. At this thought, Lin Feng wanted to find Lombitham again. Hence, he handed the communicator to the Invincible Fist Sage. Seeing that the Invincible Fist Sage's expression was becoming darker, and even vaguely shocked, Lin Feng said in a solemn tone, "Dean, it looks like there really are some hidden talents among humanity. This mysterious person can use even Batai as a pawn. I'd really like to see who he is." Dean, He'll have to trouble you to look for any clues this mysterious person left behind in the message through technical means. The Invincible Fist Sage's expression was solemn as he nodded and said, "Don't worry. He'll definitely investigate thoroughly. I didn't expect the Night Devil to have extended its reach to the sages. Is there anyone else among the 9 sages who had become a Night Devil member?" A trace of worry flashed across the Invincible Fist Sage's eyes. In the past, both Sage Kang and he had treated the Night Devil as a chronic illness. Although it was a little troublesome, it did not actually damage the foundation of human society. But now, it seemed like they had underestimated the Night Devil. If it could even infiltrate the sages, what else could the Night Devil not do? "Dean, there's no need to hold the conference of sages. Don't inform any other sages either." The Invincible Fist Sage also nodded with a solemn expression. Of course he knew what Lin Feng meant. This mysterious person was very likely hiding among the 9 sages. If word got out, it would alert the enemy. Hence, the Invincible Fist Sage immediately contacted his trusted aide and began to urgently investigate the source of the mysterious person's signal. Soon, the investigation results were out. Nothing. How can there be nothing? The Invincible Fist Sage's expression was very grim. The information he received from his subordinate showed that the results of the investigation were actually empty. Lin Feng's expression, on the other hand, was calm. He had already expected this. If the mysterious person could be captured so easily, Bad Eye would have investigated him thoroughly long ago. However, from the message on the communicator, Sage Bad Eye could also do nothing about the identity of the mysterious person. "Dean, he'll return to the airship first." Lin Feng bade farewell to the Invincible Fist Sage. Actually, he knew very well that if he wanted to investigate the mysterious person, he would probably have to rely on Longbitham's help. Chapter 329 found it. Chapter 329 found it. Although Lin Feng had some suspicions about Longbitham, he chose to trust it more. "Longbitham, if you receive the message, respond as soon as possible." After Lin Feng returned to the airship, he logged into his Martial Domain Network account and sent a message. This was Longbitham's virtual account. Only Lin Feng's Martial Domain Network account had this account. Even if others checked, they would not be able to find it. If Longbitham was really in the virtual network, it would definitely receive the news. It is really you. I just received news that a battle between sages had occurred in Golden Mountain City. I guess that was you. Longbitham indeed reappeared. It appeared completely undamaged. You have undergone 3 life transitions. You even fused the Spear of Destruction. When Longbitham sized Lin Feng up carefully, its eyes widened in shock. For the first time, its tone revealed shock. Back then, Longbitham did not think very highly of Lin Feng. Its evaluation of Lin Feng was 3 simple words: was lucky. But now, Lin Feng had undergone 2 life transitions in a row. In fact, he had undergone 3 life transitions in a short period of time. It had only been a few months since his second life transition, even by cosmic standards. Having the 3rd life transition in a few months was already the feat of a rare genius. In particular, Lin Feng had actually fused the Spear of Destruction. This was even more incredible than his 3 life transitions. "Longbitham, do you still remember the life core fragment by chance?" "I fused the memories in the life core and used the life core. That's how I underwent the 3rd life transition and temporarily condensed the annihilative origin, which barely allowed me to mobilize the Spear of Destruction." Lin Feng had nothing much to hide from Longbitham. Moreover, Longbitham also knew about the life core fragment. "You fused a life core fragment. That is already very impressive. The memories contained in a life core fragment have a terrifying impact. You, a mere life form with 2 life transitions, actually withstood the impact and even fused the memories in the life core. That is really, I cannot describe it anymore. This is no longer something that can be accomplished through pure luck. It seems that there are some things about you that even I cannot see through." Longbitham sized Lin Feng up carefully again. It wanted to know what secrets Lin Feng had. Why was he always able to create miracles even if it had misjudged him? Unfortunately, no matter how it looked at it, Lin Feng was still the same Lin Feng. Plain and simple. He appeared ordinary, like most life forms in this world, and there was nothing special about him at all. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that Longbitham had misjudged him. 3 life transitions. If you can undergo 4 life transitions, you can accept Master's true legacy. Longbitham also seemed to have realized that Lin Feng might really be able to meet the basic conditions to obtain Master Baman's legacy and become Master's disciple. At the thought of this, Longbitham's attitude towards Lin Feng changed slightly. Once Lin Feng became the Baman's disciple and obtained the legacy, it would become Lin Feng's follower. It would assist Lin Feng for the rest of its life, and be bound together for good or ill. Longbitham, I need your help. Lin Feng went straight to the point. What is it? Longbitham was somewhat pragmatic. Now that Lin Feng really had the potential to undergo 4 life transitions, and might even become a planetary life form in the future, it gradually became proactive. Look at the information in this communicator. I need you to find this mysterious person. Lin Feng handed Batai's communicator to Longbitham to check. By the way, there's also the control core of the Guardian. I don't know what method Batai used to take over the control core of the Guardian. I think it might also be the doing of this mysterious person. Longbitham checked the messages in the communicator carefully, and its eyes gradually became solemn. It probably also realized the severity of this matter. If even a sage could be used as its pawn, this night devil was probably very unusual. Show me the intelligent core first. Longbitham immediately entered the Guardian's intelligent core. Not long after, it emerged again, but its expression was a little strange. What did you find out? I found a program. This little program was what took over the intelligent core of the Guardian. With your current level of technology, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to develop this program. Let me think carefully if I'm not wrong. This should be a program of the 3rd civilization. The 3rd civilization. Lin Feng was a little surprised. The Guardian was the product of the 3rd civilization, and was a war machine created by the 3rd civilization. The program of the 3rd civilization could naturally be used to control the Guardian, but who could control the program of the 3rd civilization? Even if it's placed before human scientists and researched by them for 10 years, it'd be impossible for them to understand it thoroughly, let alone use it to control the Guardian, unless the other party was a life form from the 3rd civilization. Longbitham, is it possible that certain life forms of the 3rd civilization survived until now through special methods? Impossible. Longbitham's tone was resolute. The destruction of civilization is not as simple as you imagine. In short, if the 3rd civilization was destroyed, it was completely annihilated. It is impossible for any life form to survive until now. However, do not worry. I will definitely help you find this mysterious person. When the time comes, the truth will naturally be revealed. Longbitham was vague and still refused to tell the reason for the destruction of its civilization. It seemed to be wary of something. So, Longbitham entered the communicator. It analyzed the location of the message. The technological methods of humans might only be able to find an empty number. But Longbitham was a mechanical lifeform in an advanced technological civilization. There were very few things in a technological civilization that it could not understand. Longbitham continued to analyze the information of the mysterious person in the communicator. Its tracking methods were far beyond the current level of human technology. Interesting. It is really cunning. Using various concealment methods and even simulations, it can hide its specific signal in every corner of the world. Anywhere with a virtual network might be the hiding place of the mysterious person. This is Central Sea City. There are also Uo City, Jin City, and Dragonlith City. No, there are also many other outland bases. This is the Supreme Commander's Department, the Conference of Sages. With every name Longbitham said, Lin Feng's expression became more solemn. However, these are all disguises. Watch me find your true signal source. This kind of concealment method was unheard of. It seemed to be a technological method of the ancient civilization. No wonder humans could not track it at all, and could not do anything to the Night Devil organization. There was an unknown number of years of technological gap alone. How could they trace it? However, Lombitham was different. It came from an advanced technological civilization. And furthermore, it was a mechanical life form. Tracking this signal was a piece of cake for Lombitham. Found it, but how can it be there? Suddenly, Lombitham's voice became a little strange. Where is it? Lin Feng hurriedly asked. Lombitham glanced at Lin Feng, then said in a low voice, "The signal has appeared in the Myriad Academy." Chapter 330 Long Admired. Chapter 330 Long Admired. Myriad Academy. Lin Feng immediately thought of the Invincible Fist Sage. After all, the Invincible Fist Sage was the Dean of Myriad Academy. However, the Invincible Fist Sage had been by Lin Feng's side all along today. How could he be the mysterious person? Lombitham, are you sure you're not mistaken? There is no mistake, although he did it very secretly, and even used certain technology from the third civilization. In my eyes, this meager concealment is nothing. In terms of combat power, I might not be comparable to you, but in terms of technology, I do not think anyone in this world is stronger than I, Lombitham said confidently. As a mechanical life form of a high-tech civilization, it did have such confidence. Myriad Academy. Lin Feng immediately informed the Invincible Fist Sage. Dean, I found it. Found it where? Myriad Academy. The Invincible Fist Sage's eyes widened, and his expression instantly froze. Hurry, the speech will begin in 10 minutes. Hurry up. Hurry up. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's rare for a legendary martial artist of our Myriad Academy to return to his alma mater. Such a speech is hard to come by. That goes without saying. Senior has such a distinguished status that even the deputy dean has to be respectful around him. Many students were rushing to the Academy Square in the Myriad Academy. All the students had excited and expectant expressions on their faces. This was because the Myriad Academy would welcome a very important figure today. Someone who was absolutely a heavyweight martial artist even in the history of the Myriad Academy. Dongfeng Sheng, the former Demon King. Dongfeng Sheng had always been a legend in the Myriad Academy. Even now, legends about the Demon King, Dongfeng Sheng, were still circulating in the Myriad Academy. If not for the appearance of the even more competitive senior Lin Feng in the Myriad Academy later on, the legend of the Demon King would probably go on in the Myriad Academy. Dongfeng Sheng returned to his alma mater as a meta-divine realm martial artist who had broken the genetic lock 3 times. Naturally, he was the center of attention, and received enthusiastic reverence from the juniors of the Myriad Academy. Most martial artists would not miss such an opportunity to listen to a young meta-divine realm martial artist's speech. At this moment, the square of the Myriad Academy was already packed with people. Many students of the Myriad Academy had already filled the square. These students were all professional martial artists, but some of the teachers who had broken the genetic lock also came to the square. Perhaps they were older than Dongfeng Sheng, but in the path of martial arts, the accomplished came first. They also hoped to hear a meta-divine martial artist's understanding of martial arts. The seats on the stage of the square were already fully occupied by people. They were all the leaders of the Myriad Academy at every level. In the middle was the deputy dean, and beside him was a martial artist who appeared very young. He was dressed in white and did not look very burly, but he had a transcendent bearing. He was Dongfeng Sheng, the pride of Myriad Academy. Senior Dongfeng Sheng is really elegant. What a powerful aura, as expected of a meta-divine realm martial artist. As the pride of the academy, I'm afraid no one other than Sage Lin Feng can surpass Senior Dongfeng Sheng. Right. I think Senior Dongfeng Sheng might also become the third sage from our Myriad Academy after Sage Lin Feng. Seeing Dongfeng Sheng, many students discussed in low voices excitedly. As students of the Myriad Academy, they were also very proud. In the past, among the 3 top martial academies, the Polar Academy undoubtedly had the upper hand. It had shown hints of becoming the top of the 3 martial academies. However, ever since Lin Feng became a sage, the momentum of the Myriad Academy had soared. In recent years, enrollment had been very strong. If Dongfeng Sheng became another sage, added to the Invincible Fist Sage, the Myriad Academy would have 3 sages. At that time, how illustrious would the Myriad Academy be? Dongfeng Sheng, can you give the speech now? The deputy dean asked with a smile. Then I'll begin, Dongfeng Sheng said indifferently. Although his tone was a little aloof, it was not very abrupt. Instead, it felt very normal. This was what geniuses should be like. Thus, Dongfeng Sheng began his speech, and the entire square immediately fell silent. Swoosh! An airship suddenly flew over from the huge Myriad Academy. 2 figures flew out of the airship. They were Lin Feng and the Invincible Fist Sage. However, the strange thing was that despite the arrival of such a large airship, along with the appearance of Lin Feng and the Invincible Fist Sage, no one came to welcome them. Why is it so quiet? The Invincible Fist Sage frowned. Lin Feng pointed at a banner at the entrance of the Myriad Academy and said calmly, "Looks like we came at the wrong time today." Dongfeng Sheng? The Invincible Fist Sage saw that the banner was welcoming Dongfeng Sheng. Dongfeng Sheng had returned to his alma mater, and he was here to give a speech. As a legend of the Myriad Academy, he naturally attracted most people to welcome him. Hence, no one came to welcome Lin Feng and the Invincible Fist Sage. Lin Feng had admired Dongfeng Sheng for a long time. Back when he entered the Myriad Academy, he had often heard of the legendary deeds of the Demon King Dongfeng Sheng. Then, in the virtual battle chamber, Lin Feng had lost to Dongfeng Sheng once again. Later on, Lin Feng defeated Dongfeng Sheng and ascended to the throne of first place in the virtual battle chamber. Up until now, no one had been able to challenge the image Lin Feng had left behind in the virtual battle chamber. After Lin Feng broke the genetic lock, there had always been people comparing him to Dongfeng Sheng. Some even called Lin Feng the second Dongfeng Sheng. Some time ago, Dongfeng Sheng had undergone 3 life transitions and become a meta-divine realm martial artist. Even the sages had high hopes that Dongfeng Sheng would become a new sage. However, Lin Feng was 1 step ahead and became the 10th sage of humanity. Only then could he be considered to have surpassed Dongfeng Sheng. It had been about 2 years since Lin Feng entered the Myriad Academy. In the past 2 years, Lin Feng had never seen Dongfeng Sheng, but he had heard about Dongfeng Sheng's deeds countless times from others. Lin Feng had admired Dongfeng Sheng for a long time. However, regrettably, Lin Feng had never been able to meet Dongfeng Sheng. Lombitham, can you determine the exact location of the signal? Lin Feng looked around. Everyone in the academy had gone to Dongfeng Sheng's speech. There was no one around. I cannot confirm the exact address, but it's definitely in the Myriad Academy. As for whether he has left the Myriad Academy now, I cannot be certain either. Longbitham could not help Lin Feng determine the exact location of the signal. It would be too inefficient to search through the huge Myriad Academy, and it was very likely to alert the enemy. If Lin Feng wanted to find the mysterious person, sticking to ordinary methods would not work. Since it had been confirmed that he was in the Myriad Academy, Lin Feng naturally had a solution. Dean, excuse me. With that, Lin Feng closed his eyes. The mental power sphere in his mind suddenly shook. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying mental power erupted from Lin Feng's body. It swept in all directions like a storm. Chapter 331 You're not Dongfeng Sheng. Chapter 331 You're not Dongfeng Sheng. This is. Even the Invincible Fist Sage could feel as if a cool breeze had brushed past his entire body before dissipating. He did not know what method Lin Feng was using, but he did not disturb Lin Feng. Vast mental power spread in all directions. With Lin Feng's current mental power, forget about the mere Myriad Academy. Lin Feng could easily sweep through even the entire Delta City. Lin Feng's mental power swept across the square. Those ordinary students had not broken the genetic lock and did not feel anything at all. They were still in high spirits, and occasional bursts of enthusiastic applause rang out. On the other hand, those metamorphic realm martial artists felt a faint coldness. However, They all merely frowned and looked around, but did not pay much attention to it. The cold breeze blew through the square and spread throughout the entire Myriad Academy. On the rostrum, Dongfeng Xing was still, speaking confidently, without any change in expression. Everything was calm. Everything was normal. Nothing seemed out of place. Swoosh! Lin Feng opened his eyes, but his gaze suddenly landed on the square. Lin Feng, how is it? The invincible fist sage asked nervously. After all, this involved his Myriad Academy. Even though he was a sage, he was still very nervous. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips as he said slowly, I didn't find anything unusual. Everything is very calm. But that's the thing. It's just too calm. Swoosh! Lin Feng's figure flashed as he walked towards the square in midair step by step. At this moment, countless people in the square were engrossed in listening to the speech. Dongfeng Xing's martial arts knowledge was very profound, and he made references from extensive sources. His speech was also simple and comprehensible, and many people were mesmerized by it. However, Lin Feng's appearance was still discovered. After all, someone walking through the air was very conspicuous. However, when they saw that it was Sage Lin Feng, and there was even the invincible fist sage following behind, everyone was in an uproar. Sage Lin Feng. It's actually Sage Lin Feng. Sage Lin Feng has also returned to his alma mater. Could the dean have personally invited Sage Lin Feng? Who would have thought that one of my seniors had already become a sage? What kind of day is it today? Senior Dongfeng Xing has returned to his alma mater. Now, even Sage Lin Feng has returned to his alma mater. Seeing Lin Feng appear, everyone looked at the sky, their eyes filled with envy, longing, and respect. Without a doubt, Lin Feng had stolen Dongfeng Xing's limelight the moment he arrived. Everyone was discussing and paying attention to Lin Feng's arrival. On the other hand, Dongfeng Xing seemed to have become ignored. However, Dongfeng Xing still appeared very calm. Swoosh! Lin Feng walked through the air and landed on the stage. Everyone on the stage, including the deputy dean and Dongfeng Xing, hurriedly stood up. The deputy dean said respectfully, Sage Lin Feng, why didn't you inform us that you're returning to your alma mater? I'm really sorry for neglecting you now. Lin Feng waved his hand slightly, but his gaze was fixed on Dongfeng Xing. No need. I came specially to look for Dongfeng Xing. Look for Dongfeng Xing. The deputy dean glanced at Lin Feng and Dongfeng Xing, wondering what their relationship was. Dongfeng Xing, we've long admired each other, right? Lin Feng asked calmly. Dongfeng Xing wore a respectful expression and replied modestly, Sage Lin Feng, you've become a sage before me. I'm your inferior. Indeed, no matter how one looked at it, there was actually already a huge gap between Lin Feng and Dongfeng Xing. Inferior. Dongfeng Xing is indeed inferior to me, but you're not that inferior to me. Lin Feng seemed to be talking in riddles. It was a little baffling. What does Sage Lin Feng mean? Dongfeng Xing also revealed a curious expression. Because you're not Dongfeng Xing. In an instant, Lin Feng's expression turned cold. Boom! As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Even the deputy dean was dumbfounded. The person in front of him was clearly Dongfeng Xing. If he was not Dongfeng Xing, then who was the person standing on the rostrum? Lin Feng, you're mistaken. He's indeed Dongfeng Xing. I've seen him before. His aura hasn't changed at all. The invincible fist sage also flew to the stage and said with a frown, That's right. We've all met Dongfeng Xing before. Dongfeng Xing was once my student. I can't possibly mistake someone else for him. Could Sage Lin Feng be mistaken? Dongfeng Xing also revealed an innocent expression. He smiled weakly and said, Sage Lin Feng, if I'm not Dongfeng Xing, who I? No one supported Lin Feng's point of view. Even though Lin Feng was a sage, everyone believed in facts. If I say you're not Dongfeng Xing, you're not. Lin Feng suddenly extended his hand. His palm instantly became incomparably huge, enveloping the entire rostrum. No, Sage Lin Feng. You, Sage Lin Feng. This is a misunderstanding. He's Dongfang Sheng. He's really Dongfang Sheng. Everyone was anxious. Lin Feng actually attacked in public without any hesitation. That huge palm contained a suffocating aura. Even though the deputy dean and the others on the stage were all Divine Realm or Divine Realm martial artists, they did not even have the courage to act. The only one who could act was the invincible fist sage. Even though he was also very shocked. Lin Feng's attack was too fast. He could not even stop him in time. Boom! Lin Feng's huge palm landed, enveloping the entire rostrum, shattering it. As for Dongfang Sheng, who was in the center of Lin Feng's palm, he was already drowned in the surrounding dust before he could even unleash his astral power. Lin Feng, how can you just kill someone at will? The invincible fist sage was also somewhat angered. He knew that Lin Feng had killing intent, but he should not just go for the kill, directly upon suspecting someone randomly. Looking at the rostrum covered with dust, with such a huge force in the attack from a sage, forget about Dongfang Sheng, who had only just undergone 3 life transitions to become a Meta-Divine Realm martial artist. Even those senior Meta-Divine Realm martial artists could not withstand a single palm strike from Lin Feng. Dongfang Sheng just died for no reason. For a moment, many people in the square did not even dare to breathe loudly, but a trace of anger was brewing in many people's hearts. Did being a sage mean he could kill indiscriminately? Senior Dongfang Sheng's death is too unjust. What kind of grudge can make Sage Lin Feng attack personally? Originally, Senior Dongfang Sheng still had a chance of becoming a sage. But now, Sage Lin Feng has personally destroyed all of this. Why? Many people were confused. How could Lin Feng be so arbitrary as to kill someone directly? However, Lin Feng was unmoved. His gaze was fixed on the dusty rostrum. Suddenly, everyone's restlessness seemed to have been strangled at once and came to an abrupt halt. In the ruins, a figure in white was actually still standing where he was. He only extended a hand and grabbed Lin Feng's huge palm tightly. I concealed myself so perfectly. How did you discover me? Dongfang Sheng's expression was unchanged. His gaze was sharp as a blade as he stared straight at Lin Feng. Chapter 332 Armageddon. Chapter 332 Armageddon. That's right. You concealed yourself so perfectly. Who can really discover you? Actually, I didn't discover you either. But it's precisely because you're too perfect. My mental storm has no effect on some ordinary people at all. Only martial artists who have broken the genetic lock can sense it. However, under my mental storm, you didn't change it. All. What does this mean? It's just a cover-up. How could a dignified metamorphic realm martial artist like you be inferior to some metamorphic realm martial artists? Lin Feng stared frigidly at Dongfang Sheng, his eyes filled with cold intent. I see, but you're not confident either. Right, that's why you attacked directly. What if you were wrong? If I'm wrong, so be it. I'm a sage, and I killed a Meta-Divine Realm martial artist. Even if I'm wrong, I can bear the consequences. But can you? Dongfang Sheng laughed. That's right. This was unequal in the first place. He could not afford to gamble. All right. You win. Dongfang Sheng struck out hard, and Lin Feng's palm instantly shattered inch by inch like an ice crystal. It had to be known that this was Lin Feng's combat body, even if he had not unleashed the tidal combat body 3 kilometers in size. With the power of his combat body, with Lin Feng's current strength, even a sage could not easily destroy one of his arms. However, it was just an arm. He had only lost some cells. His combat body squirmed slightly, and without even bleeding a drop, he had swiftly regrown an arm. I'm very curious. Who exactly are you? Lin Feng also stared calmly at Dongfang Sheng. Although the person in front of him did not unleash his aura, he gave Lin Feng a strong sense of danger. If Lin Feng could sense danger even with his current strength, it's definitely not just a sage. Dongfang Sheng grinned, revealing his white teeth. He said casually, don't you already know who I am? You can call me Night Devil. Or, Dongfang Sheng. After so many years, I'm already used to using the name Dongfang Sheng. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed drastically. including the invincible fist sage. His expression was even a little awkward. After all, he had just doubted Lin Feng. However, at this point, how could the people in the square not know that there was probably a huge problem with Dongfeng Sheng? Your human civilization is truly fascinating. I've seen many civilizations that thrived or fell into decline, but none of them were as strange as yours. I'm even a little infatuated with your civilization. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful a civilization is, it cannot escape eventual destruction. Dongfeng Sheng muttered to himself, as if he did not realize that he was in danger right now. On the stage, apart from Lin Feng and the invincible fist sage, the others had already quietly retreated. Even Meta Divine Realm martial artists could not withstand a confrontation and battle at this level. Dongfeng Sheng placed his hands behind his back and stepped into the void step by step. Meanwhile, the aura on his body increased gradually. Metamorphic Realm, Divine Realm, Meta Divine Realm. Boom! At the Meta Divine Realm, the aura on Dongfeng Sheng's body erupted again, reaching a new level. Sage, you've actually become a sage. How can there be no sign at all? The invincible fist sage was overcome by shock. This was too unbelievable. It had to be known that once a martial artist underwent 4 life transitions and became a sage, they would absorb astral power. How dreadful would that commotion be? It was impossible for it to go unnoticed. Even Lin Feng, who cultivated the cosmic cultivation system, made a huge commotion when he underwent a life transition. If it were an A city, the commotion would be earth-shattering. The commotion of advancing to the sage realm was actually even greater. After all, one had to absorb a massive amount of star power and convert it into astral power. It was absolutely impossible to conceal such a huge commotion. Sage, the martial arts of you humans are really unique. Although you don't have much strength, you still have some peculiar abilities. Not bad. Are you talking about the Divine Kingdom? Dongfeng Sheng had his hands behind his back. His gaze was disdainful and condescending, as if he was the almighty king of deities and the ruler of the universe. His long hair swayed. Then, a scorching aura suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire Myriad Academy. Divine Kingdom of Fire, Divine Kingdom of Frost, Divine Kingdom of Purgatory, Divine Kingdom of Death. Seeing Dongfeng Sheng use divine kingdoms one after another, as flames, ice, and violent winds intertwined and wreaked havoc, the invincible fist sage's initial shock gradually turned into numbness. He had really gone numb. Since when could divine kingdoms be used one after another without end? Could this even still be considered the divine kingdom? The invincible fist sage naturally knew the divine kingdom very well. He could clearly sense that aura. It must be the divine kingdom. There was no mistake about it. But how could Dongfeng Sheng have so many divine kingdoms? HMPH. They are just simulated astral force fields. It's just a petty trick. Lin Feng did not hold back anymore. After capturing Dongfeng Sheng, the truth would naturally come to light. Rumble. Lin Feng's body began to expand. In a few breaths, it had already expanded to 3 kilometers. His legs were like 2 huge mountains. With a slight movement, the entire Delta City shook. The aura on his entire body was already powerful to the extreme. Even the invincible fist sage, who had already seen Lin Feng's title, combat body, felt a faint sense of suffocation. He suddenly found that without realizing it, he, a distinguished sage, was no longer even qualified to fight. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At this moment, 7 airships flew over from afar. Sage Kang, Sage Yuanyi, Sage Klaus, Sage Zhutanqi, Sage Paman, Sage Bingyu, and Sage Castor were a total of 7 sages. And they were all the sages of humanity at the moment, including Lin Feng, and apart from Sage Batai, who had already been killed by Lin Feng. All the sages of humanity were here. The 9 sages appeared together, and even temporarily abandoned the forbidden places they were guarding. If demon emperors attacked the defense line at this moment, humanity would definitely suffer heavy losses. However, they had no choice but to come, because Dongfeng Sheng was far more terrifying than those demon emperors. These sages were naturally notified by the invincible fist sage. Although their ideals might differ, they all shared the same vision when facing the common enemy of humanity. Dongfang Sheng, no matter who you are, you have infiltrated humanity for so long and committed heinous crimes. You deserve to die. Sage Kang shouted, his killing intent already rising. The last thing he could tolerate was anomaly. This Dongfang Sheng appeared human, but in reality, he was not. He must be an anomaly. Sage King only had one word for anomalical. Very good. All 9 sages are here. Forget it. I'm tired of human life too. I was going to get some interesting things going, but now that you've discovered me, I may as well launch the Armageddon in advance. At this moment, Dongfeng Sheng's gaze was so cold and unfamiliar. Chapter 333 It's about to wake. Chapter 333 It's about to wake. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook. As Lin Feng's huge foot stomped down, Dongfeng Sheng disappeared. Everyone watched in shock as Lin Feng slowly lifted his massive foot. A huge pit had already been formed in the entire square of the Myriad Academy by Lin Feng's stomp. As for Dongfeng Sheng, Lin Feng had long stomped him into the ground. Armageddon, what makes you think you are capable of it? Lin Feng had mastered the tidal combat body and undergone 3 life transitions. He was just worrying about not being able to find an opponent. Now that he had found the founder of the Night Devil, he did not know what kind of anomaly it was, but it was threatening to destroy the world at every turn. Now that he was stomped on by Lin Feng with 1 foot, he no longer looked insufferably arrogant as he was moments ago. Lin Feng, Dongfeng Sheng suddenly rushed out of the huge pit. He looked rather disheveled. How powerful was Lin Feng's combat body with 3 life transitions? Even though Dongfeng Sheng was an anomaly, he was in a sorry state at this moment. With a loud roar from Dongfeng Sheng, his body began to expand, and then quickly changed. There were no longer those fancy divine kingdoms, but an aura that felt somewhat familiar to Lin Feng. Dongfeng Sheng transformed into a terrifying monster with a huge head and a body covered in pale red scales. Its body was 2 or 3 kilometers long, and its back seemed to be covered in blood-colored eyes. It looked very sinister and terrifying. It's really an anomaly. Seeing Dongfeng Sheng transform into a terrifying monster, everyone's heart skipped a beat. The students of the Myriad Academy had long been evacuated. However, what was the use of being evacuated from the Myriad Academy in such a battle once a battle broke out? Even the entire Delta City might be destroyed. This was the heartland of humanity. A city with a very dense population. Rumble. Dongfeng Sheng's tail pressed down, and the buildings of the Myriad Academy collapsed. A few unlucky students who did not retreat in time were directly crushed to death. Some rocks flew out of the Myriad Academy and killed a crowd on the streets. In just a few minutes, hundreds of people were already killed or injured. Attack! Sage Kang roared. He could not tolerate Dongfeng Sheng's wanton massacre. Hence, the 8 sages, including the invincible fist sage, joined forces with Sage Kang. The 8 divine kingdoms descended onto Dongfeng Sheng's massive body with a bang. The 8 divine kingdoms represented the martial arts in the hearts of the 8 sages, and the beliefs of the 8 sages. The divine kingdom descended and instantly restrained Dongfeng Sheng, who was like a terrifying flood dragon. It was actually restrained for a time. Kill! Lin Feng roared. Without hesitation, he raised his fist and smashed down hard. All the power unleashed from his trillions of cells in his combat body of 3 kilometers was gathered in this punch. Thud! Like a comet striking the ground, Lin Feng smashed his fist down. Dongfeng Sheng cried out in pain. The scales on his entire body shattered inch by inch, and his massive body instantly smashed into the ground. Too weak, too weak, too weak. How can you destroy the world when you are so weak? Lin Feng was also filled with fighting spirit. It was not easy for him to encounter an enemy who could make him attack with all his might, but its strength disappointed him greatly. Arg! Mere humans. Mere lesser life forms. I'll kill all of you. Dongfeng Sheng went completely berserk. He charged out of the ground and lashed his tail at Lin Feng. At the same time, the 8 Sages unleashed 8 divine kingdoms again, pressing down on Dongfeng like huge mountains. Get lost. The densely packed blood-colored eyes on Dongfeng's back suddenly opened. Tens of thousands of blood-colored rays shot out. These blood-colored rays seemed to be very penetrative, and instantly tore apart the divine kingdoms of the 8 sages. This was the divine kingdom of the 8 sages. They were all torn apart by the scarlet rays, and the entire sky seemed to be dyed blood red. The 8 sage divine kingdoms were broken, and all of them were severely injured. That was astral force fields being torn apart. Although their lives were not in danger, they had lost their combat ability. What kind of anomaly is this? Sage Kang looked thoughtful. It doesn't look like a demon emperor, but it's far more horrifying than demon emperors. Sage Yuan's expression was also very solemn. They were 8 dignified sages, but they had actually lost even when joining forces. Moreover, they had lost so completely. If not for Lin Feng, the consequences would be unthinkable. This was the true calamity. Fortunately, Sage Lin Feng is here. Sage Klaus was also a little relieved. He also knew about Lin Feng killing Sage Batai. However, he never expected Sage Batai to be a member of the Night Devil. Sage Klaus did not collude with Sage Batai in major matters of good and evil. Sage Lin Feng, even Sage Kang, who had a different ideal from Lin Feng, could only place all his hopes on Lin Feng at this moment. Weak, too weak. Lin Feng raised his hands and smashed them down in a frenzy. Dongfeng struck Lin Feng with his tail. The terrifying force caused Lin Feng to fall heavily to the ground. However, he quickly stood up again and charged forward again. He grabbed Dongfeng's body and smashed him into the ground in a frenzy. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng felt incomparably carefree. Ever since he mastered the title combat body, it had really been a long time since he had such a hardy physical combat. Lin Feng was happy, but Dongfeng's expression was incomparably agonized. Too strong. How could Lin Feng's physical body be so strong? It was incredibly strong and incomprehensible. Power of Armageddon. Dongfeng could not take it anymore. No matter what, he could not defeat Lin Feng's title combat body in close combat. Hence, the countless scarlet eyes on his body suddenly opened. Countless scarlet rays instantly shot at Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng's title combat body was immediately riddled with holes. The pervasive strange power seeped into Lin Feng's combat body, and his cells were annihilated in large swaths. However, Lin Feng found this power very familiar. Annihilative power, it's somewhat similar, but it doesn't seem very pure. Lin Feng circulated the annihilative origin immediately, like a whale sucking in water. The infinite strange power invading his body was sucked into the annihilative origin. This was indeed annihilative power, but the quality seemed to be much inferior. If the annihilative power in the spear of destruction were mineral water with unparalleled purity, then the light of Armageddon unleashed by Dongfeng would be a filthy ditch. Although they were both water, there was a world of difference. Didn't you want the spear of destruction? Lin Feng suddenly reached into his chest and made a light grab. An ancient black spear appeared in Lin Feng's hand. You actually fused the spear of destruction. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Only those with the power of Armageddon can master the spear of destruction. Die. Lin Feng raised the spear of destruction high and suddenly stabbed down. Thump. The spear of destruction instantly pierced into Dongfeng's body. Dongfeng's originally massive body instantly shriveled like a balloon. Lin Feng could clearly feel that Dongfeng's annihilative power was being devoured by the spear of destruction continuously. That was Dongfeng's foundation. Dongfeng's body was gradually shriveling, and there was not much life left in him. However, a strange smile appeared on Dongfeng's lips. The clarion call for Armageddon has been sounded. The end of civilization is imminent. Cheer all you want. It's about to wake. Crackle. Lin Feng drew out the spear of destruction, and Dongfeng's body gradually shriveled. Finally, he collapsed to the ground like a weathered mummy. Chapter 334 Mystery. Chapter 334 Mystery. He's dead. Lin Feng glanced at Dongfeng Sheng, who had turned into a dried corpse. This was his true size. As for his appearance as Dongfeng Sheng, perhaps it was some kind of miraculous transformation technique, just like the tidal combat body that Lin Feng cultivated. If he was willing to study the arrangement of cells, it would not be that difficult to transform into a person. Sage Lin Feng, what kind of anomaly is this Dongfeng Sheng? Sage Kang walked over. Although the divine kingdom of him and the other 7 sages had been torn apart, they were ultimately fine. They would recover after a period of rest. However, the 8 sages were all a little nervous about a terrifying anomaly like Dongfeng Sheng. If not for Lin Feng, the consequences would be unthinkable. I don't know. But he's a life form. A genuine life form, it's just that he's not human. He seems a bit like a greater demon, but he far surpasses those demon emperors. Lin Feng frowned slightly as well. This Dongfeng Sheng was very, very strong. Ridiculously so. If one really had to make a comparison, perhaps only sages with 5 life transitions were comparable to him. If not for the fact that Lin Feng possessed the spear of destruction and could temporarily utilize a little of the annihilative power in it, it was still unknown who would have won. However, although Dongfeng Sheng was strong and almost invincible aside from when facing Lin Feng, this bit of strength was far from enough if Dongfeng Sheng intended to launch the Armageddon. What was Armageddon? It was the destruction of the entire world in an instant. Even Dongfeng Sheng could not destroy all of humanity in a very short period of time. Hence, Dongfeng Sheng did not have the ability to launch the Armageddon at all. I think I've seen Dongfeng Sheng's final words somewhere before. Suddenly, Sage Yuani's expression became a little solemn, as if he was carefully recalling something. You've heard of it. All the sages looked at Sage Yuani, and Lin Feng was no exception. The clarion call for Armageddon has been sounded. The doomsday of civilization is imminent. Yes, those are the words. I have indeed seen them before. Sage Kang, you should have seen it too. Do you remember 100 years ago, when we explored the Black Wind Canyon together? We once saw an ancient stone tablet. Weren't those the mottled words on it? The writing in the Black Wind Canyon. Sage Kang's eyes suddenly widened, as if he found it unbelievable. That's right. I remember that it was a stone tablet we encountered along the way. The writing on it happened to be the writing of an ancient civilization we once discovered. Translated. This is the sentence. Could this anomaly be related to the Black Wind Canyon? At this thought, all the sages' expressions became very solemn. The Black Wind Canyon could be considered the most dangerous of the 4 forbidden places. Otherwise, Sage Kang and Sage Yuani would not be presiding over it. Sage Kang deduced that there was a horrifying power in the Black Wind Canyon that even demon emperors had to bow to. If Dongfeng Sheng was really related to the Black Wind Canyon, it wouldn't be difficult to understand. Black Wind Canyon, Lin Feng muttered softly, committing this name to memory. There's no need to make superfluous speculations. This anomaly must have already impersonated Dongfeng Sheng when he was very young. Sages, you can investigate Dongfeng Sheng's detailed experiences since he was young. Perhaps you can discover something unusual. Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone's eyes lit up. That's right. We have to investigate carefully. It's not just Dongfeng Sheng. There's also the Night Devil organization. Even if Dongfeng Sheng is dead, the Night Devil organization might be rekindled. We have to strike. It's all thanks to Sage Lin Feng this time. We will definitely give Sage Lin Feng an explanation for what happened to Batai previously. Many sages also made up their minds that the status quo could not be maintained. Hence, the sages bade farewell one after another. They still had to return to guard the regions. Otherwise, if any demon emperors really stirred chaos, it would be a problem. With the departure of the sages, only Lin Feng and the invincible fist sage were left in the Myriad Academy. They looked at the surrounding ruins. Not only was the Myriad Academy in ruins, the surrounding area of several kilometers was also in ruins. The casualties had already exceeded 100. In a battle between sages, be it martial artists or ordinary people, They were all as insignificant as ants and had no ability to protect themselves at all. This was even after Lin Feng had ended the battle quickly. If the delay had been longer, the casualties would probably have exceeded this number. Dean, the Myriad Academy has been destroyed. Lin Feng was also a little apologetic. His battle with Dongfeng Sheng was so intensive that he could spare no thought for anything else, causing the entire Myriad Academy to be reduced to ruins. Fortunately, most of the students had already been evacuated. Otherwise, the losses would be even heavier. Everything on Dongfeng Sheng had been searched, except for a communicator. Moreover, all the valuable information had been deleted. Dongfeng Sheng seemed to be an enigma. He had appeared out of nowhere and was hidden among humanity. He was so well concealed that even 8 sages were not his match. Beep! Suddenly, Lin Feng's communicator received a message. His communicator was Sage Batai's communicator, which he was using for the time being. Only the other 7 sages knew about it now. This message was from Sage Kang, attached with information on Dongfeng Sheng from the investigation. The 5 major factions' influence covered the entire human society. They might not have an objective in the beginning, but now that they had confirmed that there was a problem with Dongfeng Sheng, all the information about Dongfeng Sheng since he was young had been investigated thoroughly. Lin Feng read it very carefully, not missing a single piece of information. From the time Dongfeng Sheng was born to the age of 3, there did not seem to be anything unusual about him. However, after the age of 3, Lin Feng discovered a small detail. When Dongfeng Sheng was about 3.5 years old, Dongfeng Sheng followed his parents to the amusement park, but disappeared for half an hour. In the end, they found Dongfeng Sheng standing in front of the snack stall, wanting to have ice cream. Without much thought, many did not find anything wrong with it. It was just half an hour. Wasn't it normal for a child to get lost for a while? However, this was the most abnormal thing. Dongfeng Sheng's parents were both metamorphic realm martial artists who had broken the genetic lock. How could they have lost Dongfeng Sheng in the crowd for as long as half an hour? Ever since this incident, Dongfeng Sheng had gradually risen to prominence. He had even awakened some innate abilities, which surprised Dongfeng Sheng's parents. From then on, everything went smoothly for him, and he became a martial genius. Lin Feng could even be certain that during the half an hour that Dongfeng Sheng got lost when he was 3 years old, he might have already been switched by the anomaly. The real Dongfeng Sheng might very well be long dead. Then, this anomaly replaced Dongfeng Sheng and lived in the name of Dongfeng Sheng. During this period, it even established the Night Devil to constantly collect intelligence on humans. However, Lin Feng knew very well that this anomaly's strength had long surpassed that of human sages. If it wanted to destroy humanity, it might not be able to do so in a short period of time, but it could still kill all the sages and disrupt human cities. Why didn't he do that? Even before Lin Feng found the anomaly, it did not show signs of launching the Armageddon. All of this seemed to have become a difficult mystery with the death of Dongfeng Sheng. Lombitham, don't you have something you want to tell me? Lin Feng closed his eyes slightly. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, Lin Feng homed in on Lombitham. Perhaps the others had no clue, but Lombitham definitely knew something. Chapter 335 Behemoth of Armageddon. Chapter 335 Behemoth of Armageddon. Lombitham emerged from Lin Feng's communicator. The holograph it projected also seemed to be a little hesitant. Lombitham, I've already undergone 3 life transitions. If that isn't enough, I've already preliminarily fused the Spear of Destruction. This should be enough. Right, tell me, what is Armageddon and who is it? Lin Feng's expression was very solemn. He did not think that Dongfeng Sheng's last words were an exaggeration. Lombitham looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. In the past, it would have rejected Lin Feng without hesitation. However, ever since it felt that Lin Feng had a chance of becoming its master's disciple, its attitude had changed slightly. Now, it was hesitating about whether to tell Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not rush it. Instead, he waited quietly. Lin Feng, I was going to tell you about the Armageddon when you obtain Master's legacy and become Master's disciple. But now that you have already fused the spear of destruction, there is no harm in telling you. When I first descended, your world was still at the end of the second civilization. You might not be able to imagine how powerful the second civilization was. Due to some treasures left behind by the first civilization, the combat power of the second civilization was fearsome to the extreme at that time. Humans were the ruler of the world. There were no messy dire beasts at all. Basically everyone could complete a life transition upon reaching adulthood. Therefore, humans in the second civilization could all undergo one life transition. There were countless people who could undergo 3 or 4 life transitions. Only those who could undergo 5 life transitions were very rare. I do not know if there were any. After all, the second civilization was already near its end. At that time, the second civilization was also on the verge of collapse. Because there was a behemoth of Armageddon. The appearance of this behemoth of Armageddon instantly destroyed the second civilization. You might not be able to imagine how powerful the behemoth of Armageddon is. It was born to destroy, to annihilate the world. According to the cosmic cultivation system, the behemoth of Armageddon should be at the peak of 5 life transitions. This is not according to the martial arts you cultivate, but the equivalent of 5 life transitions by the standards of the cosmic cultivation system. The behemoth of Armageddon attempted to destroy the world, and through the destruction, obtain annihilative power to transform into a planetary life form. Unfortunately, it failed every time. Although it destroyed the civilization, it did not truly annihilate the world, because the spark of civilization still remained in the world. Then, civilization was slowly born. This went on for the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and up until your 9th civilization. If the behemoth of Armageddon failed to metamorphose after launching Armageddon, it would undergo a period of weakness before falling into a deep slumber. After it woke up, it would launch the Armageddon again. The birth of your 9th civilization was still very recent. According to the timeline, there is still a very long time before the behemoth of Armageddon awakens. Therefore, if Dongfang Shang is referring to the fact that the behemoth of Armageddon is about to awaken, I do not quite believe it. Unless some unexpected change has occurred that would cause the behemoth of Armageddon to wake in advance. Longbitham revealed the secret it had been hiding all at once. Even though Lin Feng was already experienced and knowledgeable, and even stood at the peak of humanity with achievements that exceeded even sages, he still gasped. The shock in his heart could not be quelled for a long time. The behemoth of Armageddon, such a terrifying behemoth that was only a step away from becoming a planetary lifeform, actually existed in this world. It would obtain annihilative power from the Armageddon and metamorphose. Lin Feng thought of the memories of the Leviathan he had obtained. That Leviathan seemed to be an overlordable behemoth in a world. At first, however, as it underwent the final metamorphosis, the Leviathan followed its instincts and devoured its home planet at once. Only after devouring a planet did the Leviathan finally complete its metamorphosis and become a planetary lifeform. Could the same apply for the behemoth of Armageddon? From the 2nd civilization to the 8th civilization, these extremely powerful civilizations were destroyed time and time again. The truth seemed to be hidden. Only today did Lin Feng find out that all of this was due to the behemoth of Armageddon. Annihilative power, that's right. When I was fighting Dongfang Sheng previously, I sensed a strange power in Dongfang Sheng's body. It seems to be the annihilative power that can constantly destroy my combat body. However, it's far inferior to the annihilative power of the spear of destruction. Longbitham nodded and said, correct. That was annihilative power. However, your spear of destruction is an origin weapon. The annihilative origin is annihilative power extracted from the collapse of a star. Dongfang Sheng's annihilative power is at most the annihilative power on your planet. The two are not comparable. So, Dongfang Sheng is the behemoth of Armageddon. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as a bold thought appeared in his mind. No, Dongfang Sheng is definitely not the behemoth of Armageddon. If that was really the behemoth of Armageddon, it would have killed you with a single smack. Not even holding the spear of destruction would save you. If I am not wrong, Dongfang Xing must have been born alongside the behemoth of Armageddon, and was some kind of special life form corrupted by the annihilative power. Lin Feng gradually calmed down. If what Long Bitham said was true, an anomaly that was born alongside the behemoth of Armageddon actually had strength not inferior to Lin Feng's combat body of 3 life transitions at all, then, how powerful would the true behemoth of Armageddon be? Indeed, it lived up to its name of Armageddon. Dongfang Sheng is just an impostor. You have the spear of destruction. He was not your match at all. However, you are still far from being a match for the behemoth of Armageddon. This was why Long Bitham had taken so long to tell Lin Feng about the behemoth of Armageddon. The difference was too great, and it would even affect Lin Feng's conviction. It had to be known that once a cultivator's conviction collapsed, it was basically impossible for them to undergo another life transition. The behemoth of Armageddon is so powerful. Is there any power that can deal with it? Of course there is. For example, if you can unleash the full power of the spear of destruction you possess, you can deal with the behemoth of Armageddon. Also, if you can undergo 5 life transitions with Master's Legacy, you can also deal with the behemoth of Armageddon. Lin Feng shook his head. Neither of these 2 methods was that easy. Lin Feng still had no clue how to completely fuse the spear of destruction. Currently, he could only use the annihilative origin to slightly mobilize the annihilative power in the spear of destruction. He could only unleash one of its strength at most. After all, the true spear of destruction was an origin weapon that contained the annihilative origin of a star. If its full power was unleashed, it could even severely injure and kill planetary life forms. The way to fuse the spear of destruction remained unclear. As for 5 life transitions, that was even more difficult. Although Lin Feng seemed to have undergone 3 life transitions in such a short period of time, every single time, he succeeded only due to a fortuitous encounter and after great hardships. Is the behemoth of Armageddon slumbering in the Black Wind Canyon? Lin Feng raised his head, his eyes flickering with a sharp glint. A bold thought appeared in his mind. Chapter 336 Urgency. Chapter 336 Urgency. Lin Feng, the behemoth of Armageddon is indeed slumbering in the Black Wind Canyon. What are you trying to do? Long Bitham was startled. It knew how reckless Lin Feng could be at times. Since the behemoth of Armageddon is slumbering, is it possible for me to use the spear of destruction to kill it completely? A sharp glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. Kill it with the spear of destruction. Long Bitham shook its head and said, Lin Feng, you have never seen the behemoth of Armageddon, let alone know how horrifying it is. It is completely beyond your imagination. And is a being with power equivalent to 5 life transitions under the cosmic cultivation system. Do you think you can kill the behemoth of Armageddon with your strength? Even with the spear of destruction? If it is really that easy to kill, the second civilization would not have suffered such heavy losses. You have to know that the spear of destruction was the subject of the most thorough research of the second civilization. Their use of the annihilative power is not inferior to yours. If you charge into the Black Wind Canyon rashly and fail to kill the behemoth of Armageddon, only to awaken it, your 9th civilization will probably be destroyed in advance. Even Long Bitham was doing its best to stop Lin Feng. This meant that this behemoth of Armageddon was indeed terrifying, far beyond Lin Feng's imagination. It was just like how in the memory fragments of the Leviathan, the Leviathan was almost invincible, and no power could kill it. The behemoth of Armageddon was probably about the same as a Leviathan that had yet to completely metamorphose into a planetary life form. Don't worry. I won't barge into the Black Wind Canyon without absolute confidence. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He had thought that he could rest easy after 3 life transitions, and could even sweep through all the dire beasts. But now, he had suddenly learned of another behemoth of Armageddon. A total of 9 civilizations existed in a cycle of death and rebirth. All the civilizations were destroyed due to the behemoth of Armageddon. Would human civilization one day follow in the footsteps of the first 8 civilizations? It was hard to say. If the behemoth of Armageddon truly awakened and metamorphosed into a planetary life form, the entire world would become the energy for the behemoth of Armageddon's metamorphosis. He'll find a way somehow. Lin Feng flew back to the airship, bade farewell to the invincible Fist Sage, and returned to the League of Guardians headquarters. Sage Batai had fallen, and the Myriad Academy had been destroyed. These two matters had already caused an uproar, but the 5 major factions did not give an explanation for a long time. The Conference of Sages was held again, and Lin Feng participated. 3 things were confirmed in the meeting. Sage Batai was killed by Sage Lin Feng for crimes against humanity. A demon emperor had infiltrated the Myriad Academy. After a great battle, it was killed by the combined forces of the sages. It was publicly announced that the Night Devil organization was an illegal organization. For a period of 3 months, members of the Night Devil organization who took the initiative to confess could receive leniency for their sentences. If they had not committed any crimes, it could be written off. Even if they had made certain mistakes, they could be dealt with leniently. However, after 3 months were up, once their identities as members of Night Devil were discovered, they would be severely punished. As soon as these 3 matters were announced, the entire human society was in an uproar. Previously, there were only some rumors that Sage Batai seemed to have died, but they were only rumors. Not many people believed them. Only those who had personally witnessed the death of Sage Batai in Golden Mountain City were the exception. However, there were not many of those. Moreover, the 5 major factions controlled the network. All videos involving Sage Batai were directly deleted. A sage of humanity was actually suspected of crimes against humanity, and was killed by Sage Lin Feng on the spot. How shocking was this news? This was an authoritative message jointly issued by the 5 major factions, or rather, 6 major factions, including the League of Guardians. Ever since the birth of sages, no sage had ever fallen. Now, a sage had fallen, not at the hands of dire beasts, but at the hands of another sage. Many people felt as if a storm was brewing. Apart from the incident with Sage Batai, the other 2 incidents were also incomparably shocking. Everyone knew that the Myriad Academy had been razed to the ground. It was actually a demon emperor that had infiltrated human society. Did this mean that some kind of dire beast could already infiltrate human society silently? There was also the Night Devil organization. To those martial artists above the metamorphic realm, this was undoubtedly a message of utmost severity. The 6 major factions jointly announced that the Night Devil was an illegal organization. Although the 5 major factions had investigated the Night Devil in the past, they had not announced it publicly. Clearly, the 6 major factions and the sages were determined to eliminate the Night Devil organization this time. Hence, after some martial artists weighed the pros and cons, they finally confessed their identities as members of the Night Devil. Naturally, the other sages could deal with the disturbances in human society. At this moment, Lin Feng was in the League of Guardians, but his surroundings were very quiet. This was because he was slowly sorting out the memories of the Leviathan in his mind. Even though there were billions of years worth of memories, many of them were just fragments and were not coherent. Moreover, Lin Feng still had to digest some of those memories carefully. Relying on these memory fragments, Lin Feng underwent 3 life transitions and even condensed the annihilative origin, barely managing to control the spear of destruction for the time being. If Lin Feng wanted to undergo 4 or even 5 life transitions quickly, he would have to start from the Leviathan's memories and life core. Lombitham. The life core I obtained is only 1%. If I can obtain more, I might be able to undergo 4 or even 5 life transitions. That is actually a good idea. How great is the life core of a planetary lifeform, however? Are you sure there are other life cores? Lombitham doubted it. In the vast universe, planetary lifeforms could be considered great lifeforms. They could travel the universe and were very difficult to kill. let alone obtain the life cores. Even Longbetham had never actually seen the life core of a planetary life form. It had only seen it from some informative sources. However, the life core of planetary life forms actually existed in this world. This was simply unbelievable. Even Longbetham could not understand it. Lin Feng closed his eyes. He carefully recalled the memory fragment in his mind. A huge hand that seemed to be able to cover an entire galaxy descended from the sky. The Leviathan was shattered in the universe, without even the slightest ability to resist. The gap between the two was simply too great. I'm certain that the life core of that planetary life form, the Leviathan, is complete now that only a small portion of the fragments are left. There must be other life core fragments scattered in this world as long as I can find these life core fragments. It's not entirely hopeless for me to undergo 4 or even 5 life transitions. Lin Feng also sensed the urgency now. He did not know when the behemoth of Armageddon would wake. Perhaps it might awaken in 10,000 years. In 1,000 years. In 100 years of an awakening tomorrow was not entirely impossible. Hence, Lin Feng had to seize the time to increase his strength. Otherwise, when calamity really descended, the entire human race would be completely powerless to resist. Lin Feng had no intention of seeing it happen. Chapter 337 Mobilizing the Sages. Chapter 337 Mobilizing the Sages. Lin Feng, something that was able to kill a planetary life form, seize its life core, and even shatter it into pieces to leave in this world is just too horrifying. It must be at least a great galactic life form. Longbetham felt a lingering fear. It had descended in this world, and felt that this world was not simple. However, when things involved galactic life forms, it did not even dare to think about them. What was so special about this planet that a galactic life form took it so seriously? It was even certain that the canopy must have been set up by that great life form above the galactic level. There are no more life core fragments in the 18 grottos of Dragonhead. I'll search elsewhere, such as the other 3 forbidden places. Apart from the Black Wind Canyon, there are 2 other forbidden places. Lin Feng already had a plan. Finding the life core fragments of the Leviathan was the top priority. He believed that there must be many more life core fragments scattered in this world. They might be lying in some corner, undiscovered up until now. Lin Feng, it is too difficult for you to find the life core fragment alone. Even my help would not be of much use. You should use your advantage. You are not doing this just for yourself, but also for your human civilization. Therefore, you should mobilize everyone to help you find the life core fragments. That's right. We should mobilize the power of all humanity to search for them together. However, it's not easy to convince the other 8 sages. There has to be a reason. Is the reason not simple with your current strength? What are you afraid of? You do not even need to explain. Just tell them about the situation with the behemoth of Armageddon. The other sages will definitely believe you. This is because you are the only hope for humanity. Those sages have all lived for decades or centuries. They naturally know what this means. Lin Feng thought about it carefully. That was true. What was his current status? He was practically the strongest entity of humanity. The other 8 sages all knew very well what Lin Feng represented. At this point, no one and no power in human society could threaten Lin Feng anymore. What he said must be the truth. Moreover, Sage Kang and the others had found so many ancient ruins. Lin Feng did not believe that they really knew nothing about the behemoth of Armageddon. All right. I'll hold the conference of sages immediately. Lin Feng immediately contacted the other 8 sages. In the Supreme Commander's Department, the conference of sages was held again. However, Lin Feng was the one hosting this conference of sages. Ever since Lin Feng became a sage, he rarely took the initiative to hold the conference of sages. In addition, Lin Feng vaguely had the authority of the first sage now. Hence, all the sages were present. Sages, do you still remember Dongfeng Sheng? Of course we remember. We've always been investigating Dongfeng Sheng, but we haven't found any valuable clues. We don't know what this anomaly is. Dong Fengsheng was once a genius student of the Myriad Academy. Moreover, because of Dong Fengsheng, even the Myriad Academy had been destroyed. Hence, the Invincible Fist Sage undoubtedly took this matter very seriously. I think I know where Dong Fengsheng came from. What Sage Lin Feng knows about it? Sage Lin Feng, do you know where this anomaly came from? Sage Kang and the others' eyes lit up as they looked at Lin Feng anxiously. During this period of time, they had indeed used all methods at their disposal to investigate. But Dong Fengsheng had not left a single clue. There was nothing they could do about it. Has everyone heard of the Behemoth of Armageddon? Lin Feng swept his gaze through them and went straight to the point. Boom! Sage Kang, Sage Yuan, and the other 8 sages' expressions all changed drastically. Sage Lin Feng, are you talking about the Behemoth of Armageddon? Sage Kang's voice was trembling. That's right. It's the Behemoth of Armageddon. Dong Fengsheng should be some kind of special life form that was born with a Behemoth of Armageddon. The it he mentioned at the end is probably the Behemoth of Armageddon. The Behemoth of Armageddon might awaken in advance. Seeing the expressions of the 8 sages, Lin Feng knew that they definitely knew about the Behemoth of Armageddon. Or rather, knew a little about it. They were not completely ignorant. If it's really the Behemoth of Armageddon, it'll really be a calamity. Sage Kang shook his head. His face was already a little pale, and he looked like an ordinary old man in front of a terrifying behemoth that could destroy worlds and civilizations like the Behemoth of Armageddon. Sages were nothing. I don't know how much you sages know about the Behemoth of Armageddon, but as far as I know, the Behemoth of Armageddon was the culprit that destroyed so many ancient civilizations. Once it awakens, the consequences will be unthinkable, and human civilization will be destroyed. The other sages also nodded. The Invincible Fist Sage heaved a long sigh and said, I originally thought that the Behemoth of Armageddon was just a myth, and too distant from us. I never expected it to be about to awaken. The first time we learned about the Behemoth of Armageddon was in an ancient civilization ruin. The Behemoth of Armageddon was mentioned in it. Originally, we did not pay much attention to it. However, over the next 100 years, we discovered various ancient civilizations one after another. They all mentioned the Behemoth of Armageddon, which attracted our attention. Later, according to our investigation and calculations, we suspect that the Behemoth of Armageddon is hidden in the Black Wind Canyon. This is also why Sage Yuan and Sage Kang are personally overseeing the Black Wind Canyon. The Invincible Fist Sage explained everything he knew. It turned out that humanity had already gained some understanding of the Behemoth of Armageddon from some clues in ancient civilizations. They had even deduced that the Behemoth of Armageddon was in the Black Wind Canyon. Sage Lin Feng, since you know that the Behemoth of Armageddon will wake in advance, is there any way to deal with it? Sage Kang suddenly asked. A trace of anticipation appeared in his eyes. At this point, everyone knew that Lin Feng had obtained the astonishing legacy of an ancient civilization. He was even the top sage of humanity now, but they did not get to the bottom of it. Every sage had their own secrets. As long as Lin Feng was still part of humanity, and would fight for humanity, that was enough. Now, their only hope lay with Lin Feng. However, faced with everyone's anticipation, Lin Feng shook his head and said, I can't deal with the Behemoth of Armageddon either. However, I have a solution. What solution? Everyone knows that I've obtained some ancient legacy. I need a kind of scarlet crystal now. Something I call life core. Dean has also seen it before. It was discovered in the 18 grottos of Dragonhead. If everyone can find enough life cores, my strength might be able to improve further. Then, it won't be impossible for me to contend against the Behemoth of Armageddon. Lin Feng showed the image of the life core to all the sages. All right, well, mobilize all the factions immediately and do everything we can to find these life cores. However, Sage Lin Feng, your current strength has already far exceeded all of us sages. For the development of humanity as a whole, and to better accumulate strength, Sage Lin Feng, can you personally take action to eliminate those demon emperors? Sage Kang said softly. All the sages also looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Chapter 338 Demon Slaying Operation. Chapter 338 Demon Slaying Operation. Eliminate the Demon Emperors. Lin Feng met the expectant gazes of all the sages and said firmly, "I'm a sage of humanity. Why not? Demon Emperors were a major threat to all humans. Every time a Demon Emperor appeared, it would bring about catastrophic consequences for humanity. For this reason, the 9 sages guarded the outland all year round to deter those Demon Emperors. However, this also held down the sages of humanity, preventing them from having much time to cultivate or guide the juniors of humanity. However, things were different now. Lin Feng had the strength to clear out all threats. Demon Emperors were no longer so powerful, beyond humans, nor were they so difficult to slay. If they could eliminate the Demon Emperors, the sages of humanity would also be free to help Lin Feng collect life cores, or deal with the threat of the behemoth of Armageddon together. There are many Demon Emperors. Where should we start? I've already thought it through. Let's start with the 3 forbidden places I once obtained the life core in the 18 grottos of Dragonhead. Perhaps there are life cores in the other forbidden places as well. We can also get rid of those Demon Emperors along the way." The sages nodded in agreement. "In that case, let's agree on a time to set off. I suggest all the sages attack together for such an important operation." Sage King struck while the iron was hot. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. "Let's do it tomorrow." As for the location, I went to the Tashikar Desert last time. I only killed Batai, but I didn't explore the Tashikar Desert properly. Let's start with the Tashikar Desert. Lin Feng thought for a moment and confirmed the time and place. Then this operation will be called Demon Slaying Operation tomorrow. Everyone will gather at the League of Guardians headquarters. Sage Kang made the final decision. Everyone had a smile on their faces. After so many years, the day had finally come when they could take the initiative to attack Demon Emperors. Lin Feng did not guard the Outland. He did not know the pain of guarding the Outland over decades or centuries. All along, although humans were on the offensive against other dire beasts, they were actually on the defensive against Demon Emperors. If dire beasts broke through certain defense lines, the sages would not even have time to reinforce them. During the previous crisis in Dragonlith City, it was luck that the Invincible Fist Sage could arrive in a very short period of time. Even if a Demon Emperor appeared, he could rush back in time. Otherwise, the Invincible Fist Sage would not have been able to reinforce Dragonlith City. The sages agreed and left one after another, leaving Sage Kang and Lin Feng alone. Sage Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave as well, Sage Kang stopped him. "Sage Kang, is there anything else?" Sage Kang took a deep breath and said hesitantly, "Sage Lin Feng, I was wrong about Batai." Sage Kang actually took the initiative to apologize. This surprised Lin Feng. He was a dignified sage, and he was known as the pioneer of humanity, the first sage in history. How prestigious was he? Yet he was taking the initiative to apologize to Lin Feng now. Lin Feng did not think that Sage Kang was apologizing to him due to his strength. "Sage Kang, what are you doing?" "Lin Feng, I couldn't stop Batai in time. I even somewhat enabled his actions. For the greater good, I've unknowingly deviated from my original intention." "No, Sage Kang, you're not wrong. Our ideals are different. But no one was in the wrong. Back when humanity was weak, it was precisely because of Sage Kang's firm conviction that humanity slowly became stronger, and that we can prosper today. However, things in the world cannot be perfect. We are all working for humanity now, and our ideals have aligned again." "Right." With that, Lin Feng retracted his projection, leaving Sage Kang with a thoughtful expression. The next day, airships landed one after another at the League of Guardians headquarters. The person who walked out of the airship shocked every martial artist in the League of Guardians. "That's the Invincible Fist Sage. Right, I've seen him last time. There's also Sage Bingyu, the Dean of the Polar Academy. She rarely shows her face. It's Sage Kang, the first sage of humanity. The sages of the military are here too, 8 of them. A total of 8. Apart from the dead sage Batai, almost all the sages are here. What's going on? There were only over 100 official members in the League of Guardians, but they were fortunate enough to witness the grandest lineup in human history. A total of 8 sages arrived at the League of Guardians. Looking at the magnificent buildings below, the sages all nodded to themselves. Lin Feng's League of Guardians was completely different from their faction. It had a very technological air. After all, the headquarters was built with robots left behind by the third civilization. It fully adopted certain characteristics of the third civilization, and was very different from the current buildings of humanity. Sage Bingyu, this is your first time at the League of Guardians headquarters, right? Haha. Sage Lin Feng has a lot of good stuff. The Invincible Fist Sage had already been to the League of Guardians a few times, and actually took up the role of a guide. Invincible. I think Sage Lin Feng's League of Guardians is quite good. Aren't you rebuilding Myriad Academy? Why don't you get Sage Lin Feng's robots to help you rebuild it? Sage Ka said with a smile. Do I need you to tell me I've already borrowed 3 robots from Lin Feng? Myriad Academy can be rebuilt in a few days. The Invincible Fist Sage was in high spirits. Once his Myriad Academy was rebuilt, it would definitely surpass the other 2 academies. It was enough to make him excited for a while. Sage Kang, all the sages are here. When was the last time all the sages gathered? 138 years ago. There were only 7 sages at that time. We had gathered then to deal with 3 demon emperors together. Sage Kang was also very emotional. Due to the demon emperors, it was very difficult for the sages of humanity to gather. At this moment, Lin Feng also came out. He took a look. The 8 sages were all here. It was time to leave. Shenzhen, don't worry. With 8 sages together this time, the demon-slaying operation will definitely be a success. Before leaving, Lin Feng also explained things to Chen. Chen was also very supportive of the demon-slaying operation. She was just a little worried about Lin Feng, but she also knew that Lin Feng was a sage, so he had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of humanity. Let's go. A total of 9 airships took off from the League of Guardians headquarters and quickly flew towards the Tashikar Desert. In the depths of the outland, countless screwworms were prostrating on the ground, their entire bodies trembling, as if they were afraid of something. In the valley in front of them, a giant worm emitting a scarlet light seemed to be undergoing metamorphosis with great difficulty. A layer of skin was vaguely shed from its entire body. Its huge body, which was 2 kilometers long, almost occupied the entire valley. The giant worm appeared to be in great agony. There was a strange scarlet crystal in its mouth, and it was trying its best to swallow it. Rumble. Finally, the giant worm opened its maw wide and devoured the huge scarlet crystal like it was a delicious meal. Immediately, the giant worm let out waves of incomparably painful roars. Countless screwworms that heard this roar and prostrated themselves on the ground as they trembled. Chapter 339 Tashikar Desert. Chapter 339 Tashikar Desert. Devour. Devour. A voice seemed to echo repeatedly in the minds of all the screwworms. It was their broodmother, their king, and the only thing that mattered in their life. Hence, a great many screwworms hissed as well. Tens of thousands of screwworms charged out of the valley in an orderly manner like an army. We've arrived at the Tashikar Desert. Lin Feng flew down from the airship. There were a total of 8 sages behind him. This was practically the strongest force of humanity. The Tashikar Desert in front of him was filled with flitting yellow sand, and the sun was blazing hot. At a glance, it looked like a land of despair and death, where there was not even a trace of vitality. This was the depths of the Tashikar Desert, and Golden Mountain City was still very far away. If one wanted to find an oasis here, they would have to travel thousands of kilometers, or even further. This was a dead land. It was rumored that demon emperors had once appeared here. Many meta-divine realm martial artists did not dare to barge in rashly. Once they did, they would never return. Have you found any information about the Tashikar Desert from the Consortium faction? Lin Feng asked the other 8 sages. After all, The Tashikar Desert was too huge. Without specific information, it would be very difficult to find demon emperors. Sage Kang's face was ashen as he said in a low voice, "This bad I neglected his duty. I never expected that after guarding Golden Mountain City for so many years, he had never gone deep into the Tashikar Desert. The reports he gave us in the past were all lies." Sage Kang was furious. Sage Batai had really renewed his understanding of sages. Sages presided over a region, and their duty was actually similar to that of legates. The regions guarded were basically all under the sage's authority. However, Sage Batai had never ventured into the Tashikar Desert at all. He had never even seen the shadow of a demon emperor. Although expedition teams had ventured into the depths of the Tashikar Desert before, they had never returned. Sage Batai found all kinds of excuses to put it off. Now that Sage Batai was dead, his past actions were naturally exposed, infuriating Sage Kang. After all, he was the one who supported Sage Batai to oversee the Tashikar Desert back then. Without specific information, how could they find what they were looking for in such a huge desert? I'll investigate the information from some adventurers immediately. Gather all the information regarding the Tashikar Desert. The 8 sages took action at once. They were in charge of the 5 major factions, so it was naturally the fastest way to gather information. Lin Feng did not interfere. After all, his League of Guardians had just been established. Its foundation was still shallow, and there was no way to find information about the Tashikar Desert. However, he had a method as well. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes. Then, the mental power sphere in his mind shook slightly, and a wave of mental power quickly explored in all directions. Ever since Lin Feng's mental guidance technique had advanced to the 3rd level, he had yet to test the limit of his mental power. Hence, as his mental power continued to spread and explore, Lin Feng could also learn the limit of his mental power. 10 meters. 100 meters. 1,000 meters. Lin Feng's mental power spread extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had already explored a radius of a few kilometers. 2 kilometers. 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's mental power had already enveloped an area of dozens or hundreds of kilometers. No movement in this area could escape Lin Feng's notice. He saw some scattered dire beasts lurking in the desert, ready to attack at any moment. A few dire beasts were also hunting another dire beast. This was the Outland, and it was the desolate and deadly Tashikar Desert. Even after hundreds of kilometers, Lin Feng did not discover any powerful dire beasts. However, his mental power did not feel strained at all. A mere 100 kilometers did not feel like much. Hence, Lin Feng continued to extend. 100 kilometers, 300 kilometers, 500 kilometers. Suddenly, when Lin Feng's mental power extended to 800 kilometers, his mental power stopped. At this moment, 800 kilometers was already somewhat taxing on Lin Feng's mental power. Of course, if he unleashed his full power, Lin Feng should be able to explore an area of over 1,000 kilometers. Sages. I found something. With that, Lin Feng took the lead and flew rapidly into the distance on the airship. The other 8 sages were a little confused. They all looked at each other, but they still chose to trust Lin Feng and followed. So many dire beasts. And they all seem to be demons. It's said that the Tashikar Desert is very dangerous, and even contains great secrets. Our travel has been safe for thousands of kilometers. Who'd expect we would encounter danger here? Looks like we're going to die in this desert. With Elder Lin around, everything should be fine. Right. A group of young explorers, about a dozen of them, were all gathered in a circle. Around them were countless dire beasts like black beetles, surrounding them all. These black beetles were about a meter in size and emitted a foul smell all over. They surged out of a dark and damp cave. Elder Lin was a divine realm martial artist, but he had not joined any faction. He was one of the very few martial artists who were free. Moreover, he had fought at the front line for decades, so he could return to the home front to enjoy a comfortable retirement. However, He wanted to explore the secrets of the Tashikar Desert. This was because decades ago, a few of his companions had died in the Tashikar Desert. He could never let go of this matter. Elder Lin established an expedition team. Most of the people were just some young explorers who only had the strength of professional martial artists. It was only by relying on Elder Lin that they managed to avert danger along the way. However, this time, at this place where Elder Lin's former companions were left behind, they encountered danger. These black beetles were all demons. Elder Lin's expression was extremely solemn. If there were only a dozen or so of them, it wouldn't be a big deal. But there were tens of thousands of them behind, and they were all demons. This was unbelievable. What kind of dire beast could produce so many demons? Report to the 5 major factions immediately. There's a huge crisis hidden in the Tashikar Desert. When Elder Lin was in such a dangerous situation, the first thing he thought of was to report the situation to the 5 major factions. With so many demons here, there must be an extremely terrifying greater demon within. Once these demons charged out of the Tashikar Desert, the consequences would be unthinkable. Elder Lin, we found it. We found it. Suddenly, a young explorer held a stone tablet fragment in his hand. There were dense words on it. They must be the words of some ancient civilization. Elder Lin was also excited. These words were consistent with the words on the items left behind by his former companions. He had finally found them. He was even certain that his companions had died to these dire beast beetles. Unfortunately, he could not avenge them anymore. The entire expedition team was in the most perilous situation. Some people's faces were ashen, facing these savage dire beasts. They had almost no power to resist. Swoosh! Suddenly, 9 airships flew over from the distant sky. In the blink of an eye, they were above them. Airships. The members of this expedition team cheered, and a trace of surprise appeared on their faces again. Buzz! Buzz! However, these beetles actually leaped and spread their wings. They could still fly. Countless beetles charged towards the 9 airships in swarms. Look out! These were not armed airships. Although they were very fast, they were unarmed. Faced with these terrifying beetles, they would probably not be able to escape the fate of falling. Swoosh! A figure flew out of the airship. He glanced around and saw the densely packed beetles below. HMPH. The figure was very young. He looked at the beetle and snorted coldly. So he extended his hand. Suddenly, everyone in the expedition team felt as if the sky had darkened. That's a palm. What a huge palm. Under the shocked gazes of all the explorers, a huge palm descended from the sky like a dark cloud. Chapter 340 crushed in one grab. Chapter 340 crushed in one grab. Boom! The giant palm landed, and the ground shook. Everyone in the exploration team felt as if they were about to suffocate. Then, the giant palm disappeared. The dozen or so people in the exploration team all closed their eyes tightly, terrified. However, when they gradually opened their eyes, they realized that they were not dead, and were not even injured anywhere. Around them, hundreds of beetles had already turned into a pool of mush. A huge pit had appeared on the entire ground. Only the area where they were standing was still intact. Everyone was shocked. When they saw the terrifying palm descending from the sky just now, they really thought that they were doomed. That fearsome might seem suffocating even to the imagination. The young figure flew down directly and said calmly, "Who are you?" "We are an expedition team. You are Sage Lin Feng." Someone finally recognized him. After all, Lin Feng was the 10th sage of humanity. It had been publicized overwhelmingly a few months ago. Naturally, they could recognize him. Lin Feng nodded. For some reason, the exploration team became excited. They had actually encountered a sage. No wonder he could kill so many beetles with a single strike of the palm. Elder Lin also flew over and said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Sage. What are you doing in the Tashikar Desert?" "Sage, we are an expedition team that came to the Tashikar Desert to explore the mysteries of this place. We did not expect to encounter these beetles. We are certain that there must be a very terrifying greater demon down in this cave. Elder Lin said excitedly. His companions had died to these beetles, but he definitely could not deal with these beetles with his strength alone. Lin Feng was different. As a reputable sage, he definitely had such strength. Soon, the sages and the other 8 airships also flew out. Elder Lin's eyes widened in shock. What did he see? Sage Kang, Sage Yuan, the invincible fist sage. There were a total of 8 sages. Apart from Sage Batai, who had been killed by Sage Lin Feng for his crimes against humanity some time ago. All the sages of humanity had come. What kind of major matter was going on? Sage Lin Feng, what did you discover? Sage Kang and the others flew over and asked with solemn expressions. Nothing. It's just that this place is a little strange. There are so many dire beasts. And they are all demons. There might be something strange down there. Lin Feng also looked at the cave entrance solemnly. For some reason, the aura in this cave gave him a familiar feeling. After the 8 sages arrived, the exploration team went completely numb. When had the sages of humanity all gathered together? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see the 9 sages act together. Buzz! Suddenly, there was a slight tremor in the cave. Then, many beetles surged out of the cave. Some of these beetles were dire beasts. Some were demons. And some were even demon generals. All of them had a ferocious and bloodthirsty aura. You guys returned to the airship first. Lin Feng glanced at this expedition team. They could not help much here. And it was too dangerous. That's the truth. Lin Feng grabbed the dozen or so explorers and sent them into the airship. In the airship, more and more beetles appeared below. They were simply densely packed and overwhelming. Just their auras alone were chilling. However, Elder Lin and the others were not worried at all. Those were 9 sages. What was capable of stopping the strongest force of humanity? Compared to the confidence of the exploration team, Sage Kang and the others were actually not that confident. When they saw so many beetles, their expressions were already a little solemn. Seeing these beetles, Lin Feng did not attack. Instead, he stood quietly in the void and looked coldly at the beetles below. With a cursory glance, he saw that there were already tens of thousands of beetles, and they were still increasing. In particular, a powerful aura was vaguely emitted from the cave entrance. It was not the aura of a demon general, let alone a demon king, but a demon emperor. Rumble. The ground began to shake violently. Then, the cave entrance began to crack. A very burly demon hundreds of meters long crawled out. This was a demon emperor. Not all dire beasts had extremely massive bodies like Lin Feng. In fact, a body of hundreds of meters was the normal size of an ordinary demon emperor. However, the aura emitted by this demon emperor gave Lin Feng a very familiar feeling. It was like the aura of life. Life core. Lin Feng recalled carefully. It seemed to be the aura of a life core, but it was too faint. Even Lin Feng could not be sure. As this demon emperor appeared, the number of beetles had already reached 100,000, and was still increasing rapidly. Humans, do you intend to start a war? Suddenly, the demon emperor beetle spoke. This was the first time Lin Feng had encountered a dire beast that could speak. War for a mere demon emperor like you. Lin Feng looked at this demon emperor coldly. There was no right or wrong between the two parties in the first place. Only life or death. Struggles. Now that humans had strength, how could they possibly let these dire beasts go? You will regret this. The demon emperor glared at Lin Feng. It was afraid, because it had sensed 9 auras that were not inferior to its own. This meant that there were 9 powerful entities comparable to it on the other side. Dire beasts were all cunning, and this demon emperor was no exception. It turned around and left, quickly returning underground. Trying to escape, it's too late. Lin Feng's body expanded rapidly, reaching 3 kilometers in the blink of an eye. The pressure from the terrifying body made those beetles go berserk. However, under the command of the demon emperor, they still charged over like a tide. Destroy. Lin Feng did not even let the other sages attack. His palm expanded rapidly. It was only too easy to change the cells in his palm. His palm covered an area of over 1,000 meters. Like a dark cloud, it whistled through the air as it slammed down. Boom! The ground trembled, and the Tashikar Desert shook like a magnitude 10 earthquake. With a single palm strike from Lin Feng, more than 100,000 dire beast beetles, including ordinary dire beasts, demons, demon generals, and even demon kings, were all smashed into mush by Lin Feng. The title combat body after 3 life transitions was almost invincible. Even the sages were amazed by it once more. Numbers no longer meant anything to Lin Feng. However, this was not the end. Lin Feng even clenched his fists and smashed them into the ground in a frenzy. Boom boom boom, time after time. The force from each strike exceeded an earthquake of magnitude 10, even 11 and 12. They were simply earth-shattering. Lin Feng was like a giant that blotted out the sky. Every time he struck the ground, cracks would appear on the ground. Finally, a huge crack appeared in the ground, seemingly incomparably deep. Lin Feng suddenly reached into the crack with both hands, as if he was holding 2 door panels. Open. Rumble. The entire ground was overturned. Lin Feng actually grabbed the ground directly and almost overturned the entire Tashikar Desert. In the crack, the demon emperor who had just escaped had a panicked expression. It seemed to be in disbelief. Who could be so terrifying that even the entire desert was overturned? I've got you. Lin Feng made a grabbing motion and grabbed the demon emperor directly. A demon emperor with a body of hundreds of meters was no different from a pet in Lin Feng's hands. Thump. Lin Feng squeezed hard, and the demon emperor exploded into a mass of flesh and blood, crushed by Lin Feng. This is... Suddenly, Lin Feng realized that there was a fist-sized scarlet crystal lying quietly among the flesh and blood in his hand. Chapter 341 Upheaval. Chapter 341 Upheaval. This is a life core fragment. Although the scarlet crystal in Lin Feng's palm was only the size of a fist, it was a genuine life core fragment. Lin Feng could not have mistaken it. This aura, there is a trace of the aura of the life core within the flesh and blood. It has yet to dissipate completely. It was digesting the power of the life core fragment. Lin Feng had already fused a large life core fragment before. Hence, Lin Feng could not be more familiar with the life core of the Leviathan. This fist-sized life core fragment was found within the body of this demon emperor. The demon emperor must have been absorbing the power of the life core fragment, but was killed by Lin Feng before its absorption was complete. Lin Feng put away the life core fragment. This tiny bit of life core fragment was not much to Lin Feng, but it was an important clue. It meant that life core fragments existed beneath the Tashikar Desert. Sage Lin Feng. How is it? Sage Kang and the others flew over as well. After seeing Lin Feng almost turn the Tashikar Desert over, all of them were stunned. Even after witnessing Lin Feng's battle with Dongfeng Sheng, they could not remain calm after seeing such a scene now. This had far surpassed the limits of power in their imagination. It was truly apocalyptic. I have some findings. Lin Feng showed the life core fragment in his hand. This is the scarlet crystal. It is indeed quite special. Now that there's the actual object for reference, it'll be more convenient to collect them in the future. All the sages also looked curiously at the scarlet crystal Lin Feng was holding. They could sense that there seemed to be a special power contained within. Unfortunately, as they cultivated astral power, they could not use the life core even if they had it. Lin Feng looked at the deep and dark cave below. His mental power extended down rapidly. He saw many underground crypts. There was no technological air to them all. They appeared similar to the 18 grottos of Dragonhead, with an ancient and primitive sense. It was different from any ancient ruins Lin Feng had seen before. There's more. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Through his mental power, he sensed that there were many dire beasts under the Tashikar Desert, especially demon emperors. He could not let them off. Up! Lin Feng roared. Every cell in his tidal combat body burst with invincible power, and the entire Tashikar Desert shook wildly. Rumble! The ground shook. It was as if Lin Feng had forcefully uprooted a mountain. The entire Tashikar Desert had completely changed and become a giant pit, as if it was connected to another world that was infinitely deep, dark, and frightening. The faint roars of dire beasts came from the giant pit, as if they came from purgatory. Even the other 8 sages had a vague sense of unease. Lin Feng's 2 huge hands stretched out of the huge hole. However, 3 demons were caught in his 2 hands. All of them were struggling and roaring in a frenzy. However, it was useless. In Lin Feng's hands, they were like pets, and their struggles were futile. These were demon emperors. Humans, you will regret starting a war. The 3 demon emperors roared. Lin Feng exerted force with his palms. Thump. The 3 demon emperors were instantly crushed. Unfortunately, no life core was obtained from their bodies. However, Lin Feng still sensed an aura of the Leviathan from their flesh. These demon emperors have all devoured life core fragments before. A bold thought appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Could someone have deliberately scattered life core fragments all over the world if any of these dire beasts were lucky enough to devour the life core fragments? They could become demon kings or even demon emperors. That was not impossible. Hence, Lin Feng wanted to verify it. There were many demon generals and demon kings underground in the Tashikar Desert. Lin Feng grabbed with both hands again and captured 10 demon kings directly, which corresponded to meta-divine realm martial artists. Although these demon kings might be very ferocious when facing martial artists, they were like ants in Lin Feng's hands, easily crushed to death. Thump. Lin Feng clenched his hand and instantly crushed the 10 demon kings. He then carefully sensed the flesh and blood of these 10 demons. As expected, the flesh of 8 demon kings contained the aura of life cores. This meant that all 8 demon kings had devoured life cores before. As expected, life core fragments were scattered everywhere. But these dire beasts got a huge advantage instead. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had initially thought that the canopy was there to protect them. But from the looks of it now, didn't it confine them as well? Wasn't everything in this world someone's designs? Perhaps in the eyes of such a great entity, the dire beasts, humans, and the 8 previous civilizations on this planet were all just experiments. Lin Feng took a deep breath. These were all just his wild guesses, and there was not much direct evidence. Regardless of whether the truth was as he had guessed, he was still very weak now. He could not even deal with the behemoth of Armageddon. At the moment, he had to work hard to find as many life core fragments as possible. Lin Feng's mental power swept wildly underground. Needless to say, he had really found some life core fragments buried deep underground. Unfortunately, there were just too few of these life core fragments. Lin Feng swept through the entire underground area within a radius of 1,000 miles, but only found more than 10 fist-sized life core fragments. There were also many dire beasts and greater demons underground. Although these dire beasts and greater demons were not demon emperors, once they surged out of the ground, it would still be a calamity for humanity. Lin Feng simply raised his hand and filled the huge hole underground with large chunks of soil and rocks in a frenzy. Immediately, the earth collapsed. Countless dire beasts and demons underground roared in a frenzy. However, under Lin Feng's ravages, most of them were crushed into a pulp. Perhaps some dire beasts were lucky enough to escape this calamity, but they no longer posed any threat to humanity. From now on, the Tashikar Desert is no longer a forbidden place, Lin Feng said calmly. At this moment, the Tashikar Desert could no longer even be called a desert, for there was no longer any yellow sand. With Lin Feng's stir, it was really turned upside down. Searching through the entire Tashikar Desert with this method was almost similar to the terrifying deities in myths who could move mountains and fill seas, or capture stars and moons. Of course, Lin Feng knew very well that moving mountains and filling the sea might not be difficult for him. He did have the ability to do it, but he was far from being able to capture stars and moons. Perhaps only life forms above the planetary level were capable of it. Chapter 342 Dead Sea of Abyss. Chapter 342 Dead Sea of Abyss. We've arrived at the Tashikar Desert. In the airship, the members of the adventure team led by Elder Lin watched Lin Feng's terrifying methods of turning over the landscape. All of them held their breaths and focused, and could not be more excited. What did they see? Sage Lin Feng was like a legendary figure in myths, possessing majestic divine power. That was the Tashikar Desert, a vast desert that had buried countless, innumerable martial artists and explorers had died here with regrets. But now, the Tashikar Desert had actually disappeared, completely destroyed by Sage Lin Feng alone. What a tremendous change. No wonder Sage Lin Feng could kill Sage Batai. This has already exceeded the power of a sage. Although sages were also known to be omnipotent, in reality, they were worlds apart from how stunning, direct, and violent Lin Feng's methods were. At this moment, they believed that with Sage Lin Feng, humanity would be even more glorious than before. Swoosh! Lin Feng had already walked into the airship. Greetings, Sage Lin Feng. The members of the expedition team hurriedly bowed. The Tashikar Desert is no longer a forbidden place. Do you choose to return to Golden Mountain City or stay here? Elder Lin discussed with a few members for a while before saying excitedly, "We want to stay here for the time being." This was once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although the Tashikar Desert had disappeared, it had been destroyed by Lin Feng. How could they, as explorers, miss such a living miracle? Hence, Lin Feng left them in the Tashikar Desert. The 9 sages boarded the airship and quickly disappeared into the horizon. The changes in the Tashikar Desert were immediately uploaded to the internet by the members of the expedition team. The 9 sages moved together. Sage Lin Feng single-handedly overturned the landscape and completely changed the Tashikar Desert. This earth-shattering matter immediately caused an uproar and discussion on the internet. Some martial artists even vaguely sensed that perhaps the 9 sages were carrying out an operation that could change the situation of the entire world. Lin Feng did not pay attention to the internet. He was only concerned about the life core fragments in his possession now. Although these dozen or so fragments were far inferior to the huge life core fragment Lin Feng had obtained in the 18 grottos of Dragonhead, he still had some gains. Actually, Lin Feng did not pay much attention to the energy contained in these life core fragments. He paid more attention to the memories regarding the Leviathan in these life core fragments. Only by comprehending some of the memories of the Leviathan could Lin Feng's mental guidance technique break through. Otherwise, if he cultivated the mental guidance technique step by step, there was no knowing how long it'd take to break through to the 4th level. Only after breaking through to the 4th level of the mental guidance technique could he undergo 4 life transitions. Originally, this should be a gradual process, but Lin Feng did not have that much time. The threat of the behemoth of Armageddon made Lin Feng's time very tight. He had to seize every second. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed. A dozen or so life core fragments appeared in his hand. Then, he circulated the combat body guidance technique. Immediately, the tidal combat body began to absorb these life core fragments. A large amount of energy entered Lin Feng's body, nourishing his tidal combat body. However, with the size of Lin Feng's current combat body, this bit of energy was not worth mentioning at all. What really caught Lin Feng's attention was the memory fragment of the Leviathan in the life core. Lin Feng was already completely immersed in it. As there were relatively few life core fragments, there were actually very few memory fragments, and they were very scattered. Lin Feng felt as if he had transformed into a Leviathan. However, this memory seemed to be from when the Leviathan was just born. In the cold sea, its mother, that massive Leviathan, was killed by another powerful behemoth. The waters were dyed bright red. The Leviathan was very afraid, but it was very lucky. That powerful behemoth seemed to disdain killing the newborn Leviathan and left that sea. The Leviathan followed its instincts and survived in fear and unease every day. As it had lost its mother since it was young, it did not even know how to hunt. It would starve every day and be in a constant state of anxiety. Perhaps one day, it would starve to death. Although this memory was only a fragment, it was very deep. Lin Feng could clearly feel the unease and fear in the Leviathan's memory. Who would have thought that even powerful planetary lifeforms would feel fear when they were weak? Even the weakest life is filled with infinite possibilities. Even the greatest prophet would not dare to predict the miracles that can blossom from life. Lin Feng pondered. Actually, every person and every life had different comprehensions, even for the same memory. For example, in this memory, some people would perceive that life was really too fragile. Some would perceive that it was too difficult to cultivate successfully. Some would feel that they would definitely undergo all kinds of hardships if they wanted to become a planetary life form. However, Lin Feng felt that no matter how weak a life form was, it could still make miracles. This might be the greatness of life. There was no right or wrong for different comprehensions. With this understanding, Lin Feng suddenly felt that the scenery outside the airship was so beautiful. Those plants, those insects, and even those dire beasts were all filled with the beauty of life. Perhaps a certain weak life form was also looking forward to becoming a great life form. Life had infinite possibilities. Unknowingly, the life core fragments in Lin Feng's hand had completely disappeared. They had all been absorbed by Lin Feng, and the memories in the life core fragments had also disappeared. Lin Feng completely awakened from that miraculous realization. He immediately checked the mental power sphere in his mind and realized that although his mental power in the mental power sphere did not increase significantly, his mental power had become purer. Lin Feng himself could sense that he had already attained a certain level of sublimation, especially for intangible things like mind and will. Such invisible and intangible things were actually very important at times. After all, life transitions were transitions of all aspects of life. If any of the factors were flawed, this flaw would be infinitely magnified during life transitions, and it would affect the next life transition. Suddenly, Lin Feng looked at the vast sea in front of him. However, this sea was not blue, but came with traces of black. It looked lifeless. We've arrived at the Dead Sea of Abyss. As one of the 4 forbidden places, the Dead Sea of Abyss was the most mysterious place. Sage Bingyu and Sage Cass of the academic faction were actually the one stationed long-term at the Dead Sea of Abyss. When the 9 airships approached the Dead Sea of Abyss, the calm Dead Sea was still without ripples. There was neither wind nor waves. It looked incomparably tranquil. Swoosh! Suddenly, a thick water pillar rose from the Dead Sea and instantly swept towards one of the airships. As the water pillar swept up, the entire calm Dead Sea seemed to become turbulent all of a sudden. Chapter 343 Where Even a Feather Would Sink. Chapter 343 Where Even a Feather Would Sink. Divine Kingdom of Fire. A flaming giant suddenly walked out of the airship. It growled and swept up a ball of flames, instantly vaporizing the water pillar and disappearing without a trace. Swoosh! In the void, the 9 sages walked out of the airships and looked at the Dead Sea below in shock. In the Dead Sea, there was a huge demon that looked like a fish but was not. It had 2 tails and many densely packed maws. It looked very sinister and terrifying as it stared coldly at the airships in the void. This is a demon king. The Millimo fish. It has exactly 1,000 mouths. And it eats constantly every day. It almost never stops eating, as if its stomach is a bottomless pit. It's a dire beast unique to the Dead Sea. In an environment like the Dead Sea, even sages like ourselves are unable to do anything to it. Sage Bingyu explained. She and Sage Cass guarded the vicinity of the Dead Sea of Abyss all year round, so they naturally knew very well. Millimo fish. It's just a demon king. How can a sage not be able to deal with it? Watch me. The invincible fist sage did not care about a mere demon king. Moreover, this demon king actually dared to take the initiative to go on the offensive against sages like them just now. This would never have happened elsewhere in the Outland. Hence, the invincible fist sage attacked. His divine kingdom of fire swept down majestically. Swish! When the divine kingdom of fire enveloped an area of 1,000 meters, it seemed to have encountered some terrifying power. The divine kingdom instantly shattered, and even the flames in the divine kingdom disappeared without a trace. What's going on? The invincible fist sage was very surprised. He had never encountered such a situation. Invincible. Don't waste your effort. The environment of the Dead Sea of Abyss is very special. Our divine kingdoms can't be used in the Dead Sea at all. Once it encounters the seawater of the Dead Sea, the divine kingdom would collapse. Sage Cass explained with a smile, shocking all the sages. The Dead Sea of Abyss was actually so strange. Boom! The Millimau fish in the Dead Sea seemed to be ridiculing the invincible fist sage as well. It suddenly slapped the seawater in the Dead Sea, causing waves to surge and billow. It was a rather spectacular sight. The invincible fist sage was a little embarrassed, be it meta-divine realm martial artists or sages. Their strength was actually due to the divine kingdom. Once the divine kingdom lost its effect, relying on astral power alone, they were actually not stronger than demon kings. Hence, if this Millimau fish was in the Dead Sea, the invincible fist sage would really be unable to do anything to it. Seeing the Millimau fish constantly provoke them in the Dead Sea, the invincible fist sage could do nothing. However, he was also a little angry. A dignified sage was mocked by a demon king in the Dead Sea. Didn't this mean they were incompetent? Let me try. Lin Feng stared at the Millimau fish, then extended his arm. Boom! Lin Feng's arm instantly expanded, like a pillar that held up the sky, and extended directly into the Dead Sea. His huge palm actually grabbed the Millimau fish from the seawater of the Dead Sea at once. The Millimau fish panicked. Its hundreds of meters long body flailed continuously in Lin Feng's palm. But it was futile. The seawater of this Dead Sea is a little special. When Lin Feng's arm reached into the Dead Sea of Abyss just now, he immediately felt a kind of corrosion in the Dead Sea. However, his combat body was very strong, and he did not care about a little corrosion at all. However, if other dire beasts entered the Dead Sea rashly, they would probably be instantly disintegrated by the corrosive force. Even a feather would sink in the sea water of the Dead Sea of Abyss. And it is also very corrosive. Even demon generals on the shore will be disintegrated in a very short period of time if they rashly enter the Dead Sea, and eventually be dissolved into the entire Dead Sea. Sage Cass' gaze was very solemn. This was also where the name of the Dead Sea came from. It was almost deathly silent. When lifeforms entered the Dead Sea, they would immediately sink and disintegrate, until not even their bones were left behind. The invincible fist sage threw out a piece of white paper from his body. As soon as it came into contact with the seawater of the Dead Sea, it quickly sank. True enough. Even a feather would sink here. This Dead Sea is really strange. As expected of one of the 4 forbidden places, second only to the dangerous place in the Black Wind Canyon, many sages' expressions turned solemn. This was the first time most of the sages had seen such a strange place. Lin Feng observed the Millimau fish in his hand. It was not very strong, but its entire body was slippery. Moreover, there was a corrosive power on its body, similar to the corrosive power in the seawater of the Dead Sea. It seemed like it had completely adapted to the environment of the Dead Sea. Its entire body's structure was already different from those dire beasts on land. However, Lin Feng was more concerned about whether there were any life core fragments in the Dead Sea of Abyss. Thud! Lin Feng squeezed hard, and the Millimau fish was instantly crushed. The pungent smell of blood filled the air. Lin Feng sensed carefully. There was no aura of any life core fragment in the flesh of the Millimau fish. Nothing. Lin Feng frowned. This demon king had never come into contact with a life core fragment. Sage Cass. Sage Bingyu. Do you know which demon emperors are in the Dead Sea of Abyss? Lin Feng asked the 2 sages. We've encountered demon emperors before, but we've only encountered them occasionally. Moreover, in an environment like the Dead Sea, we didn't dare to attack rashly. Most of the demon emperors are in the depths of the Dead Sea. The Dead Sea is unfathomable. No one knows how deep it is. That's how the abyss got its name. Sage Cass' expression was very solemn. He and Sage Bingyu had guarded the Dead Sea of Abyss for a long time, but the number of Times they had encountered demon emperors could be counted on one hand. In addition, the divine kingdoms of sages were useless when encountering the seawater of the Dead Sea. It was all the more reason they did not dare to approach the Dead Sea lightly, let alone venture into it. If they ventured into the Dead Sea and the divine kingdom lost its use, forget about demon emperors. They probably wouldn't be able to deal with even some demon kings. I can go down and take a look, Lin Feng suddenly said. No matter how dangerous the Dead Sea of Abyss was, it did not affect his combat body much. The only inconvenience was that Lin Feng's combat power was slightly weaker in the sea water. Sage Lin Feng, is it necessary to do this? It's too risky. Although the Dead Sea of Abyss is dangerous, the demons in the Dead Sea rarely come ashore. They are actually not much of a threat to us humans. Although Sage Bing Yu and Sage Cass were guarding such a dangerous place, they also knew the demons in the Dead Sea of the Abyss very well. They would not come ashore easily. After all, once they left the special environment of the Dead Sea, those demons would also become much less threatening. We don't have much time. I have to go down and search if there are any scarlet crystals. Lin Feng was not worried about the demons in the Dead Sea. He was looking for life core fragments. There might be many demon emperors in such a vast Dead Sea. He did not believe that there were no life core fragments within. Alright. Well, wait here for Sage Lin Feng. Whether you can find the scarlet crystal or not, Sage Lin Feng must return within a month. Sage Kang thought for a moment and finally came up with a compromise. Alright. He'll return within a month, whether I find the scarlet crystal or not. With that, Lin Feng deployed the tidal combat body and walked into the Dead Sea step by step. Chapter 344 Simplified Combat Body. Chapter 344 Simplified Combat Body. Lin Feng's 3-kilometer tidal combat body looked huge on the ground, but as he slowly treaded into the Dead Sea, it was nothing considerable. His combat body quickly disappeared from the sight of the sages. When Lin Feng's combat body was completely enveloped by the sea water of the Dead Sea, he felt a little pressure. The further down he went in a 3-kilometer combat body, the greater the pressure. Moreover, there seemed to be a pull in the Dead Sea that kept pulling Lin Feng's combat body down. With Lin Feng's strength, it was actually easy for him to break free from this pull. However, he did not break free. Instead, he allowed his combat body to slowly sink to the bottom of the sea. In the meantime, Lin Feng saw many sea beasts. They were all specialized dire beasts in the Dead Sea. They lived in the depths of the Dead Sea and usually did not show themselves. The bottom of the Dead Sea and the surface of the Dead Sea were almost two completely different worlds. At the bottom of the sea, the Dead Sea did not look so dead. On the contrary, it was very lively. Some demon generals or demon kings could sense the pressure from Lin Feng's massive combat body, so they did not dare to approach. However, Lin Feng could take the initiative to attack. Lin Feng captured some demon generals and demon kings. After killing them one after another, he realized that there were no fragments of life cores in their bodies. Lin Feng could not help but feel a little worried. Could there really be no life core fragments in the Dead Sea of Abyss? Boom! Suddenly, Lin Feng realized that the sea was shaking violently. Two terrifying forces were transmitted from afar. Being in the sea was different from being on the ground. If there was a violent fluctuation of power, it would spread very far in the sea. Even from so far away, Lin Feng could sense that this was definitely not the power of a demon king. Demon Emperor. Only demon emperors could emit such a terrifying fluctuation of power. Hence, in order not to be discovered, Lin Feng's figure flashed and he quickly shrank to his normal size. However, he still felt that it was not enough. His appearance was too eye-catching. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed many sea beasts. Most of these sea beasts were ordinary sea beasts, and only a few were comparable to ordinary demons. The cellular arrangement of ordinary demons was very complicated. Lin Feng simply chose a 2-meter-long fish sea beast. He began to focus his mental power and constantly analyzed the cellular arrangement of this fish. This was just an ordinary sea beast. It was only comparable to a professional martial artist, and had yet to even break the genetic lock. Even so, its cellular arrangement was extremely complicated. Lin Feng kept analyzing. It took him a few hours before he barely managed to analyze the cellular arrangement. Hence, Lin Feng transformed. The cells of his combat body quickly changed according to the cell arrangement of this fish. Soon, an identical fish appeared. This was a real fish, not a transfiguration technique. Although this was the first time Lin Feng had used the myriad transformations method, he did not feel much discomfort. Everything was going smoothly. Go! Lin Feng flicked his tail and quickly swam towards the violent fluctuations ahead. As he approached the source of the fluctuation, many powerful sea beasts had long fled. It was really rare for a little fish like Lin Feng to dare to approach the source of the fluctuation. However, this also saved him a lot of trouble. When Lin Feng approached the center of the fluctuation, he saw 4 sea beasts fighting. These 4 sea beasts were all especially massive, with sizes of about 500 meters or more. The fluctuations on their bodies were indeed at the level of demon emperors. I finally encountered demon emperors. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He had not even entered the Dead Sea of Abyss for a day, and he had already encountered demon emperors. He could be considered very lucky. However, these 4 sea beasts were very strange. It was obvious that the 3 sea beasts had joined forces and surrounded one of the sea beasts. What's going on? The 4 sea beasts stopped, but Lin Feng could clearly sense that their mental powers were fluctuating. This fluctuation was more like communication between themselves. Lin Feng was very surprised. It had to be known that even sages did not know how to utilize mental power. Lin Feng had only learned the use of mental power after meeting Longbitham and obtaining the mental guidance technique. However, how could 4 mere demon emperors utilize mental power? And from the looks of it, they were very experienced. Since they could use mental power, Lin Feng did not dare to probe them with his mental power lightly. Hence, he did not know what the 4 sea beasts were communicating about. However, it was obvious that as the sea beast in the middle became manic, this communication must have failed. Hence, the 4 sea beasts began to fight. The sea beast in the middle seemed to be very ferocious. It kept struggling to escape, but was firmly suppressed by the other 3 sea beasts. A clash at the bottom of the sea was entirely a head-on battle. The one with the stronger body would be more powerful. The sea beasts in the middle might be the strongest of the 4 sea beasts, but unfortunately, its strength was very limited. It was completely at a disadvantage when surrounded by the 3 sea beasts. Suddenly, a trace of red light flashed across the sea beast in the middle. Immediately after, its body began to expand. 500 meters, 600 meters, 700 meters, 800 meters. In the blink of an eye, the body of the sea beast in the middle doubled in size, reaching almost 1,000 meters. How massive was a 1,000-meter-long sea beast? With just a sweep of its tail, it swept the 3 sea beasts aside. The other 3 sea beasts also roared repeatedly, and their bodies actually expanded rapidly as well. However, these 3 sea beasts were slightly inferior. The longest one had expanded to about 900 meters, while the worst of them was only about 700 meters. How huge was the commotion from all the expanding sea beasts? 4 terrifying seawater vortices formed around them. Any sea beast caught within a radius of 10 kilometers would die. Lin Feng was very shocked. He actually did not take the strength of these sea beasts seriously, but their rapid expansion gave Lin Feng a very familiar feeling. These are combat bodies, but they don't quite look like it either. Lin Feng frowned. When the bodies of these 4 sea beasts expanded rapidly, he had immediately thought of the combat body. However, once his combat body expanded, how terrifying would it be? Even these 4 sea beasts combined would not be his match. But he studied the cosmic cultivation system and cultivated the title, combat body. Could these 4 sea beasts possibly cultivate the combat body? No. What they have isn't the combat body, but some method similar to combat bodies. A simplified version of the combat body. Lin Feng thought of this possibility. This was definitely not some bloodline innate ability, because there was a shadow of the combat body. In it, Lin Feng had cultivated the title combat body for so long, so he could naturally tell. If these 4 sea beasts really used a method similar to a simplified combat body, it would be too astonishing. This would mean that there must be a shocking secret at the bottom of the Dead Sea. It might even be related to the cosmic cultivation system. Chapter 345 Sea Emperor Palace. Chapter 345 Sea Emperor Palace. The battle between the two parties was extremely intense. The sea beast that was surrounded was covered in injuries. It was on the verge of death. Lin Feng decided not to hide himself anymore. Since the other party could use mental power, they could communicate through mental power. These were all demon emperors, and they must know many secrets at the bottom of the Dead Sea. Swoosh! Lin Feng swam out directly. The 4 demon emperors scanned with their mental power and clearly discovered Lin Feng, a small fish. Right now, Lin Feng was indeed an ordinary sea fish 2 meters in length. Before these demon emperors that were hundreds of meters tall, he was just a small fry. However, how could a sea fish dare to approach the place where they were fighting? The 4 sea beast emperors all felt that something was amiss. But before they could react, they saw the fish body expand rapidly like a balloon. Boom! In the span of a few breaths, Lin Feng's tidal combat body had already expanded to 3 kilometers. The terrifying aura of the combat body immediately shook the sea water until it kept rolling. Even the 4 sea beast emperors forgot to move for a moment. Human. Suddenly, an unfamiliar mental power fluctuation entered Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng naturally understood what it meant. That's right. I'm a sage of humanity. Why are you fighting at the bottom of the sea? Human, save me. I will definitely repay you. Sensing Lin Feng's powerful aura, the battered sea beast emperor hurriedly asked Lin Feng for help. What can you give me in return? Lin Feng said with a faint smile. Human, we have not been at odds with each other. Why did you stop us from killing this traitor? The 3 sea beast emperors appeared very cautious, but also very angry. They did not interact much with humans. But in their impression, humans should not be this strong. However, Lin Feng's aura was too powerful, and they had no choice but to be cautious. Human, as long as you can save me, I will give you half of the treasures I obtained in the Sea Emperor Palace. The sea beast said hurriedly. What treasure? Blood crystal. A hole gradually appeared in the sea beast's body, and it took out a huge scarlet crystal, a life core fragment. Lin Feng was shocked and excited at the same time. He did not expect to find such a huge life core fragment at the bottom of the sea. Although this life core fragment was not as big as the life core fragment Lin Feng had obtained in the 18 grottos of Dragonhead, it was at least 1/10 the size. Shut up. You traitor, you dared to betray the great Sea Emperor. Do you remember how the Sea Emperor nurtured you to your current state? You are even colluding with humans now. Thud. Before the sea beast could finish speaking, Lin Feng struck down with his palm. The tidal combat body erupted at full force. Although Lin Feng's strength encountered some obstructions at the bottom of the sea and he could only unleash 80 of his strength. Even 80 of his strength was not something that a mere sea beast could contend against. When this sea beast was struck by Lin Feng, its entire body actually exploded into a bloody mist in an instant. It did not even have the slightest ability to resist. The current Lin Feng was almost invincible against these powers at the level of sages and demon emperors. GRR. The remaining 2 sea beasts were immediately shocked and furious. They charged towards Lin Feng in a frenzy, but it was in vain. Lin Feng continued to grab with his palms. The bodies of the 2 sea beasts were instantly grabbed tightly. They struggled violently, but could not break free from Lin Feng's restraints. Submit or die. Great Sea Emperor, avenge us. Thud. Thud. Lin Feng did not hold back. These 2 sea beasts were quite strong, much stronger than the other demon emperors in the Outland. Hence, he squeezed hard, and the 2 demon emperors were instantly crushed. A large amount of blood dyed the sea red. The remaining sea beast also had a shocked expression. It had sensed that the aura of the human in front of it was not weak. He should be very strong, and should be able to resist the 3 sea beast emperors. However, it did not expect Lin Feng to be so ferocious that he could kill 3 sea beast emperors at once. This was a peerless god of massacre. At this thought, the sea beast emperor could not help but shudder. Although it had temporarily escaped its pursuers, it did not know if falling into Lin Feng's hands was a blessing or a curse. Seeing Lin Feng's gaze sweep over, the sea beast gritted its teeth and said, "I'll give you all the blood crystal. Thank you for saving me. However, the Sea Emperor Palace will still send sea beasts to hunt me down. I have to leave quickly." This sea beast could not wait to leave. Boom! However, Lin Feng grabbed the sea beast at once. What do you want? I've already given you all the blood crystal." The sea beast was very afraid. Lin Feng had been so ferocious just now, killing 3 sea beasts similar to itself without any warning. How could it not be scared? "What is your name?" "Bati. Just call me Bati." "Where did you get this crystal?" "I stole this blood crystal from the Sea Emperor Palace. I've already given you all of it. I don't have any more blood crystals on me." "Search me if you don't believe me. The Sea Emperor Palace. Tell me about this Sea Emperor Palace in detail. Once I'm satisfied, I'll let you go." Out of fear, Bati could only satisfy Lin Feng's request now. It turned out that the entire Dead Sea of Abyss was under the rule of the Sea Emperor Palace. In the Sea Emperor Palace, there was an absolutely invincible hegemon Sea Emperor. No one knew how old the Sea Emperor was. In short, many Sea Beast Emperors in the Sea Emperor Palace had been brought to the Sea Emperor Palace by the Sea Emperor when they were at their weakest. Then, the Sea Emperor would teach the Sea Beasts some special cultivation method. This cultivation method was extremely unique. If one had good natural aptitude, they could grow rapidly. However, the most important thing was the blood crystals. The Sea Emperor would usually bestow some blood crystals to every sea beast that reached a bottleneck. Bati coveted the blood crystals, so it secretly stole some from the treasury of the Sea Emperor Palace. Hence, it was constantly hunted down by the sea beast emperors sent by the Sea Emperor Palace. If it had not met Lin Feng this time, Bati would definitely have been brought back to the Sea Emperor Palace. Lin Feng was very excited. He could tell that the Sea Emperor Palace was an extremely luxurious place that ruled over the entire Dead Sea of Abyss. In particular, it was very likely that there were still many life core fragments in the Sea Emperor Palace. Do you know how strong the Sea Emperor is? Lin Feng was actually already tempted. He had come to the Dead Sea of Abyss to find life cores. Now that he knew where life cores were, he naturally would not let the chance slip by. However, he was extremely wary of this Sea Emperor, especially since this seemingly simplified combat body was also imparted to the sea beasts by the Sea Emperor. This made Lin Feng even more vigilant. Perhaps this Sea Emperor had also cultivated a combat body. Chapter 346 Discovery. Chapter 346 Discovery. The Sea Emperor's strength is unfathomably profound. We have never seen the Sea Emperor fight. However, no one dares to offend the Sea Emperor. He is the absolute hegemon of this entire sea. Even Bati felt deep fear when mentioning the Sea Emperor. If the Sea Emperor is so powerful, why did you dare to steal the blood crystal? I wanted to prove to the Sea Emperor that I'm the true genius. Unfortunately, the Sea Emperor has already given up on me. He gave all the blood crystals to the coral. I can't accept this. Lin Feng smiled. The intelligence of these sea beasts was actually about the same as that of humans. If jealousy could destroy a person, it could naturally destroy these sea beasts as well. Bate was jealous of the coral, and felt that the Sea Emperor was biased and gave all his resources for the coral's use. Hence, it stole the blood crystal in anger and tried to escape. It did not expect to end up like this. Is coral the strongest among all the sea beasts? Even though Bate was a little unwilling, it still nodded and said, "The coral is indeed a little stronger than I am now. But if I have the blood crystal, I can also reach or even surpass the coral." Lin Feng did not care about what Bate was thinking. As long as Bate knew fear, that was enough for him. "Bate, take me to the Sea Emperor Palace. Then you may leave." What, go to the Sea Emperor Palace? No. No. We can't go to the Sea Emperor Palace. I'll die if we go there. Adi's mental power stirred violently. It was clearly very afraid of the Sea Emperor Palace. Lin Feng exerted force with his palm. Immediately, Badi felt the threat of death. If we go, you still have a chance to live. If we don't go, you'll die right now. Lin Feng stared coldly at Badi, and he even emitted a cold killing intent. Bate was very conflicted, but on careful thought, Lin Feng must be going to the Sea Emperor Palace for the life core. When the time came, the Sea Emperor would only deal with Lin Feng, and it had a chance of escaping. Alright, I'll take you there, but you have to promise to release me when we reach the Sea Emperor Palace. Don't worry. I'll definitely let you go when I get to the Sea Emperor Palace. Otherwise, you'll attract the attention of the Sea Emperor Palace. The gains won't make up for the losses. Seeing that Lin Feng had agreed to it, Badi's body shook slightly, then shrank rapidly to 500 meters in size. It seemed unable to change the arrangement of its cells. Such a huge body was indeed very eye-catching. Lin Feng quickly transformed into a little fish and followed behind Badi. If one was not careful, they would not even notice Lin Feng. The little fish. Along the way, Lin Feng was also slowly digesting the huge life core fragment. It contained a huge amount of energy that constantly attacked Lin Feng's combat body, but it was all absorbed by Lin Feng's tidal combat body. The memory fragment that Lin Feng valued the most did not disappoint him. However, the memory fragment of this life core fragment seemed to indicate that the Leviathan was already in the cold universe. The Leviathan in the memory fragment had long become a planetary lifeform that constantly roamed the universe. Lin Feng actually did not know much about the universe. Humans did not have the ability to break out of the canopy, so they naturally could not enter the universe. Lin Feng only knew that the universe was very vast and cold. As for the rest, Lin Feng had no idea. Lin Feng felt as if he had experienced this memory fragment of the Leviathan personally. He felt that he had transformed into the Leviathan and encountered some planets filled with life forms. If there was no aura that was too powerful, the Leviathan would devour the entire planet. The trillions of life forms on the planet naturally all became the energy in its body. In the Leviathan's memory, there was not even the concept of right or wrong, only instinctive cultivation. This was its method of cultivation, a way to continuously become stronger. One planet after another was converted into the energy in the Leviathan's body. There were far more than trillions of lifeforms on those planets. Perhaps there were civilizations like human civilizations, but they were devoured in an instant. This was the universe. Cruel, indifferent, and filled with danger. Perhaps this would befall the human civilization one day too. What would happen then? Lin Feng fell into deep thought. Unknowingly, they had arrived at a place not far from an underground palace. We're here. That's the Sea Emperor Palace. Lin Feng was also jolted awake. He glanced at the Sea Emperor Palace in front of him. He had never seen such an architectural style before. However, what surprised him even more was how such a palace could be built in an underwater environment. Can I leave now? Bate asked cautiously. It did not dare to go any further now. If it went any further, it would definitely be discovered by the sea beasts in the Sea Emperor Palace. Then, it wouldn't be able to leave even if it wanted to. Tell me the location of the treasure vault in the Sea Emperor Palace, and you can leave. Bade hurriedly nodded, and introduced the location of the treasure vault in the Sea Emperor Palace to Lin Feng in detail. After Lin Feng memorized it, he waved his hand and said, "All right, you can leave now." Bade was overjoyed. It hurriedly turned around and left the Sea Emperor Palace. A trace of coldness flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. He had just left a small trick on Bade. Once it erupted, Bade would definitely be discovered. Bade had left for a while. When Lin Feng estimated that it was about time, he suddenly activated the little trick he had left on Bade. Boom! Immediately, waves surged, and the entire seabed seemed to be shaking. How could the sea beasts of the Sea Emperor Palace not notice such a huge commotion? Hence, 7 sea beasts immediately charged out of the Sea Emperor Palace. They were all sea beast emperors. If the 3 sea beast emperors Lin Feng had killed previously were included, wouldn't this mean that there were at least 10 sea beast emperors in the sea Emperor Palace alone? At this thought, Lin Feng was also inwardly shocked. Just how strong was this sea emperor that he could actually nurture so many sea beast emperors? However, after the 7 sea beasts discussed among themselves for a while, they only sent 5 sea beasts to hunt down Body. However, with Porty attracting so many sea beast emperors, Lin Feng's operation was undoubtedly much safer. Lin Feng approached the Sea Emperor Palace silently. He could not see it from a distance, but when he got closer, he realized that there was a faint layer of blue light outside the Sea Emperor Palace. It was almost blended into the seawater, and was only visible upon careful inspection. This layer of blue light also emitted energy fluctuations. It seemed like some kind of energy protecting the Sea Emperor Palace. Lin Feng swam with all his might. It was like a membrane. There was not much resistance, and he entered easily. There's no more seawater. Lin Feng was surprised. As soon as he swam in, there was no more seawater. He almost fell to the ground. Hence, Lin Feng simply returned to his human form and began to take in the Sea Emperor Palace. The Sea Emperor Palace had an archaic feel to it. The buildings were all huge, and it was obvious that they were not meant for humans to live in. After all, most of these sea beasts were massive. Without huge residences, it would really be difficult to accommodate them. The Sea Emperor lives in the Sea Emperor Court. Lin Feng looked up. The Sea Emperor Court was too eye-catching. Lin Feng was also very curious about the Sea Emperor. However, if not for the fact that the treasure vault was in the Sea Emperor Court, Lin Feng would not have approached the Sea Emperor Court so soon. However, when Lin Feng approached the Sea Emperor Court, he suddenly sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the Sea Emperor Court. That aura of life was simply too massive. So massive that even Lin Feng felt a little oppressed. Such a huge and exuberant life force. It's the Sea Emperor. Lin Feng was shocked and uncertain. He had never seen such an exuberant and massive life force. Even a demon emperor could not match a tenth of it. Boom! Suddenly, 2 sea beasts charged out of the Sea Emperor Palace. They were the 2 sea beast emperors that did not leave earlier. However, they only stared at Lin Feng and had no intention of attacking immediately. It was just that their eyes were filled with a warning. Look, human. His Majesty the Sea Emperor requests your presence. The 2 sea beasts used their mental power to transmit a message to Lin Feng. The Sea Emperor wants to see me. Lin Feng glanced at the 2 sea beasts. He also understood that the Sea Emperor had probably already discovered him when he first entered the Sea Palace. After all, the Sea Emperor Palace belonged to the Sea Emperor, so there were definitely some methods for monitoring. He would have been discovered once he entered the Sea Palace. Since he had already been discovered, Lin Feng calmed down instead. Lead the way, Lin Feng said calmly. He also wanted to learn about this Sea Emperor who unified the entire Dead Sea, and even had a simplified combat. Body. Chapter 347 Sea Emperor. Chapter 347 Sea Emperor. In the deep and dark Sea Emperor Palace. Although Lin Feng appeared calm, he was actually secretly on guard. He could tell that the 2 sea beast emperors did not have a good impression of him. If the Sea Emperor had not invited Lin Feng, the 2 sea beasts would probably have attacked long ago. After the 2 sea beasts brought Lin Feng to the hall of the Sea Emperor Palace, they turned around and left. Lin Feng did not dare to move. However, because he sensed a terrifying aura, he looked up and saw a massive thing in front of him through the dim light. To be precise, it was a head. This head was simply too huge. It was so huge that even when Lin Feng used the title Combat Body, his head was far inferior to this head. Moreover, from the corner of his eye, Lin Feng saw that behind the head was something that seemed like the body of a huge snake, but was covered in dense gray scales. The body was incomparably bulky, and it was coiled layer upon layer in the Sea Emperor Court. His Majesty the Sea Emperor's body was entrenched in a huge hole. As for how long the body was, Lin Feng could not estimate it at all. but he was certain that it was definitely not inferior to his 3-kilometer combat body, and might even be larger. In particular, Lin Feng sensed a trace of lethal danger from the other party. It was the most dangerous entity Lin Feng had encountered since his third life transition. Even Dongfang Sheng was far inferior to it. For a moment, Lin Feng was even prepared to use the Spear of Destruction immediately. Without it, Lin Feng would not even feel safe. Standing here, you are the Sea Emperor. Lin Feng looked at the massive body and asked with his mental power, "Human, you can call me the Sea Emperor. Which civilization is it now?" The Sea Emperor's voice sounded directly in Lin Feng's mind. In terms of mental power alone, the Sea Emperor's mental power was even stronger than Lin Feng's. However, Lin Feng was even more surprised that the Sea Emperor actually asked about the number of civilizations. It had to be known that even the other sages of humanity only knew about ancient civilizations, but they did not know about the number of civilizations. There was not even such a concept. Lin Feng also learned from Longbitham that many civilizations had once existed in this world, but they had all been destroyed. Your Majesty, this is the 9th civilization. The 9th civilization? How fast? In the blink of an eye, it's already the 9th civilization. The Sea Emperor's voice seemed filled with emotion, but it was not unexpected. You have the Spear of Destruction on you. Right. The Sea Emperor's sudden words shocked Lin Feng. How did the Sea Emperor know that he had the Spear of Destruction? It had to be known that this Spear of Destruction was his greatest trump card. Seemingly sensing Lin Feng's nervousness and vigilance, the Sea Emperor shook his huge head and said, "Don't worry. I won't snatch your Spear of Destruction. Moreover, the Spear of Destruction would only choose its own master. No one can take it by force since it has chosen you. You are its master. Your Majesty, how do you know about the Spear of Destruction?" It's very simple. The Spear of Destruction was once Master's weapon. My master, the Supreme King of Gods of the first civilization, the God King of Destruction in charge of annihilation. The first civilization, the God King of Destruction. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He had heard of the God King of Destruction, but that was only a legend surrounding the Spear of Destruction in the second civilization. As for whether a God King of Destruction had really existed in history, even Longbitham had no idea. After all, this involved the first civilization. Longbitham did not know either. Your Majesty, are you a life form from the first civilization? That's right. In the first civilization, we called it the Godfiend civilization, and some called it the primordial civilization in that era. You would never have imagined that there were countless life forms like me. As for my master, the great God King of Destruction, as he obtained the Spear of Destruction and comprehended the annihilative power within it, he became the King of Gods and the ruler of the entire world. The Sea Emperor seemed to long deeply for that era. Then, how was the first civilization destroyed? Lin Feng was also very nervous. All along, the first civilization seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious veil. No one could unveil the veil of the first civilization and pry into its secrets. And now, this Sea Emperor was practically a living fossil. He was a life form of the first civilization in the first place, so he must know a lot about the first civilization. That was a magnificent era. There were countless great life forms. But do you know that it was also an incomparably tragic era? All life forms were actually just pawns. Pawns? Lin Feng was inwardly shocked. That's right. Manipulated pawns. You should know about the canopy in the sky. Right, it still hasn't dissipated until now. It's protecting this world. But isn't it also imprisoning the living beings of this world? The one who set up the canopy was the Celestial Master, a great entity that had never appeared, but truly existed. He created this world, created countless living beings, and treated countless living beings as experimental subjects. He created countless gods and demons, and innumerable powerful living beings. All this was for the birth of a planetary life form with 6 life transitions that surpassed all previous powerful life forms. My master, the God King of Destruction, obtained the Spear of Destruction. He had preliminary control over the annihilative power and slowly understood the Celestial Master's plan. Unfortunately. So what if he knew he still couldn't escape the fate of a pawn in the end? Moreover, the celestial master created a monster. The behemoth of Armageddon. It was born to destroy everything. That was a calamity. If we couldn't stop the behemoth of Armageddon, the entire world will be destroyed. My master, the God King of Destruction, led the gods to fight the behemoth of Armageddon. In the end, the entire world was almost destroyed. Master used the spear of destruction at the cost of his life to severely injure the behemoth of Armageddon. From then on, the behemoth of Armageddon fell into a deep slumber. Every time the behemoth of Armageddon was about to awaken, the spear of destruction would appear. Only the spear of destruction could severely injure the behemoth of Armageddon, from the first civilization to the second civilization, and even the third, fourth, and finally the eighth civilization after that. Every civilization was destroyed. However, at the same time, the appearance of the spear of destruction would also deal a heavy blow to the behemoth of Armageddon, causing it to continue slumbering. The cycle repeats. The Sea Emperor's voice was low and infectious. Without any unnecessary embellishment, Lin Feng was already deeply immersed in the story told by the Sea Emperor. Even though he had imagined and speculated about the grandeur of the first civilization, he never expected there to be such a story. This story was so magnificent and surreal that even Lin Feng found it somewhat incredible. However, Lin Feng's intuition told him clearly that all of it was very likely true. Chapter 348 Seeking the Life Core. Chapter 348 Seeking the Life Core. The story told by the Sea Emperor was too surreal. Lin Feng still could not believe that all of this was true. However, his intuition told him that it was very likely that the Sea Emperor was telling the truth. Your Majesty, since the first civilization was destroyed, how did you survive? Lin Feng was a little curious. The first civilization had been destroyed, so why was the Sea Emperor the only one left behind? Do you see the sea? This is the Dead Sea of Abyss. Do you know why this place is deathly silent actually? This is the burial ground of countless powerful lifeforms after the first civilization war. After those great lifeforms with 3, 4, or even 5 life transitions died in battle, as long as there were corpses, they would be thrown in here. As time passed, the aura of death here grew too strong, so the Dead Sea of Abyss was formed. Back on the battlefield, I was also severely injured by the behemoth of Armageddon. Master buried me here. However, I did not die. Instead, absorbing the aura of death here allowed me to comprehend the true meaning of death, and thus undergo the 4th life transitions. Unfortunately, after I underwent the 4th life transitions, the first civilization was already destroyed, and Master had long fallen in battle. In my despair, I continued to sequester myself in the Dead Sea of Abyss. This is a perilous place for life. Yet it is a paradise that allowed me to escape the behemoth of Armageddon time and time again. Boom! The Sea Emperor moved. Its body began to uncoil bit by bit, and it lifted its head. It appeared like a gigantic snake. Even the dark seawater was separated. Its body was massive to the extreme, at least 10 kilometers in size. 4 life transitions. A 10-kilometer combat body. Lin Feng's mouth fell open. Looking at the Sea Emperor's body, he was certain that the Sea Emperor must have cultivated the combat body. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have a body of 10 kilometers after 4 life transitions. Only the combat body could achieve it. Your Majesty, do you cultivate the combat body? That's right, human. I cultivate the combat body passed down by Master. However, Master's combat body was also passed down by the mysterious celestial master. I see that you also have a combat body. Right. That's right. I also have a combat body, but I have only undergone 3 life transitions. Hence, Lin Feng also deployed the title combat body. It was a terrifying combat body of 3 kilometers. Although the pressure was not as strong as the Sea Emperor's combat body, it was still a genuine combat body. Moreover, in essence, Lin Feng's combat body was even stronger than the Sea Emperor's. You can have such a huge combat body after 3 life transitions. Not bad. Not bad. It's even stronger than Master's combat body back. Then which God King's combat body legacy did you obtain? I'm not sure either. Lin Feng decided to conceal it. Longbotham's matter was too secretive. Before he obtained Bamin's true legacy, you would not reveal this secret. The Sea Emperor only thought that Lin Feng had obtained the combat body legacy of a certain God King from the first civilization. After all, there were other God Kings apart from the God King of Destruction back then. It was just that the God King of Destruction possessed the Spear of Destruction, and was the strongest. In terms of combat body alone, the other God Kings were not inferior to the God King of Destruction. Looking at the Sea Emperor's massive combat body, Lin Feng was actually under a lot of pressure. In terms of the combat body alone, there was actually still a certain gap between his combat body with 3 life transitions and 4 life transitions. After all, the difference of 7 kilometers was not something that could be made up for casually. Only the Spear of Destruction in Lin Feng's body made him feel slightly at ease. If he unleashed the Spear of Destruction at all costs, even the combat body of the Sea Emperor might not be able to withstand the annihilative power in the Spear of Destruction. However, at that time, Lin Feng's combat body might also collapse. Lin Feng would not choose to fight the Sea Emperor unless absolutely necessary. Your Majesty, why are you telling me all this? This should be very confidential information. Why are you telling me? A human you just met. Lin Feng stared intently at the Sea Emperor. He did not think the Sea Emperor would be so altruistic. Because the Spear of Destruction shows you. Master once said that the Spear of Destruction is the only power that can deal with the Behemoth of Armageddon. The next time the Behemoth of Armageddon awakens, if it wants to destroy the entire world, we will have to rely on you and the Spear of Destruction. Although I've lived for so long, I have no desire to die. Hence, I chose to tell you all of this so that you can prepare early. Lin Feng was still a little skeptical, just because of the Spear of Destruction. However, this explanation also made sense. If barely, the Sea Emperor definitely did not want to die. No living being would want to die. There was hope as long as one was alive. Even though the Sea Emperor had lived through 8 civilizations, he would still want to live. Your Majesty, is there no way to kill the Behemoth of Armageddon completely? I don't want to see my civilization destroyed in this cycle. Indeed, Lin Feng did not want to see the destruction of human civilization. If that happened, so what if he severely injured the Behemoth of Armageddon? It would just fall into slumber again. Meanwhile, the human civilization would have long been destroyed, and even Lin Feng would die. I don't know how to kill the Behemoth of Armageddon completely either. After all, even my master, the God King of Destruction, couldn't achieve it back then. My master, the God King of Destruction, had undergone 5 life transitions back then and wielded the Spear of Destruction, but he still failed to kill the Behemoth of Armageddon. The Behemoth of Armageddon was created by the Celestial Master for the purpose of destroying the entire world. Perhaps it's really just as Master had speculated. Only by undergoing 6 life transitions and becoming a planetary life form can one perhaps kill the Behemoth of Armageddon completely. Lin Feng nodded to himself. This was also what Longbottom had once said. The Spear of Destruction could deal with the Behemoth of Armageddon, but it was hard to say if it could kill it. Lin Feng finally understood why the 3rd civilization had used the Spear of Destruction to create the Annihilation Cannon. It turned out to be for the purpose of dealing with the Behemoth of Armageddon. Perhaps the 2nd to the 8th civilizations all had various kinds of special methods to utilize the Spear of Destruction. Otherwise, the Behemoth of Armageddon would not have fallen into a slumber again and again. Without the Spear of Destruction, this world could not have preserved the spark of civilization, allowing civilizations to be born into this world again and again. Lin Feng did not want a repeat of such a story. He would protect human civilization, but he would not just severely injure the Behemoth of Armageddon. He would find a way to kill it completely. Lin Feng also had a unique advantage, because he did not just rely on the Spear of Destruction. His tidal combat body was created by a great galactic life form. After his fourth life transition, he would also obtain the true legacy of the galactic life form. But at that time, he would surpass the strongest beings of various civilizations in history, and even have a chance of surpassing the Sea Emperor's master, the God King of Destruction. At that time, it would not be impossible for Lin Feng to kill the behemoth of Armageddon completely and end this repeating cycle. However, what Lin Feng lacked now was time and strength. He needed to seize the time and increase his strength. Hence, Lin Feng said to the Sea Emperor, "Your Majesty, I'm here to ask you for something. What is it? You were the one chosen by the Spear of Destruction, and the one who will fight against the behemoth of Armageddon in the future. I will try my best to satisfy your conditions." The Sea Emperor replied generously. "I need a large amount of life cores," Lin Feng said frankly, staring intently at the Sea Emperor. Chapter 349 The Sea Emperor's Sincerity. Chapter 349 The Sea Emperor's Sincerity. A large amount of life cores. The Sea Emperor's expression gradually turned solemn, and the atmosphere gradually froze. Since the Sea Emperor was silent, it naturally meant that he understood the importance of the life core very well. He knew that this was a rare treasure. "I can give you the life core, however, you must use the life core fragments here. Use as much as you can, even if you have to undergo 4 life transitions here. You absolutely must not take it outside." This was the Sea Emperor's condition. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said, "All right, I agree." The Sea Emperor nodded. Then, he heaved a long sigh and said, "These life core fragments are scattered all over the world. I suspect that even the behemoth of Armageddon devoured many life core fragments. Master had also obtained life core fragments before, so he underwent 5 life transitions in the end. It's a pity that I lack natural aptitude. Even though I've obtained many life core fragments, I've only undergone 4 life transitions so far. For this reason, I've even given the life core fragments to some sea beasts that I think are talented. However, up until now, no one has reached a satisfactory level. If you can rely on these to undergo 4 life transitions and increase your strength, it can be considered making the best use of the resources." The 2 sea beasts from before appeared in the Sea Emperor court again. The Sea Emperor said to the 2 sea beasts, "Send this distinguished guest to the cultivation ground. Transfer the life core to the cultivation ground for this distinguished guest's use." The 2 sea beasts were shocked. That was the life core, the most precious treasure of the Sea Emperor Palace. How could it be used by outsiders? Moreover, it was a human. "Your Majesty, there's no need to say anything else. Execute your order." The Sea Emperor's massive body slowly coiled up again. His massive head gradually retracted into the cave, as if he had already begun slumbering again. "Come with us." Although they were somewhat unwilling, the 2 sea beasts still did not dare to disobey the Sea Emperor's order. Lin Feng followed behind the 2 sea beasts. They passed through layers of corridors and finally arrived at a square. Yes, it was a square. Moreover, it stretched as far as the eye could see. White light enveloped the entire place. It was very safe and spacious. Lin Feng nodded to himself. This was the cultivation ground. With such a huge space, forget about his 3-kilometer combat body. It could accommodate even a 30-kilometer body. "Wait here. We'll transport the life core." The 2 sea beasts were not very polite to Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not mind. After the 2 sea beasts left, he used his mental power to scan the surroundings again, and found that he was not being spied on. "Lombitham, to what extent do you think the Sea Emperor was telling the truth?" Lin Feng called out to Lombitham in his mind. Compared to the Sea Emperor, he naturally trusted Lombitham more. "About 7,080. I have never met this Sea Emperor before, but the aura on its body and the combat body it condensed are indeed those of 4 life transitions. And it cultivates via the cosmic cultivation system. If what it said is true, and the first civilization was that prosperous, that mysterious celestial master is unimaginably powerful. However, I do not quite believe that the mysterious celestial master has the ability to create life forms. Even galactic lifeforms cannot create lifeforms, let alone create a powerful lifeform like the behemoth of Armageddon, which is only one step away from a planetary lifeform. Lin Feng, this Sea Emperor may just want to use you to deal with the behemoth of Armageddon. He does not have any schemes against you. With his strength, he can completely crush you now. There is no need for him to deal with you through scheming. Lin Feng nodded. He had also sensed that this Sea Emperor was rather afraid of the behemoth of Armageddon. He had experienced so many civilizations, but had never showed himself, and was hiding in the Dead Sea of Abyss. No matter how strong he was, he probably wouldn't dare to stand against the behemoth of Armageddon. However, Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng had the Spear of Destruction, and was the person chosen by the Spear of Destruction. He was destined to resist the behemoth of Armageddon. For this reason, the Sea Emperor could also support Lin Feng with all he had. By the way, Lombitham, the Sea Emperor mentioned that his master, the God King of Destruction, also commanded the Spear of Destruction. Why could he still not kill the behemoth of Armageddon? The Spear of Destruction is an origin weapon. To completely master it, one must be a planetary life form with 6 life transitions. The God King of Destruction probably only had preliminary control over the Spear of Destruction, like you, and could draw out some of the annihilative power in the Spear of Destruction. Even so, the God King of Destruction had undergone 5 life transitions and had preliminary control over the Spear of Destruction. Why was he still no match for the behemoth of Armageddon? That only means that the behemoth of Armageddon is stronger. Lin Feng, you should not be held back by any fear or worry now. There is still time before the behemoth of Armageddon awakens. You just need to slowly increase your strength. Longbitham also sensed Lin Feng's anxiety and sense of urgency. If this went on, it would actually not be of much help to life transitions. That's right. I should try my best to undergo 4 life transitions before accepting the true legacy of the Bemin. Perhaps I can find a way to deal with the behemoth of Armageddon from it. Lin Feng slowly calmed his agitated emotions. Not long after, the 2 sea beasts arrived. However, the life core fragment they transported stunned Lin Feng. There was a huge scarlet crystal, like a small hill, emitted a rich aura of life. This life core fragment was more than 10 times larger than the life core fragment Lin Feng had obtained in the 18 grottos of Dragonhead. In the past, when Lin Feng obtained a life core fragment, it was at most equivalent to 1% of a complete life core. This huge life core fragment was at least 1/10 of it. A life core fragment so huge is not just filled with energy, but probably contains many intact memory fragments of the Leviathan. Right. Lin Feng was really overwhelmed with emotions. Originally, he only wanted to obtain some life core fragments, but he had still underestimated the Sea Emperor and his billions of years of accumulation. Perhaps this huge life core fragment was also the greatest sincerity the Sea Emperor had expressed to Lin Feng. Hence, Lin Feng immediately used the tidal combat body and began to encompass this huge life core fragment, absorbing it with wild abandon. In Dragonlith City, ever since the Screwworm incident, the academic faction had sent out some Divine Realm and Meta-Divine Realm martial artists to sweep through the area. The frontline base had advanced by over 100 kilometers. The entire Dragonlith City had become very safe, and the economy was thriving again. In the amusement park of Dragonlith City, many adults were playing with their children. Everyone had blissful and satisfied smiles on their faces. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Without people's knowledge, some tiny insects appeared suddenly in the amusement park. These insects were not big, and appeared like mantises. They were inconspicuous in the dark corners. Chapter 350 The Reappearance of the Parasites. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As more and more insects appeared, the voices became more and more noisy. However, amidst the cries of the children, they did not attract the attention of others. A small insect slowly climbed onto the wooden horse in the amusement park and onto the body of a little boy. Then, it silently burrowed into his ear. The little boy only felt uncomfortable and cried loudly like he's gone insane. The little boy's parents were a little bewildered and did not know what was wrong with their child. Bang! Without any warning, the little boy's entire body exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone around was stunned. The little boy's parents were only more horrified by the sudden turn of events. However, the little boy's body did not collapse. Instead, it turned into a huge worm that opened its maw and brandished its claws. It dragged the little boy's parents straight into its mouth. After chewing for a few times, it swallowed them. Immediately, the entire amusement park fell into chaos. The people in the amusement park probably would not forget such a terrifying scene for the rest of their lives. Bang! 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 As more and more insects appeared, countless people exploded. It wasn't just children anymore, but also those adults. These are parasites. The parasitic species has appeared again. The people of Dragonlit City were very familiar with the parasitic species. When they saw these horrifying huge parasites, they immediately thought of the parasitic screwworms. The parasitic species had reappeared. This tragedy did not only occur in the amusement park. In various places in Dragonlit City, such as restaurants, squares, stations, and so on, wherever there was dense traffic, the parasitic species appeared. The alarm in Dragonlit City had long been raised. The law enforcement team quickly mobilized. Owing to the Dragonlit City's special status, there was even a legate overseeing it. However, the Divine Realm legate was also at his wit's end now, because he had no idea how these parasites had entered Dragonlit City at all. In the past, weren't those screwworms all huge and conspicuous? Moreover, there were frontline bases. How did these parasites bypass the frontline bases? However, the moment he saw those tiny mantis-like parasites, he understood. Beep beep beep. The legate picked up the call. The frontline bases have all fallen. Please evacuate quickly. The parasitic species is here again. Again. The legate's expression was grim and uncertain. The information from the frontline base had come too late. The parasite race had already infiltrated Dragonlit City. The entire population of Dragonlit City, numbering in millions, was in danger. Die. The legate struck out with his palm. Terrifying astral power condensed into a huge palm that slapped numerous parasites to death. However, this was only a very small portion of the parasites. Swoosh! Suddenly, a parasite, still very tiny, charged straight towards the legate with a scarlet light. Thump! The legate's eyes widened. What did he see? Even the astral power in his body could not stop this tiny parasite from boring into his body. No! No! The legate panicked. He wanted to expel the parasite from his body, but that parasite seemed to possess powerful strength. It was not an ordinary parasite at all. Boom! Finally, the legate exploded as well. At the moment of his death, he finally realized that this was no ordinary parasite, but a demon general. But if even the demon generals of the parasitic species were so good at disguise, was this really the end of humanity? Chaos. The entire Dragonlit City was in chaos. Be it the 5 major factions or the law enforcement team, they could no longer control the situation in Dragonlit City. This time, the parasitic species seemed to have come prepared. Moreover, they seemed to have evolved, becoming more adept at disguise and stronger. Quick! Inform Lord Sage. The situation was out of control. They could only inform the sages of humanity and pray for the descent of the sages to stop this calamity. Why hasn't Sage Lin Feng emerged after so many days? Could something have gone wrong? The Dead Sea of Abyss is filled with danger, and we can't contact Sage Lin Feng now. We can only wait for now. 10 days had already passed. The 8 sages at the shore of the Dead Sea of Abyss were all a little worried. After all, Lin Feng had already entered the Dead Sea of Abyss for 10 days, but he still had not returned. Even sages did not dare to enter the Dead Sea of Abyss lightly. That was why they were so worried. However, they had an agreement on the duration of 1 month with Lin Feng. As long as the duration of 1 month was not up, They would continue to wait. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the communicators of the invincible fist Sage Kang, Sage Une, and the others rang. What's going on? Sage Kang and the others looked at each other. Then, the communicators of the sages from the military faction rang. Almost all the communicators of the 8 sages rang. The communicators of the 8 sages rang one after another. All the sages' expressions changed. Could something major have happened in human society otherwise? How could the 8 sages all be notified at once? Hence, the sages all picked up their communicators. What the parasitic species has appeared again. Moreover, the entire Dragonlith city is in danger. Even the legate has been parasitized. At least half of the million people in Dragonlith city have been parasitized. The 8 sages received the news at the same time, and this news was too shocking. It left the 8 sages in disbelief, and they were all stunned at the same time. Hadn't the parasitic species been annihilated the last time? Why were the parasitic species making a comeback this time? Moreover, how had the situation become so dire? Invincible Fist Sage. I remember that you were the one investigating the parasitic species. Right. Sage Kang's expression darkened. Millions of people had been parasitized. How great a loss was this? The Invincible Fist Sage's expression was also very solemn. He did not avoid his responsibility. This was indeed his negligence. Sage Kang. I was indeed in charge of the investigation of the parasitic species. However, I did not find out that there were other parasites back then, just like how the parasitic species in Dragonlith City appeared out of thin air. After that, the parasitic species had not appeared again, so I did not continue the investigation. The Invincible Fist Sage also clenched his fists tightly. His negligence had caused humanity to pay such a heavy price now. Now is not the time to pursue responsibility. How should we deal with it? Sage Une hurriedly said. I'll go to Dragonlith City to deal with the parasites. I will definitely get them all this time and wipe them out completely without reprieve. The Invincible Fist Sage gritted his teeth and said. However, Sage Kang frowned and said, no one can say for sure how strong those parasites are after making a comeback. It's not prudent for the Invincible Fist Sage to go alone. I think we should send half of our forces. 4 sages will go, and the rest will still wait here to reinforce Sage Linfang. We'll go with the Invincible Fist Sage. Sage Bingyu and Sage Cass stepped forward. The 3 sages of the academic faction had always advanced and retreated together. Count me in. Sage Klaus also stepped forward. He was prepared to make amends. After all, he had joined forces with Sage Batai last time. Even though Lin Feng did not hold him accountable, he still felt a little guilty. All right, thank you for your trouble, sages. Sage Kang nodded. Hence, the 4 sages immediately boarded their airships and rushed towards Dragonlith City. Chapter 351 Broodmother. Chapter 351 Broodmother. Dragonlith City had completely turned into a living hell now. In just half a day, the entire Dragonlith City had collapsed. The millions of cities were instantly captured by the parasitic species. Moreover, most of the parasites had already parasitized the humans in Dragonlith City. Be it children, elderly, men, women, or even martial artists. They were all parasitized. This time, the parasites were even more vicious. Although the parasites were also very difficult to deal with last time, at least they could not parasitize martial artists who had broken the genetic lock. But now, not only were metamorphic realm martial artists who had broken the genetic lock parasitized, even divine realm martial artists, who had undergone 2 life transitions, could not escape the fate of being parasitized. What was even more terrifying was that the parasite's target did not seem to be just Dragonlith City. After basically occupying Dragonlith City, the parasites also spread to the cities around Dragonlith City. Once they spread, the consequences would be unthinkable. Humanity was facing a true calamity. At this moment, there were still some people hiding in Dragonlith City. They were not parasitized by the insects, but they were barely surviving. Once they were discovered, only death awaited them. A little boy was stuffed into the closet by his mother. He watched helplessly as his mother was parasitized by the insect. The little boy was strong enough not to cry out loud and continued to hide in the closet. However, a parasite still caught the little boy's scent and suddenly tore the closet apart. The little boy's eyes were filled with fear. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling hand grabbed the parasite and crushed it. At the same time, 4 airships flew over from the sky, and 4 sages walked out. The invincible fist sage brought the little boy into the airship and said in a low voice, "Stay here for now." "Uncle, are you going to kill those parasites?" "Yes. I'm going to kill those parasites and save more people." "Uncle, you'll stay here quietly." "Uncle, please avenge Mom." The boy's eyes were bloodshot, but he stayed strong and did not cry. The tragedy in Dragonlith City forced a child who was only about 10 to mature in an instant. The invincible fist sage felt a faint twinge in his heart. It was because of his negligence that the entire Dragonlith City had become a dead city. All the parasites deserve to die. The invincible fist sage's killing intent soared. Hence, he unleashed the divine kingdom of fire completely. The number of people who were still alive in the entire Dragonlith City could be counted on one hand. The invincible fist sage did not have any reservations as he deployed the divine kingdom of fire. Enveloped in the divine kingdom, all the parasites were burned to ashes by the flames, regardless of whether these parasites had the ability to regenerate. How could they regenerate after being burned to ashes? How terrifying was the wrath of a sage! The invincible fist sage attacked in rage. The divine kingdom enveloped a radius of 1 kilometer, and all the parasites were burned to ashes. Enveloped by the divine kingdom, be they ordinary parasites, ordinary demons, or demon generals, they were all helplessly burned to ashes. The most terrifying regenerative ability of the parasites was completely countered by the divine kingdom of the sages. For a moment, the 4 sages attacked with all their might, clearing out all the parasites in 4 directions. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The parasites began to feel fear. They fled in all directions in a frenzy. However, no matter how they fled, how could they escape the cover of the sages' divine kingdoms? The astral power of the sages was nigh infinite. The divine kingdoms formed from astral power were the supreme killing weapons on the battlefield. Numbers were meaningless to sages. As the 4 sages swept through, all the parasites in Dragonlith City began to flee in panic. Countless parasites surrounded a tall building in the center of Dragonlith City. The 4 sages quickly discovered the abnormality here. Hence, they gathered and advanced towards the downtown building. There must be something that these parasites value very much in this building. The invincible fist sage said coldly, "No matter what it is, kill it." The invincible fist sage's divine kingdom of fire enveloped it at once. Endless flames began blazing. The invincible fist sage's divine kingdom of flames burned relentlessly. Even the entire building would be burned down. Boom! Suddenly, the building shook violently. Immediately after, countless parasites exited the building. The entire building shook violently. Then, the building collapsed with a huge commotion. Amidst the dust, the 4 sages all sensed a strong aura of danger. The eyes of the 4 sages widened. What did they see? In the ruins of the building, an ugly, hideous, and massive parasite appeared. This parasite's entire body was covered in terrifying tumors. Moreover, these tumors would explode from time to time, and tiny mantis-like parasites would crawl out of them. Then, they quickly spread in all directions. This giant worm is the culprit. It can constantly produce ordinary parasites. In fact, all the parasites, be it ordinary parasites, those demons, or those demon generals and demon kings, were all bred by this giant worm. It is the broodmother of the parasites. The 4 sages were all very surprised. No one had expected a broodmother to appear among the parasites this time. Moreover, the speed at which the broodmother reproduced was simply too astonishing. As long as the broodmother continued to devour things like humans and dire beasts, it would be able to constantly produce parasites. As long as there was time, it would be a piece of cake for the broodmother to produce billions of parasites. This broodmother was too terrifying. If it was allowed to reproduce, the entire human civilization would probably be destroyed in the end. Especially this broodmother. It was very likely to be a demon emperor. Sages. We absolutely cannot allow the broodmother to continue reproducing. Let's join forces and kill the broodmother. The invincible fist sage's expression also turned solemn. Attack. The 4 sages did not hesitate at all and immediately attacked. 4 different divine kingdoms and 4 astral force fields suddenly enveloped the broodmother. The terrifying pressure distorted the air. Anger also appeared in the broodmother's huge eyes. Then, its already huge body continued to expand. A layer of scarlet light enveloped the broodmother's entire body, as the 4 divine kingdoms covering its body. Various force field of flames, violent winds, and so on intertwined, firmly suppressing the broodmother. How powerful was the combined strength of 4 sages? Even the broodmother was pressed to the ground at once. Its entire body was being suppressed by the power of the divine kingdoms. Even the tentacles on its body were severed and burned by the various powers of the divine kingdom, turning into ashes. Grr. The broodmother suddenly roared at the sky. It felt as if its entire body was under incredible pressure. But it still stood up step by step. Boom! Suddenly, the broodmother's body began to expand. A faint layer of blood-colored light shone, enveloping its body. In the blink of an eye, it had already expanded to 5 kilometers. Its huge body was like a mountain stretching on without end. It stared coldly at the 4 sages, as if they were tiny ants. Chapter 352 The Fall of a Sage. Chapter 352 The Fall of a Sage. How is this possible? The broodmother's body must be at least 5 kilometers long. Right. The invincible fist sage and the other 3 sages had already seen Lin Feng's tidal combat body, and even Dongfeng Sheng's massive body. However, neither Dongfeng Sheng nor Lin Feng were as massive as this broodmother before them. Lin Feng's tidal combat body was only 3 kilometers long, but the broodmother before them actually had a body of 5 kilometers. Just the sight of such a massive body made them despair. Divine Kingdom of Fire. The invincible fist sage was called invincible because of his extraordinary strength. His entire body transformed into a ball of flames, and he charged towards the broodmother with unparalleled force. Thud! With a muffled sound, the invincible fist sage's figure appeared again. However, he was in a sorry state. His full power strike could not even break the broodmother's skin. How huge was the gap? Rumble! The giant broodmother's body shook slightly, and the invincible fist sage was sent flying. The astral force field on his body was completely disrupted and shattered. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. They were not its match at all. At the same time, the broodmother's massive body pressed down hard on the invincible fist sage and the other 3 sages. Immediately, countless streets and tall buildings collapsed. Like a magnitude 10 earthquake. Even many parasites were directly crushed to death. Forget about fighting. Even a slight touch would injure them. This was on a completely different level. Go! Go! Go quickly! Such a demon has probably already surpassed ordinary demon emperors. Even Dongfeng Sheng back then was definitely not this broodmother's match. Right. The invincible fist sage and the others were very shocked. The broodmother in front of them had already exceeded their imagination. Forget about the 4 mere sages. Even if all the sages joined forces, they would definitely not be its match. The broodmother roared. The tentacles on its body suddenly curled towards the invincible fist sage and the others. Originally, the 4 of them had already planned to leave by airship. However, with a sweep of the tentacles, as soon as they arrived before the airships, the tentacles shattered the airships. Immediately, smoke and flames filled the air, and the 4 airships were completely reduced to ashes. No! The invincible fist sage's eyes were bloodshot. The little boy who had survived the calamity was still on his airship. But now, the little boy was also dead, killed by the broodmother. Disperse well, assemble at the Dead Sea of Abyss and inform Sage Kang. It's best if we wait for Sage Lin Feng. Only Sage Lin Feng can deal with the broodmother. The invincible fist sage roared heavenward. Although his eyes were bloodshot and his heart was filled with killing intent, he still maintained his rationality. The strongest combat power of humanity was the sages. If all the sages died, humanity would be finished. This was especially the case since the broodmother was so powerful. Those parasites were like locusts, and their numbers could even be infinite. No matter how many humans there were, they would not be enough before the parasitism of the insects. At that time, there would not even be a need to wait for the behemoth of Armageddon. That would be the day of humanity was destroyed. Hence, at this moment, the 4 sages made the choice decisively. They split up and fled in 4 directions. Even without the airships, the 4 sages were still rather fast. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 4 sages fled in 4 directions. The broodmother was naturally rather furious. Hence, with a furious roar, it swept its tentacles in 4 directions. However, they had split up after all, and there was a slight delay. The 4 sages had all fled to some distance away. The broodmother was also rather intelligent. In its rage, it simply gathered all its tentacles and swept in one direction with all its might. The broodmother's tentacles focused all its strength, and its speed actually doubled instantly. Swoosh! The tentacles suddenly swept up the slowest sage. It was Sage Klaus. This is bad. Sage Klaus was shocked. He suddenly unleashed all the power of the divine kingdom. Unfortunately, as a tentacle curled around Sage Klaus, the broodmother sent countless tentacles sweeping over densely, trapping Sage Klaus. Sage Klaus, the invincible fist sage, and the other 2 sages also discovered the danger Sage Klaus was in. They wanted to stop and rescue Sage Klaus, but the broodmother was so powerful. Once they turned back, they would probably end up in a state as dangerous as Sage Klaus. All of you, leave quickly. Return to the Dead Sea of Abyss and report the situation here. By the way, when you return, tell Sage Lin Feng that I'm not like Batai. I'm a sage of humanity. Sage Klaus' voice was hoarse. His entire body was already densely enveloped by the broodmother's tentacles, and he was already being pulled back. The other 3 sages had expressions of incomparable grief and anger, but they could only watch helplessly as Sage Klaus was pulled away by the broodmother, about to become the broodmother's delicious meal. Haha, you want me for more energy, then I'll let you eat your fill at once. Just as Klaus was about to be devoured by the broodmother, the astral power field on Klaus' body suddenly became chaotic. At the same time, the sky seemed to have turned dark all of a sudden. Only the sages could clearly feel the boundless star power pouring down from the cosmos. Moreover, this star power was in a chaotic state, but it was vast and mighty, like a surging torrent. Boom! As the star power poured down, Sage Klaus finally used his astral force field to attract all that star power. Then, the astral force field was instantly detonated. The impact of this explosion was simply too terrifying. In an instant, even the massive body of the broodmother was sent flying. The terrifying shockwave spread in all directions. The astral power plowed through a total of 10 kilometers, razing everything to the ground. Be it the tall buildings or the parasites, they were all reduced to ashes. This was the power of a sage. Once a sage relied on the astral force field to mobilize the star power in the cosmos, with the determination to die, they could invoke devastating destruction. Just this strike alone would kill any ordinary demon emperor. No matter how many there were, even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. Unfortunately, the broodmother in front of him was clearly not an ordinary demon emperor. Even though it was also sent flying, it only suffered some superficial injuries, and its foundations remained unharmed. Sage Klaus. The 3 sages who had long fled into the distance were also in deep shock, and could not calm for a long time. Sage Klaus was dead, and he had died at the hands of a demon emperor. However, even in death, Sage Klaus had shown the determination of a human sage in the most heroic manner. Sage Klaus must not die in vain. Come, let's return to the Dead Sea of Abyss. The invincible fist sage gritted his teeth. This might be the most devastating situation humanity had ever encountered. Even a sage had no choice but to self-destruct and fall. However, the three sages knew that Sage Klaus could not die in vain. They had to return to the Dead Sea of Abyss and converge with the other sages. Then, they could gather all their strength to deal with the Broodmother. Chapter 353 The Period of 1 Month. Chapter 353 The Period of 1 Month. In the Sea Emperor Palace, Lin Feng had already used the tidal combat body. The 3-kilometer-long combat body was full of an imposing air. However, at this moment, Lin Feng's expression was a little conflicted. He had begun to absorb the huge life core fragment in the Sea Emperor Palace. More than 10 days had passed since then, and he was completely immersed in it. There were many memories of the Leviathan contained in this huge life core fragment, and they were very complete. It was mainly the process of growth from a time the Leviathan was weak to the 6th life transition, which was also the process of becoming a planetary life form. As the life core fragment was huge, so were the memories. Even absorbing a little of it was equivalent to receiving tens of thousands of years of memory. Moreover, Lin Feng was completely immersed in the process. Even his consciousness was beginning to fall into decadence, and even Lin Feng himself did not notice it. The memories of the Leviathan could indeed give Lin Feng a lot of insight, and even allow his mental power to break through to the 4th level of the mental guidance technique. However, at the same time, once Lin Feng was completely immersed in it and could not extricate himself, he would be assimilated by the memories of the Leviathan, and would never wake up. Lin Feng was lost in it now, yet he did not know this himself. It was as if he was already a Leviathan, carefree in the waters and an absolute overlord. As its strength gradually increased, it began to go ashore, and began to slaughter and devour. The memories this time were very detailed and complete. They were far from the life core fragment that Lin Feng had obtained in the 18 grottos of Dragonhead. The memories back then were intermittent, and only existed as fragments. Hence, as those memories were fragmented themselves, Lin Feng was not as completely immersed in them back then as he was now. Now that Lin Feng had obtained such a complete memory, it was as if he had transformed into a Leviathan. He had inherited all the actions, thoughts, and so on of the Leviathan, following its instincts completely. Alas, he's actually lost in the memories of the Leviathan. Did the spear of destruction really choose him? In the darkness, a sigh echoed. It was the Sea Emperor. However, the Sea Emperor did not move. He knew that absorbing the life core was not that easy. The reason he agreed so readily was also to see if Lin Feng could really absorb the life core fragment. But from the looks of things now, it seemed like Lin Feng was no different from an ordinary life form after all. He was lost in it. Some of the sea beasts under the Sea Emperor were also lost in the memories of the Leviathan, and could not extricate themselves. In the end, they were devoured by the Sea Emperor, as they were immersed in the memories of the Leviathan. Even if they were forcefully awakened, they would still become the Leviathan. In a sense, if they were really assimilated by the memories of the Leviathan, it would be tantamount to the Leviathan being resurrected. However, the Sea Emperor still decided to give Lin Feng some time. It was not that he trusted Lin Feng, but that he trusted the spear of destruction. He believed that there was definitely more to the life form chosen by the spear of destruction. On the coast of the Dead Sea of Abyss, Sage Kang and the others were waiting quietly. It was apparent that the expressions of the 4 sages were very solemn, and somewhat anxious. Swoosh! Suddenly, 3 airships appeared in the distance. The invincible sage has returned. A trace of joy appeared on Sage Yuan's face. They were finally back. Ever since they received the message from the invincible fist, Sage, the 4 sages felt as if days were passing by in an agonizingly slow manner. Indeed, 3 sages alighted from the airship. They were the 3 sages from the academic faction. They had gone to another city, mobilized 3 airships, and rushed back as quickly as possible. Invincible Sage, is the message you sent true? When the invincible fist sage and the others returned to the shore of the Dead Sea of Abyss, Sage Kang could not help but ask. Immediately, Sage Kang. It's true. Moreover, the situation now is even more serious than before. The parasitic species have completely spread. They have appeared in not only Dragonlith City, but more than 10 cities of various scales. Humanity is experiencing an unprecedented calamity. The invincible fist sage's eyes were completely bloodshot. During this period of time, there was bad news almost every day. The parasites had spread in an overwhelming manner, and humans could put up almost no resistance. Even sages were not their match, let alone ordinary people. Sage Klaus has also fallen. At the mention of Sage Klaus, the 7 sages fell silent. Sage Klaus' tragic fall truly showed how grim and cruel this incident was. If the parasitic species continued to wreak havoc, humanity would likely collapse completely in less than a year. In a few months. By the way, where Sage Lin Feng, only Sage Lin Feng can stop the broodmother now. The invincible fist sage looked around, but did not see Lin Feng. He had a bad feeling. Sage Lin Feng has yet to emerge. Half a month has already passed. According to our agreement with Sage Lin Feng back then, we can only wait for another half a month. Sage Kang's expression was solemn as he said in a low voice. But how many more people will be dead in half a month? The invincible fist sage was somewhat anxious. There's nothing we can do. Even if the 7 of us go, how can we stop the broodmother? Sage Lin Feng is our only hope. All we can do now is wait. Sage Kang made the final decision. He still held great authority and could make the decision on major matters such as this. Hence, the 7 sages waited quietly on the shore of the Dead Sea. Every day, countless messages would arrive, almost all of which were grievous news. The speed at which the parasitic species was spreading was growing more and more rapid. Humanity was truly at a life-or-death juncture. Time passed slowly. The 7 sages were unmoved, but as time slowly went by, their expressions also became very grim. It's been a month. Sage Kang opened his eyes and glanced at the still calm Dead Sea. His voice was a little hoarse, and even carried a trace of bitterness. It had been a month, and Lin Feng had not come ashore. There were 2 possible reasons to why Lin Feng had not come ashore. One was that Lin Feng had been delayed by something and could not come ashore in time. The other was the awful possibility that Lin Feng had encountered trouble at the bottom of the sea, and might even have fallen. However, regardless of the case, the period of a month was up. It was impossible for the sages to continue waiting. I hope Sage Lin Feng was delayed by something. He's our only hope. Leave a communicator for Sage Lin Feng, and record the matter of the parasitic species on it. Well, set off immediately to stop the parasitic species. Sage Kang was also very decisive. He did things without hesitation. Since a month had passed and Lin Feng had not come ashore, they had to leave. Countless humans needed them now. They might die if they went, but this was their responsibility. They were sages, the tutelary deities of humanity. When danger came, they had to shoulder it. Led by the invincible fist sage, the 7 sages left the Dead Sea of Abyss and resolutely returned to the human world. Chapter 354 Maple Leaf City. Chapter 354 Maple Leaf City. According to the latest news, the 5 major factions have already announced that they will do everything they can to stop the parasitic species. Research shows that the parasitic species can parasitize all living beings, plunder all the energy in their bodies to convert it into their own energy, and evolve at the fastest speed. Experts say that they are doing their best to research drugs to combat the parasitic ability of the parasitic species. The broodmother made a new move today and completely destroyed the Black Jade City. In only 3 hours, it devoured 3 million people in Black Jade City. Currently, only 600 people have escaped. The tranquility of humanity was completely gone, replaced by the various grievous information that appeared on the news every day. The parasite species had made a comeback. This time, all humans had experienced what the people of Dragonlith City had felt back then. The terror of the parasite species was no longer distant and irrelevant, but a genuine threat. A threat to all humanity. Such grievous news came every day. This was simply much more frightening than the predator dire beasts back then. Although the predator dire beasts had also incurred damage to humans back then, they were far less calamitous than the parasitic species. Even Sage Klaus had died in battle. The death of a sage was an especially heavy blow to humanity. After all, Klaus was different from Batai. Sage Klaus was the first sage to die in battle against dire beasts. In particular, humanity had yet to find an effective way to resist the parasites. They lost cities and lands every day, and the parasites had gradually advanced into the heartland of humanity. In just half a month, the parasites had already caused at least 20 million deaths, and this number was still increasing. What was especially terrifying was that tens of millions more parasites had been born to the parasitic species. They were all-powerful parasites born from parasitizing humans. Everyone was anticipating the appearance of the sages, because neither divine realm martial artists nor meta-divine realm martial artists seemed to be effective. Latest news: the person in charge of the League of Guardians and the fiancée of Sage Lin Feng, Miss Chen, has led many members of the League of Guardians and more than 200 armed robots to join the battlefield at Maple Leaf City. Another news notification stunned everyone slightly. The League of Guardians. Only then did many people remember that there were no longer the 5 major factions, but the 6 major factions. However, they only remembered Sage Lin Feng, and very few people remembered the League of Guardians. It was because the League of Guardians' presence was too weak. After all, the League of Guardians did not choose to develop in the inherent spheres of the 5 major factions. Instead, it went to the Outland and started out from scratch. How could anyone be aware? Even those who knew must be those martial artists who paid attention. Very few ordinary people knew about the League of Guardians. But now, only after the introduction on the news did they learn that the League of Guardians established by Sage Lin Feng had a powerful force in the form of the armed robots. However, could these robots work? Could they stop the terrifying torrent of parasites? At this moment, not only were many people doubtful, Chen was also uncertain. However, she still resolutely chose to lead the robot army, and left the League of Guardians headquarters to rush to Maple Leaf City. Zhang Qiji accompanied Chen and helped her to command the 200 strong robot army. As the name suggested, Maple Leaf City was the city of maple leaves. There were maple trees everywhere. In the fall, this would be the most beautiful place, and many people would come because of its reputation. Unfortunately, although it was also autumn now, no tourists dared to come anymore, for the parasitic species was already approaching Maple Leaf City. The current Maple Leaf City had already become the front line. I wonder how he is now. Chen looked out of the city with some worry in her eyes. Chen, don't worry. Sage Lin Feng won't get into trouble so easily. Something must have delayed him. The one who spoke was the Invincible Fist Sage. Beside the Invincible Fist Sage were Sage Kang and the other 6 sages. Of the remaining 7 sages of humanity, apart from Lin Feng, all had rushed to Maple Leaf City. It was just that this remained unreported. They were concealed in Maple Leaf City. Lord Invincible Fist Sage. Lord Sage Bingyu. Chen hurriedly bowed to the Invincible Fist Sage and Sage Bingyu. These two were the deans of the Myriad Academy and the Polar Academy. Chen was once a student of the Polar Academy, so she naturally did not dare to be disrespectful. Silly child. You shouldn't have come. Sage Bingyu was usually cold, but when she looked at Chen, her gaze revealed gentleness. Perhaps because they were both women. Sage Bingyu was always more accommodating towards women. No, I'm the person in charge of the League of Guardians now. If Lin Feng isn't here, I have to represent the League of Guardians. I can't shame his name. Chen, however, was very determined. She was no longer just that ordinary student from the Polar Academy. She was Lin Feng's fiancée, the fiancée of a sage, and the temporary person in charge of the League of Guardians. Without Lin Feng around, Chen had to lead the League of Guardians to come forward. The elites of the 5 major factions as well as the 7 sages had already gathered in Maple City. This was practically the strongest lineup of humanity in the present. Maple Leaf City was where humans were determined to stop the parasites. There were no longer any ordinary people in the entire city. All of them had been evacuated, leaving only the elite forces of the 5 major factions. In a sense, this was practically the decisive battle. Chen, you are doing great work. However, you likely know how dangerous this situation is. If the situation becomes critical, you have to retreat first, no matter what. Otherwise, I won't be able to answer to Sage Lin Fang. The invincible fist sage said slowly. Chen's identity was special. He did not want the incident with Bad Eye to repeat itself. Lord Sage, don't worry. I understand the priorities. Chen was not too insistent. She knew that once the situation turned south, it would be useless even if she stay here. Incoming. Suddenly, Sage Kang said in a low voice. At the same time, everyone lifted their heads and looked into the distance. Rumble. On the distant horizon, a cloud of dust filled the air, accompanied by the faint sound of violent tremors. Countless ugly and hideous parasites swept over rapidly from afar like a deluge. Even the most determined person could not help but feel their scalps tingle. Those were not tens of thousands of parasites, but millions or tens of millions of them. They emitted a monstrous aura as they advanced continuously from afar. Chen's face was a little pale. This was also the first time she had experienced such a scene, but she bit her lip hard and forced herself to calm her fear. Chen, try the robot army from your League of Guardians. Sage Kang looked straight ahead at the parasitic species and said in a low voice, target locked. Attack. Chen immediately gave the order. Immediately, countless robots jumped down from the city wall and charged towards the parasites in the distance like a surging tide. Chapter 355. The Broodmother was here. The military is ready to support the robots of the League of Guardians at any time. Maple Leaf City had long been installed with the military's most advanced giant cannons. This could be considered the decisive battle. Hence, the military had also invested heavily. Chen clenched her fists. This was the first battle the League of Guardians was heading into, and it was such a critical battle. She must hold out no matter what. Boom! Finally, the armed robots of the League of Guardians clashed with the parasites. This was a collision of pure strength. In that instant, the robot army went all out. They were war machines from the third civilization. The robots that used energy weapons could easily kill even demons. Moreover, there were as many as 200 of them. Hence, the two torrents collided violently. The 200 armed robots went all out. Immediately, rows of parasites fell like scythed wheat. While these parasites had astonishing regenerative ability, the weapons of armed robots were also very formidable. With a single shot, countless parasites would be reduced to ashes and directly annihilated. This was the terrifying aspect of energy weapons. Even the regenerative ability of the parasites was not too effective before them. Of course, this only applied for those ordinary parasites. Armed robots were not very effective against those parasite demons at the level of demon generals. After all, it was very difficult to blast such powerful parasite demons into ashes at once. As long as they were not reduced to ashes, the parasites would be very difficult to kill. However, demon generals were not ubiquitous among the parasites. Most of them were just very ordinary parasites. The parasites that charged over first were all cannon fodder. In just a minute, more than 500 of the parasites had been killed. However, a mere 500 was nothing to the parasites. The parasites did not number in the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, but in the millions or tens of millions. As long as the broodmother existed, it could produce parasites continuously. Forget about tens of millions. Even hundreds of millions or billions would be nothing. The armed robots were indeed powerful, but there were too few of them. Moreover, as the demon generals of the parasitic species attacked, the armed robots began struggling to hold out. In just over 10 minutes, the number of armed robots decreased bit by bit. Finally, they were completely drowned out by the torrent of parasites. disappearing without a trace. The 200 armed robots were completely annihilated. Chen's face was a little pale. These were 200 armed robots. Even against meta-divine realm martial artists, the robots could surround and kill them. Moreover, in a head-on battle, the armed robots also had the upper hand. The armed robots were already very powerful. Unfortunately, facing the numerical advantage of the parasites, even 200 robots could not stop the torrent of parasites. Chen, your League of Guardians has made a contribution. The armed robots are very strong. That round of head-on collision just now destroyed at least 1 million parasites now. It's our turn, Sage Kang affirmed. The armed robots of the League of Guardians. After all, robots could be manufactured in batches. If they were lost, so be it. If those were humans, that would be 200 lives. Chen bit her lip and nodded to herself. Due to time constraints, she had only brought 200 armed robots with her. In reality, after the outbreak of the parasitic species, she had used her authority to open the robot production line of the League of Guardians to produce armed robots continuously. Apart from the 200 robots she brought, another 200 robots had stayed behind to defend the League of Guardians. After all, the League of Guardians was the foundation. However, now that she saw the outstanding performance of these armed robots, she calmed down. At the very least, armed robots were effective. Once the production line was opened at full force, with the reserves in the underground base of the League of Guardians, creating millions of armed robots would be a piece of cake. But what was the use of millions of armed robots? The torrent of parasites in front of them might be threatening. But how could these ordinary parasites be the greatest threat? The greatest threat was the broodmother. Without the broodmother, the sages could easily kill these parasites with their divine kingdoms. Even if there were tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of them, what use would it be? It would just take a little more time. However, with the broodmother around, it would be the greatest threat, because the broodmother was even more terrifying than sages. Blast with the giant cannons. As Sage Kang gave the order, the giant cannons of Maple Leaf City fired in a frenzy. These giant cannons actually referenced the energy weapons of the League of Guardians, and could already pose a lethal threat to ordinary demons. Thousands of giant cannons fired at the same time, rumbling continuously like thunder in the sky. Swaths of parasites fell one after another, but a large amount of parasites still charged up to the walls of the Maple City. At this moment, the 7 sages were already prepared. Divine Kingdom of Fire. The invincible fist sage was the first to make a move. His divine kingdom instantly enveloped an area of a few kilometers outside Maple City. Countless parasites charged in frantically, but the invincible fist sage did not even have to attack. The flames in his divine kingdom had already burned the parasites to ashes. These parasites constantly charged into the divine kingdom wave after wave like moths to a flame. But it was in vain. As long as the invincible fist sage blocked the way to Maple Leaf City, no parasite could charge into Maple Leaf City. It was a true one-man army holding the pass against 10,000 enemies. This was a sage. At the same time, other than Sage Kang, Sage Bingyu, Sage Cass, and the others all used their divine kingdoms, forming an unbreakable line of defense outside Maple City. Those parasites plunged into the divine kingdom. But in the divine kingdom, be it ordinary parasites, demon generals, or even demon kings, they were all useless. As long as they charged into the divine kingdom, they would be completely annihilated. Moreover, as astral force fields, the divine kingdoms were almost infinite. They would not consume much for the sages. Even if they used the divine kingdom for 8 or 10 months, it would not affect sages at all. Numbers were meaningless to sages. However, the sages' true opponents had never been these ordinary parasites. No matter how many of these parasites there were, in the eyes of the sages, they were just cannon fodder. Their true opponent was the broodmother. Boom! As the ground shook, an incomparably huge body appeared on the distant horizon. approaching step by step. The parasites seemed to have received the order to stop attacking the divine kingdoms of the sages like moths to a flame. Instead, they retreated and glared menacingly as they remained motionless. Boom boom boom. As the broodmother gradually approached, many people could not help but hold their breaths when they saw the broodmother for the first time. They almost suffocated. That was the broodmother. Its body was 5 kilometers long, and it looked like a mountain of flesh. Its entire body emitted an unsettling and terrifying aura. Everyone knew that the true battle had just begun. The broodmother was here. Chapter 356 Lin Feng Awakens. Chapter 356 Lin Feng Awakens. Attack with full force. Sage Kang shouted. The 7 sages all released their divine kingdoms and enveloped the broodmother. Boom! 7 types of divine kingdoms and 7 astral force fields all pressed down on the broodmother. Even the massive body of the broodmother could not help but be pressed down. It was as if the world was collapsing. Even the ground fractured, forming cracks like spiderwebs. Seeing this scene, everyone in Maple Leaf City was shocked by the power of the sages. This was a sage. There had long been a legend among humans that sages were invincible. Now, they had actually seen this scene with their own eyes. And it was 7 sages attacking at the same time. How shocking was this? However, the broodmother was clearly stronger. Under the simultaneous attacks of the 7 sages, it was only barely suppressed, and its massive body was not injured at all. Be it flames or storms in the divine kingdom, neither seemed to be able to cause any damage to the broodmother. Buzz! Suddenly, the broodmother's entire body shook. Immediately after, its body began to slowly stand up. On the other hand, the expressions of the 7 sages changed drastically. What did they sense? The 7 types of divine kingdom were actually ripped apart by the broodmother one after another. These were 7 astral force fields, which were already all the power of sages. Even if they could not overpower the broodmother, they should be able to barely suppress it. Right. Unfortunately, Sage Kang had underestimated the broodmother's strength. The 7 sages had also overestimated their strength. Boom! The broodmother pushed forward, and the 7 divine kingdoms instantly collapsed. Immediately, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as if the sky had collapsed all of a sudden. It was truly earth-shattering. How powerful was the divine kingdom of the 7 sages, yet even they could not suppress the broodmother. The broodmother broke free from the pressure on its body, and its huge body crushed down towards the 7 sages. Boom! The ground shook. All the sages felt the threat of death. If they were crushed by broodmother or bumped into it, they would really die. No matter how abundant their astral power was, it was useless against such terrifying power. Retreat! Retreat! Use Plan B and engage the broodmother. We must hold back the broodmother no matter what. Sage Kang immediately shouted. The 7 sages had formulated many plans to stop the parasitic species in Maple Leaf City this time. The first was for the 7 sages to join forces to suppress the broodmother. If it didn't work, they would execute Plan B, which was to roam around the broodmother, constantly impede it, and suppress and kill those ordinary parasites. This might be the simplest and crudest method, and there was no efficiency to speak of. However, this was a last resort. Otherwise, with the massive number of parasites, it would not be too difficult for them to annihilate humanity. The 7 sages switched their method, and roamed around the broodmother continuously. Although their divine kingdoms had been torn apart, they still had infinite astral power. Hence, with a casual strike of astral power from them, dozens or hundreds of parasites would be reduced to mush. Every time the broodmother tried to do anything, sages would come to interfere. For a moment, they actually stopped the attacks of those parasites. Good. Many people in Maple Leaf City were very excited. Their only hope was the sages. Now that they saw that the sages could hold off the broodmother and resist the attacks of the parasitic species, they could finally heave a sigh of relief. However, the broodmother was exceptionally furious. Swoosh! Many tentacles suddenly lashed out from the broodmother's body. The tentacles swept towards the sages like lightning. Moreover, The broodmother was very shrewd. It only focused its power in 2 or 3 directions. The speed of the tentacles was incredible. Even if the sages sensed them, it would be very difficult for them to dodge. Sage Bingyu and Sage Cass were both swept up by the tentacles. Sage Bingyu, Sage Cass. Seeing that the 2 sages were in danger, all the sages were shocked and furious. They charged towards the broodmother in a frenzy. Lin Feng had transformed into the Leviathan, or rather, he was completely immersed in the memories of the Leviathan, and had already become a part of it. Faced with the vast memories of the Leviathan, Lin Feng's mere 20-odd years of memories were insignificant. In the Leviathan's memories, it devoured everything along the way. Finally, it encountered some powerful life forms. These life forms established kingdoms and civilizations. They were filled with intelligence and understood methods of cultivation. Although they were born weak, they could become stronger step by step through cultivation. However, no matter how strong these lifeforms were, the outcome was already determined when facing the Leviathan, as the Leviathan destroyed the homes of those weak lifeforms, devoured all those weak lifeforms, and disintegrated the resistance of those weak lifeforms. The entire civilization was destroyed. Its exquisite architecture, vast history, and prosperous culture, all of them were reduced to the dust of time under the destruction of the Leviathan. Exposed skeletons were strewn about in the wilderness. It was a ghastly sight. Deep down, however, traces of emotions seemed to ripple through the originally apathetic and unwitting Leviathan. I am not the Leviathan. I do not need to destroy. Slowly, a glimmer of light expanded in the Leviathan's memory. Immediately after, Lin Feng's consciousness gradually awakened. Swoosh! When Lin Feng opened his eyes, he felt that the entire world had changed. The huge mass of memories in his mind also shocked him. He had been just a little away from being assimilated by the memories of the Leviathan, and turning completely into the Leviathan. This life core fragment was really terrifying. No wonder the Sea Emperor did not hesitate to give the life core for Lin Feng's use. It was not that the Sea Emperor was really so magnanimous. It was probably also a test from the Sea Emperor. Once Lin Feng was really completely lost in the Leviathan's memories, over time, his combat body would slowly collapse, and he would finally die completely. There is great terror in life or death situations, but also great opportunity. Although Lin Feng felt a lingering fear, he had gained a lot. At this moment, by almost natural development, his mental power broke through to the 4th level of the mental guidance technique in an instant. There were no obstructions at all. It was an entirely natural outcome that occurred as the right conditions were fulfilled. After all, in the memories of the Leviathan, Lin Feng had been a Leviathan with billions of years of memories. In fact, if Lin Feng cultivated his mental power properly, it was not impossible for him to break through to the 5th level. This was really a huge gain. Moreover, the greater gain was regarding life transitions. Although the Leviathan was acting entirely on instinct, from the memories of the Leviathan, Lin Feng could truly experience how it had slowly undergone 1 life transition, 2 life transitions, 3 life transitions, 4 life transitions, and finally 5 life transitions. Lin Feng felt as if he had experienced the entire process himself. Hence, Lin Feng had comprehension from it. He could even feel that every cell in his combat body was cheering and yearning. The 4th life transition was imminent. Part 6 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.